Oh, rickety, 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 right. Let's get down and do what it do, baby. Hope y'all are ready. I hope y'all are excited. I'm excited. 12 games of APAC-South action. What up, Ducky? Quack, quack, quack. How you doing, buddy? So Play Apex is now going to be having the long shot broadcast actually on their channel, while also being on the long shot channel. I'm not exactly sure what that's about. I'm guessing that's just while they transition things over to the Play Apex channel, but pretty cool news for the folks from down under. Getting to be on the main broadcast. Hopefully that should bring more eyes to the region. With everyone, following Play Apex from EMEA and NA. Donkey, why didn't you respond to me earlier today? I was trying to place a Rocket League. You're a bully.
Oh my god, headshot after headshot comes out for the man. He will not stop.
So fast as he's making a mess on the floor. Kisnet's already down to the ground, keeping up
Border
the
Rocket League, that's fair.
And Boogie Borders knows this is their day. Their side, Boogie Borders has been in control. They crack the armor, they crack the face. And
That's all you gotta say, big dog.
Nearby, keep going, he's going for it. Immediately Black Hole into play, and it's just a cluster of missiles heading to their location. Taco is gone, Divine's in trouble. Running time to fight, and here we go with the pop top from Bible. They have that high ground as we mentioned. Keep going game though, going on to the inside. They lose one.
What you been playing recently?
But keep going gaming. They have the firepower to fight. It's all left to KH though to try and
Oh, were you off today just dealing with a hangover? You motherfucker.
Where it goes on the outside here, we're seeing Warmonster Firebird get into it with Overlooked Entertainment, and they've almost completely taken down on a scary of health, trying to get away, and he won't. And XX just got away.
Already with the advantage, player K. William still standing. Clean up Bruce there, player K. Moving one. One's in the corner.
They really went to this screen when there was like 20 seconds left in that game? This is bullshit. All right, Chad, so we got a double banger tonight. Group C versus Group A first, then Group B versus C. I think this first lobby of the two is the one I'm most forward-looking to, or most forward-looking to. What the fuck? We'll see MDY White as well as Ironblood Gaming, the teams that we missed from last week's lobby in A versus B. But we also got Lightning Unicorn, the former Buri Ram United squad that did really good last week. Legends Gaming and Team Burger.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for popcorn.
We'll be keeping an eye out for Dreamfire in the second lobby to see how they respond after a rough.
Finds the target.
That's gonna be a
After having like a really rough first week.
The wraparound is perfect.
Because while I did say on my video that with having 8 spots in the region now,
what? No. What's the overextend?
They're not necessarily out of the running with the bad day. Like they cannot really stack, and they especially can't have that bad of a day. But
Hello and
they
welcome
pretty well
everyone to
need
the
to have
APAC
banging
South
lobbies from here on out.
We'll be covering all that Apex action in Split 1. My name is Lace, and for most of you at home wondering if I am the voice actor for Mad Maggie, I'm not. But you can't spell problematic without M. E, and I hope that you're ready for another thrilling event as we hit week 2 in Pro League. I am joined once again by the world-class championship caster, that's a mouthful, Genome, and at the man that bring the hype and do
I think
all
Lace is so
Dax.
awesome, man.
Guys,
Really
we
good
had such an epic start to Split 1.
addition as a
Gino, on
host this
scale of
year
1 to
for the
caffeinated,
Long Shot
how
Squad.
excited are you for today's matches?
Yeah, actually pretty caffeinated on my second coffee for the morning. So yeah, I'm gonna give it a big let's go. I mean, hey, we're finally here on
Chat,
the
let
Play
me know when we get into
Apex
games
channel.
if I need to
Oh,
turn it back down,
my
by the
Lord,
way.
have we been waiting for
I'm
this
going to turn it up for while we're in
long,
here because I saw that it was
long
sitting a little
time.
low
You
on the
can catch us
audio.
both, either the Long Shot channel if you're feeling like an OG. But yeah, hopefully we'll be bringing it to a bigger audience and more people around the world can enjoy the fun, the greatness that is APAC-South.
Exactly right, and hello, Play Apex. So, you know, I know in the green room before, Genome, you know, you were sending us some pump-up music, so I'm loving the energy, and it's awesome that we can showcase it to the rest of the world. And, Dax, we saw it all last week from underdog teams rising above the well-known and players
Yo,
doing
Ducky,
their
did you
best.
get a chance to,
Tap strafe dancing, and, of course, the perfect mountain
check out the
goat
TLDR video?
techniques. Do you think we're going to see the same passion today?
Of course, it's APAC
For the
South, and
podcast
now
offhand?
where we again say major
I feel like your boy's
region
been
confirmed
slaying
by being
it.
on the Play Apex channel, having that double prize pool. These games are gonna
Madden
get
and
better
Apex?
and better. It's double duty today for Group C. We're gonna get a longer day, and the
Special
sun behind me
teams,
is
special
the last
players.
time I'm gonna see it today because
special
we are gonna go
plays.
the distance all throughout the day.
Exactly. So last week, our region really did start off strong, Dax, and I know we're here rearing ready to go, so let's have a look at the breakdown for Apex Legends Pro League.
The Pro League is comprised of 2 regular season splits.
Fucking
The
sketch,
Split
bro.
1 regular season features 4 regions made up of 30 teams, seeded into 3 groups of 10 teams each. Pro League teams will begin by competing in a triple round-robin format, where each group plays a match series against every other group 3 times.
So I still haven't figured
After
out
these matches have been
if we're doing
completed,
NA either
the top
night.
20 teams, according to the
My
regular
thought
season
process
standings,
behind it.
will compete in the regional final.
I need to sleep.
At the conclusion of the regional finals, 40 teams, including teams from all 6 ALGS regions, will have qualified for the split.
Well,
one
more so
playoffs.
tomorrow.
So today
But then
we do have a
also,
few different things happening in such a big schedule. But today we have Group A and C competing in our
like
first
Sunday,
6
if I
matches.
don't watch it
so we're gonna have 3
on
on
stream, it's
Stormpoint
like I want
and
to already
3
start
on
the
World's Edge.
video.
But, you know, the
I wanna see
excitement
if getting
doesn't
the video
stop
out on
there. We will
Monday
then have Group B and C
might help
battle it
perform a
out
little
for
bit.
another 6 matches. Guys, this is going to be a little bit of a stacked day, as you can see there. You know, we saw so much action.
I'm already used to him blowing
from
me
match
off to
one straight
drink with
out
the
gate.
homies. I'm just
you
here
know, we had
whenever
a
he
fair few
wants.
teams just coming in strong,
Here,
coming
be
in
a supportive
hot.
friend.
Oh, and I just can't get ready enough for this. But you know, guys, we did see like a few teams sort of not live up to our expectations. As we say, we've got groups A and C today. There's going to be a couple of new teams coming in, Genome. I do know that, you know, we're feeling rather excited to see what they can do.
Yo, Moon,
And
appreciate
then,
you
know,
leaving
we hit
a
over to
comment on
groups,
the VCT
B
Americas
versus
video,
C.
fam.
So today's going to be a long one.
Well, one of the fun things I think about the end of day 2 in this split Pro League format is you finished one complete round robin, right? So every team has played the same amount of matches and you get like an even standings at the end of the day. You know, no one's played sort of matches with one another. So it does give you a good sort of calibration of where these teams are at this way through it. Because obviously we've got, it's a triple round robin, so they will all play each other group 3 times. So we'll have the end of that first round robin at the end of today.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, individual matches
Hey,
still
you
have
know
the
what, Moon?
traditional
We're all
ALGS scoring,
entitled to be
12
it.
points for first,
We're all entitled
9
to our
points
own
for
opinions, no
second,
matter
and
how
1
wrong
point
yours
per
might
kill,
be.
so
You
on
know
and
what I
so
mean?
forth. And, you know, then teams placed in traditional format will then be awarded split points at the end of the 6 matches. So, you know, if a team places first within their series, they're awarded 25 series points, 21 for second, and so on and so forth. We saw Boogie Borders, you know, have the 25 split points. You know, they're coming out strong there. But at the end of the day, these teams are, of course, playing
I
for
do
the
like
chance
the
to make
fact
it to
that
land.
after this weekend,
But in the
everyone
back of
will
their
have already played
minds
twice.
is the prizing. $20,000 to our first place winners. Genome, that's 125,000 spread amongst our teams. What a prize pool we have for our region.
It's not bad. It's a double up. It's a straight up 2x from last year, and I hope that'll make all the difference to these guys. Of course, probably even more important than that is the fact that we are now a major region, and that is increasing.
It's crazy to think that Moist left after they added more spots, after they added more money to the region.
Slots now, so 8 out of our 30 teams will be joining.
I mean, technically, Loud Stock is still down if I have them at third, right?
The Split 1 playoffs.
Smiles?
And Dax, do you feel like these teams are excited for this money, or are they just excited to go to LAN and, you know, battle it out on a stage?
Look, the prize pool, it always helps, right? It gives a good case for even more
Should be
investors to
12,
come on
oh
in
my
for
fuck.
these teams to get picked on. But at the same time, the land slots that Gino has mentioned, given that we have 8 right now, it means that even if we have a bad day, there is still a chance. So I look at teams perhaps like Dreamfire, teams like Serenity who want to do a little bit better today, teams like we're going to be seeing Group C, of
Team
course.
Burger
play
back
and
today,
have an
chat.
endurance run. There is more chances for them moving forward.
Exactly. So it's a great
Team
achievement for our
Burgers in the
players and to be here in Pro League. And of course, very exciting. They could be having stardom and then the money in their pockets. But, you know, with a captivating start to Split 1, we saw a fair few teams nail it out and just doing an amazing job here. But Dax, to the epic start of Pro League, you know, teams are here to show us what they're made
Team
of.
Burgers
What
in our first
teams
lobby.
stood out to you?
I mean, we were expecting, of course, names like Legends Gaming, Boogie Borders to be in the medal spots, to be in that top 3. But in the middle of
Can y'all
those
still hear
two
the
teams
broadcast
was
at least a little bit?
incredible Lightning Unicorn. The boys from Booram are back with a vengeance, top 10 multiple times last split last year. But this time around, they bring a different flavor in terms of the composition. You can see already, this is a team that refuses to play Bangalore on Stormpoint and on World's Edge. They got 2nd place overall, mostly with placement points, having 41 out of their 66 rather, I believe.
I forgot
And
that
if
they were
only
still
did a
running the
better
Valk
rotation near
in
the
their
tail
in
end
their
of
comp.
that last World's Edge map, they might have contested Boogie Borders there, but it was a great day, especially for Jack Hughes. He was 3rd highest kills with that Watson. They were so good at playing the zone well, getting the calls for the rotation, and timing it so right, waiting when these moments to strike would come their way. And of course, when you're playing that Valkyrie, will allow Lightning Unicorn to rotate into the spots they want to as quickly as possible. You have the Crypto, you have the Watson, it's easier to fortify from that point on.
Yeah, exactly right. You
Definitely
can
a
see
unique
why
composition, right? You don't
Lightning
see very many
Unicorn have
Valks.
made
You
it to
definitely
the
don't see
Pro
many
Leagues. You know, we
Cryptos.
had a great start from
Or maybe
Bear
I should
Claw
say it the
Gaming
other way
as
around
well,
in
and
APAC,
Boogie
right?
Borders rise to fame with their tight cohesion, coming together and winning overall for the first stuff. But
You
you know, it
see-
does
you
get
see
hype.
more
You know, teams
crypto
showcasing
in
their
APAC
skills
than
today.
anywhere else, I guess.
I know we have Wonton Dumpling coming in and competing. You know, they're going to show the region what they're made of.
Bro, why do
Hopefully
they always
stuff
gotta
full
have
of
food names in
skills and
APAC-South?
spices.
Make your boy hungry.
But Gino, tell us who you are keen to see rock the competition and rise to the top.
Well, look, I'm hoping for a turnaround of fortunes for Dreamfire today, because they unfortunately
Why are we
had
talking
a
about
little
Dreamfire?
bit
They're in the second
of a
lobby.
shaky start. I mean, Dreamfire came out in 15th place at our first day. Now, this is quite unusual for them, or is it, I guess, because they have been a team who's been a little bit inconsistent in the past. Like, you see the high highs from them and you see the low lows. Sometimes they'll bring out a day where they get the kill record, and other days, unfortunately, like we saw here in day 1, yeah, just not really gelling. And I wonder if some of this comes back to a little bit of change in the playstyle that we've seen. We kept mentioning how APAC-South seemed to have slowed down a little bit, and you really saw this from Dreamfire in week 1.
I feel like this off-season APAC-South realized that like their like traditional play style and regional play does not translate well to the international stage.
Get deleted. They were actually going back through the VODs. They were a little bit unlucky.
Which is why we saw them slow down. Like, I felt like that a lot in the off-season. But like, you can't really ever put too much weight on off-season scrims and stuff, right?
I think that's only because partly they weren't finding those spots in the
They definitely
zone,
don't get ran through. I mean,
quick
APAC
enough.
South
And
has been the second
in
best
past
performing
times in
region
APAC South, they've been
all of
able
year
to
3.
roam the edge of the zone and pick up lots of kills freely. But with all these other teams finding their way into the zone a lot quicker in year 4, Dreamfire might need to find a new way to get those points.
Exactly right. You know, we were very excited to see them. They went to LAN. They've been on the stages. They know what the competition feels like, and just seeing the slight inconsistencies, you were
I'm
right.
excited
in the
to
first
see how
week was,
Moist
you know,
does
a little upsetting, but you know they always
now they're fully
leave a
in
great
NA.
impression in our books. You know, they have a story to tell, and as we flip the pages in
Of course,
our
they've got the
regions,
double
I
session
want to
this
have a
weekend
talk
too,
about
so
our
they'll be in both
Thailand
tomorrow
team,
and
Iron Blood Gaming.
Sunday's games.
This notorious edge hunting squad is known to
This
terminate
is the team that I'm gonna be
rotations
really
of
looking for in
teams.
this lobby
so
too.
I'd be very careful riding the zone with their super aggressive play style. If there's a team in their sights, they're generally going to be in on the action. Iron Blood Gaming are not new to competition. I saw them dominate in the LCQs, also placing 10th in the ALGS Championships. We had like Ziki and Asia's welcome Dexter to the roster. So like Iron Blood Gaming traditionally drop it, I think it was Checkpoint and Storm Point. So I'm very eager to see what they can show us today, as they're certainly a really defined
I'm trying to remember where
team.
all this roster
it's excellent
came
to see
from.
them come back in. You know, I've
So it was
been
kind of
watching
a
them
combination
quite
of
closely.
rosters, like,
they weren't
Ziki
playing in the
was
first week,
on-
so this is going to be the first time that we will be seeing Iron Blood Gaming
Like the old
perform
EXO
today.
clan, right?
And I'm eager to see them do what they can do best. They generally have very high kill points. They generally come
Then was
in,
inside
like
the
I said,
ring.
taking the edge of zone and cleaning up the stragglers that are making their way in.
Dexter
They're
was
exceptional
EXO
watch
clan, then
because of
Tom
the
Young
aggressive
Kung.
play style that they have. And as we'll be keeping a very close eye on these teams,
And then Asia's
and
was
we get our
from-
noses into the action. Like I said, they dropped Checkpoint and Storm Point. I do
Who
want
they
to have a
play
look
for
at where our
before?
teams are going to be dropping today, so we can see if there's going to be any contests.
There's
Dax,
a manual
have you got
before
your
Tom
eyes
Young
on
Kung.
these teams? Are you ready for the action to have a look?
And then
Let's
inside
take
the
a
ring.
look at these teams.
Asia's is kind of like the
landing.
newer of the three.
And I'm very excited to see what we're gonna get here. A versus C, a different configuration onto Storm Point. Perhaps no many more contests towards the top right side of the map. Lightning Rod should be only for one team, but you can see already God Hand still sticking around towards Pylon. Serenity here on the south side. I feel like Coastal Camp is something to consider as well for some of these teams, and I wonder if Devastated Coast will still be in Lightning Unicorn's hands. Beyond that, though, the mill is up for grabs with Dreamfire not in the configuration right now. And Gino, immediately, you can see MXF and Ash Esports looking to play
Yeah,
soft
MXF is
towards,
contesting
that
both
area
maps.
over there.
Yeah, Barometer, I mean, historically, you have seen some teams split Barometer, so perhaps they
Oh, sorry,
won't be
both
getting
groups.
into the contest immediately. Serenity
Lightning
had
Unicorn
sort of
was
put
good.
A little bit of a note down on Coastal
They were a
Camp,
team that
but
were
I
like
think they'll
decent
probably just
last
stick to
year
Echo
under the
HQ and
Buriram
let Lightning
United
Unicorn have
esports
that.
like banner.
I guess we should also
But like
note
last year in
Serenity, they were
APAC-South, it
slow
was just
last
so
week. One of
stacked,
their
right? You had
members
Black
caught up
Can,
at airport,
Moist,
apparently had 3 flight
Yeah.
Onyx,
cancellations. So thank God,
Dreamfire.
Serenity should be back to a full 3, and we can see what that
So, like,
up-and-coming
they were
player
I
just
want to
can
say
do this week.
actually I don't want to
unlucky is
misquote
an
this.
understatement,
They were
but here
definitely
we
a
go
top
again. CO
10 team,
Station
I feel like,
gonna be,
both
of course, in the
splits.
hands of Legends Gaming. They love to go for that rotation with a Trident as soon as possible. X and Y, on the other hand, a strong edge team that we watch out for. Going to play from Sonoda Cave and look to worm their way in
Ninth
towards
and
the
split
map.
2,
Beyond
yeah,
that, though,
7th and split
Launchpad here,
1.
God Hand going to be on that already.
they're a
as well.
good
Wonton
team, man.
Dumpling actually going to be the one
And, like, a
towards Pylon.
consistent
And I
team.
feel like it's very interesting for Wonton Dumpling, a team that just loves to look around for.
I
as
feel like
many
when you look at
kills
some
as
of the other
possible,
teams, even when you look
starting
at
towards
like
the
Boogie
southeast,
Borders,
moving into the center of Forbidden Zone,
Legends
anyone
Gaming.
in their path towards that ring rotation, they're gonna be in trouble.
No doubt of that in my mind. You got teams like
Sometimes they have,
Final
like,
Star,
big
newcomers
fall-off
to
days. I feel like
APAC
that's something that
South
they
Pro League
generally
going
don't
up
have.
To Northpad.
But they
And
also generally
now
don't
that,
have,
know,
like, the
they've
peak,
taken out
like,
the armory there,
highs
you do
either.
get a little bit more space
But
when
consistent.
you're starting off in Northpad. But look, that's a good start to get you guys kind of briefed on how these teams are going to be dropping as we head into Storm Point soon.
Yes, exactly right. We just see where they're landing. We're gearing up and ready to go. We
All right,
just want
chat,
to get into
so
the
here's the
action.
deal.
We want to start this, casters. I know you're itching and ready to go. I can definitely see that this is going to be week 2. The action is going to be packed. We have Group B and
We're gonna
C,
be doing as much
going
watch
head
party
to
as we
head.
can this
Sorry,
week.
A and C. So
Next
let's
week it's
get in
interesting
on
though
the action.
because I'm back in on the main desk for
Alright, very
SSA.
keen for this game
for
to
RLCS.
start. I guess one other thing, Lace, maybe that
So
we can
obviously I'm
very
gonna
quickly
prioritize
touch
that
on,
over watch parties.
As we wait to get into
The
this
weekends
game
that's
is
going on.
The teams have made a couple of changes between week 1 and week 2. If you were a Divine
And then the following
fan,
week,
they have renamed and gone back to Team
I may be picking up
Burger,
a couple of team
which is
streams
exciting for me,
for a couple of
especially
reasons.
because we've got Sharky coming in, the return of one of the greatest players in APAC South history, one of the only ones to ever pick up a LAN trophy. Of course, Sharky, I think he basically said something like, you know, he kind of felt like he'd achieved what he needed to. And then he
I mean,
retired.
Sharky is now
He's
the
back. I
only
guess he just couldn't keep his hands off the keys.
ALGS champion in APAC South, right?
Yeah, we love it when they come out of the retire home, don't we, Dax?
I gotta say, it's just incredible to see. They couldn't get through the preseason qualifier, but Team Burger back in business. And of course, Sharky, Reignite fame, Dark Zero fame. You're gonna see Pricey as well. A very familiar face with each other. And on the other side,
So for
one of
those
the
who
teams
don't
Sharky
know,
had in the preseason qualifier for Tom
Pricey
Yum
and
at Peru,
Sharky
I
both
remember
played together on
correctly,
Team Burger
Philippus
previously.
has also returned to competition. He's gonna be joining Team
Akuma in
and
the
they're gonna be,
second lobby.
the only triple controller team right now that we have here in APAC-South. I'm very interested to see a different kind of input, of course, in a region dominated by mouse and keyboard. This is one of the standouts really from Tom Yum and their finals run. And the thing is, Kilopaz, he had so many offers to actually play for different teams, but he stuck with an Aussie duo just like he did back in Champs, and he's ready to go again.
And I believe Kilopose is
having a
still.
look at this, we'll have a look
It's
at the
interesting to see
scoreboard
him.
and we
I
can
shouldn't
show you
say.
guys what
I
we're
think
up
he is.
to,
They were just talking about he's still staying on
had
roller.
1
Interesting to still
week.
see him sticking on
So
rollers.
these
I
are
felt like he was a
obviously the
better
scorers here, Boogie
M&K
Boards
player.
out on top, and then Lightning Unicorn coming in second. So
Remember all
we
those
are
teams
itching
on the
and ready
right,
to go. We have
21st through
A versus,
30th. This is their
C
first time in
today.
the
So as
lobby.
you can see, we have a couple of teams on the board, and then we have C with no points just yet, but they're going to show us what they can do today as we're itching and ready to go. This is our first match of the day. We are heading to Storm Point. This is A versus C, and I'm excited to see what we can show you from our region.
I mean, having a look at some of the other teams further down this list, I mean, there's definitely a couple of surprises there, Lace, isn't there? Like War Monster Firebird sitting there with 14 split points there in the overall standings. That's an interesting one. I think, you know, that was a preseason qualifier team. Honestly, I'm going to have to keep my eyes on them, because if they can replicate...
All right,
that
let's
kind
go
of
ahead and let
success,
this ad come in.
Not only will I be surprised, but also they'll be heading...
This is the very beginning of
getting on a plane and walking up to land.
things here.
Which would be an incredible effort, honestly.
Then we'll
because
probably have
there's
to
so
snooze
many other
during Ring
teams,
5.
Especially from their region, when you think about how many good and solid and Chinese teams there have been for such a long time in APAC-South, for them to come out and be... Yeah, just having a quick scan. Yeah, they're the highest placed Chinese team so far. That's insane coming out of PSQs.
I just want to chime in real quick. If there's Sharky back in business, there's Shark who was smelling blood in the water multiple times from last
It's interesting
week,
to
right?
see.
And WF Firebird, I'm very interested to see you got Azu back as well. He had experience from
As far
a
as the
year
top,
ago.
you've
The
got some
Shark,
newer
on the other
teams.
hand,
You got the
top
Kakois,
5
the
within
Bear
those
Claw
guilds,
Gaming.
A lot of damage done as well.
You
And we
can't help but
saw
wonder if
from
it's
the Group A
one
that
good
most of the
weekend,
teams there
or if we
love
see them
play
being
that
able to
zone.
try and like duplicate
WF
that
Firebird,
success.
They're completely different. They're
I
a
believe
little
both
bit
of them
more
are
akin
in
to the likes
Group
of X and Y, to the likes of One
B,
Punch
though,
Dumpling.
so
The
we'll see them
Chinese teams
later.
who love to play Edge.
No,
Here
Bear
we
Claw
go
Gaming's
again
in this
with
one.
Another face to mention.
Kakoi will be in the
Monster
second
Firebird.
lobby though.
Exactly. With all these sharks in this game, you know, it's such
I
an
am
Australian
guessing since
thing,
we're
guys.
having
If,
like they
everyone's
showed us the
saying they
drop
have shark,
spots,
you know,
and
when
then
it
it
comes
looked
to
like
the
we were
land
going
down
into a
under, we
lobby,
were
and then we're not
expecting
now.
to just touch a beach and see a shark. You know, we got some of the most dangerous animals. We also
I
have some of the most dangerous
if I had to
teams,
guess,
in our region. So, you know,
we
we've
had
had the
to,
likes of
do a
Dark
restart.
Zero. Thank you, America, for taking them. Moist Esports as well have left our region. But, you know, we can produce these exceptional teams. And today we're going to watch who's maybe going to fill their shoes, maybe going to overtake these glorious teams. But you know what? We definitely have the best in the region, and to be able to broadcast that not only to our beautiful channel here, but to Apex Legends Genome, it's just exciting for our region to be able to show the skill that we have.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I think obviously we get to do that even more now that we've got the extra slots here as well.
I'm
So that's
excited
gonna
to
be,
see
not only a cool thing for our teams to sort
with
of
8
reward them
teams
for
from
their
APAC-South on
consistently,
land.
you know, great performances when you look at APAC.
I feel like now we can truly kind of check
you know, we've been one of the best performing regions in terms
the
of,
depth
you know,
of the
placement
region.
per
I feel like when we
amount
look
of
at
teams
like some of the
invited,
land
average
results
placement
from
overall,
last year.
that sort of thing.
You could kind of
But
say
not only that,
blow for
it
blow
means
for
we're
other
also
regions, like
gonna
at the
get
top,
LAN
maybe
experience
APAC South
now,
was
right?
better.
So you're getting
But you
more
couldn't
teams
check how like the middle of the
flooded,
pack did because there
when
were only
they
5
play
squads,
in those
right?
lobbies, because I can tell you from
Like,
you know,
how
having
does
been
the
there and sort of
7th team in
talked to
APAC
players
South
as
perform
they
compared
go
to the
through their
7th
first
team in
LAN
EMEA?
experience
You know what I
on
mean?
that stage, it's so different, and every time you hear them, they're like, "Oh wow, I didn't realize I had to be so tight on this." Like, you know, jumping on an evac tower together, and they all of a sudden realize you get punished for things so much more in just all these little ways.
Sorry, I turned it
and
down,
the
Chad,
teams
thinking
that
we were
come
about to be
back
going in
from
game, and
LAN,
they normally turn
take that sort of
casters up,
experience
but
with them. So not only are they going to be getting
again, I
better,
think we had to
but I think
restart.
we'll have more of those teams playing in a better, more cohesive way, and therefore it'll improve the region as a whole as we get all these teams coming back with that LAN experience.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, there's always like the skill ceiling that you have within your region, and then you're very right. You go to LAN, and then you're versing the best players from that region, so the skill ceiling is a little bit higher. So it gives you that opportunity to be able to reach that. You know, you can only be as good as your best team or the best team that you verse. So it's very interesting to see. But you know, Dax, like Gino was saying, getting into these LAN experiences, I feel that, you know, the tensions are higher. It's kind of like when you go into like a test or something, and you've got all the information rearing to go, and then you're there, and everything just out the window, out your ears. Don't you think?
Sounds like any kind of broadcast, right? But truth be told, I feel like when you get into LAN experience for some of these teams, especially the OCE squads, they really take that to APAC-South and look to innovate from that point on. When I look at a team like Boogie Borders, it does feel like they're following the footsteps of what Dark Zero and Moist have left behind. You look at Team Burger, they're back and they're ready, and you know how experienced a squad like that is with both Sharky and
I feel like I
Bryce
would
on
put
that
Boogie
roster.
Borders in the
Those
same
are just
shoes
examples of how this talent really trickles down into APAC-South, that they can teach
like
their
Black
fellow
Cam from
players
last year more
how
than
to
anything,
really
right?
get even better as a region, and from that point on, emulation becomes a thing down the line. For the next few weeks, I feel like there'll be other teams picking up what these guys are really trailblazing with.
Good team that
but
kinda comes
beyond that,
together.
getting to that LAN experience again, getting to that world stage, and showing that APAC-South can truly contend. Because when I've seen watch parties from other regions, they're just like, ooh boy, the mouse and keyboard action in APAC-South is just up there. So if we can just get even more competition against the likes of NA and EMEA, maybe that's where we can just take a step ahead again.
That's exactly right. And I think you were saying before, Genome, are we one of the regions that potentially have more mouse and keyboard players?
We are. Yeah, if you there's a stats section on Liquipedia where you can go and check that.
All right.
Shout out to those guys. Always bring so
We
much
having
value
issues
to
with
the
this lobby or what the
scene.
fuck?
Last time I checked, there were a couple of Chinese players I think that were unaccounted for, so we weren't sure which input they were on. But of the ones we knew, it was roughly about 70%, I believe, which is definitely one of the highest splits. So 70% M&K in APAC-South versus 30% Controller. When you look at some other regions like NA, it's actually closer to like to 50-50 between those inputs. And I mean, you know, everyone's got their different views on the matter. It's certainly a contentious one sometimes. I think M&K's, you know, it's really fun. There's a lot of skill expression in it. And so to see a veteran like Sharky come back, and to see, you know, Pricey and Sharky
Games
on
are
that
meant to
same
be
team,
played
I mean,
on
that's a lot of
controllers.
everyday fun on the roster, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly right. I remember playing one of the matches last week, and I think we were out in the ocean, and we're seeing some tap strafe dancing. You know, you're not going to really see that on controller, and watching all the teams kind of try to take that member down is always exciting. It's very good for us viewers and us casters here being able to watch that kind of energy.
We start the game.
Legends Gaming that has a triple M&K squad. I think they did. Legends Gaming Dax did exceptional last week, placing overall standings third.
Yeah, top 3. And come on, like half the teams are triple M&K by this point. APAC-South is a region of A and Bs.
Exactly right. So we know the teams, we know the skill sets.
going drop?
Let's go into our first match on Storm Point.
Can we get a transition? There we go. All right, chat. Game number 1
Here we
of
are,
12,
dropship
baby.
at the ready, and we are gonna go
Let's get ready to get down and do what it do.
Week number 2, and of course, a session between A versus C. APAC-South is here on the main channel. APAC-South is
See, they
here
always
with you
turn
folks.
them up when they're
I'm
in
Daxter
game.
with Genome yet again, and immediately I'm
So we're
looking
turned
at
down
this
a bit.
map
Y'all
right
let
now.
me know if it's too
Point,
loud,
of course.
alright?
We see our flight path heading towards the northwest side, and to start things off, Keep Going Gaming, a team that has always been contesting Lightning Rod. They're gonna get free reign this time around.
Yeah, keep going. Lost
Yeah, they've got
their
that
whip
all to
though.
themselves. I think when we were looking at that beacon, it was more down to the south side that we were expecting potentially some contests. It does look like Serenity will be keeping to themselves in Echo HQ, LU going to keep to themselves in Coastal Camp, and Barrow also is not being split. So where does that mean the other team has gone? Maybe it's Ash sitting
Is there
over
no
in the
command
rooftop
center?
up near ski lifts that sort of changed things around. I'll have to scan back at the end of, I think this at the end of this game to work out exactly how they've switched that up. But MXF,
one of these days we'll also have
Legends
team
do
stream
actually
for
end up
our
getting
international
themselves.
Yeah, but
games.
they're
That'd be cool.
actually not going to be contested here. T4 also establishing control of the devastated coast when we thought it could go to any other team. On the other hand, though, Legends Gaming, we watch them towards, of course, the usual Cedo station. Lightning Unicorn, on the other hand, still without
Like
that
Team Stream
Bangalore,
does
and that's
the
the
his
one
and
thing
hers
really
tournaments.
take
I don't see why
note
we
of.
aren't doing
You
the
don't have
international
much
tournaments. You know what I'm saying?
verticality here without that Horizon as well. They're going to rely on the Valkyrie instead for that verticality, for that extra bit of rotation. And Lightning Unicorn.
All right, chat. What are we
right
thinking?
now,
Game
they've
number
been given
1.
to at least go for an early rotation.
First
as soon as
game of
possible.
12. How many teams
Yeah, and they
entering number 4?
Look, do they have the beacon as well?
I'm thinking like
No,
16.
They don't have a beacon at the moment down near Coastal Cam, so LU just gonna have to play that one on spec. Maybe you know, follow some other teams around. You can see they're scanning around with the crypto. Maybe they'll spot a team, you know, rotating one way or the other. Often you just have to infer that information from the teams around you.
Yeah, of course, you just follow that rotation, and in front of them, it's likes of Wonton Dumpling, MXF, T4
The triple
as
white
well.
tee here for
Only
VK Gaming.
evacuating away from Devastated Coast.
Who are they
And
rotating into?
Serenity's the team that
Serenity?
has taken one of the tridents as they're moving on forward.
No.
Let's keep an eye out though for the Legends picks, because
No,
I
but this is
love to see what else we
MDY
have here so far in this game. Many have noted APAC-South, they
White?
love to play
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Watson,
thank you.
and you can see she's the 3rd most picked Legend right now with 9 of them. Bangalore though sitting at the very top, Horizon's in that top 5, and this is something I saw in scrims for a little bit. You know, Bloodhound also getting a bit more love here, and already keep going.
4
Gaming during
Valkyries in
scan
APAC
round.
South so far. Bang
Yeah,
a
so it's nice
little
little
less
split at the
picked, it
moment,
feels
got a
like.
couple of different
I think
tech
last
picks.
week we
You know,
saw
I
a Bang
really
at like
enjoyed
18,
that.
19.
You know, Watson, even with that pylon bug that we've got at the moment, people still choosing that. Oh, keep going game. We've actually run into someone here just above the gravity cannon near Stormcatcher. And though Legend Gaming's also looking to third this, these guys might want to be quick about this one.
Yeah, Ash Esports.
All right, in come the
Gaming
boys from
Gaming
Legend.
Go on the prowl immediately, and this is their chance to rack up some cases.
The
Third-party
boys.
teams are
Let's
Legend Gaming.
go.
They take command of that fight.
Just like
they have
that.
4 points to start off the game so
They
far.
got themselves 4 points to get things
Barely
started
any
for the
damage on them,
boys.
right? They've done about
No
I don't know,
sweat.
350 damage between the 3 members.
That's
and
my
that's enough
IGO.
to pick them up a sweet 3 KP to start with. So a very fortuitous gain there for Legends Gaming to start off this first match of the series. T4 actually just creeping up nearby as well, but we do see some of those fences and the pylon already.
Is
set
T4
up
just
for
going to rat
Legends
on these boys,
Gaming,
wait for them to come down this ramp, try and jump
get
them?
rat on by the looks of it, they know
They
this
know
is
about them.
coming.
Okay.
Yeah, armor's pretty even. Spikes are out, and T4 looking for any opportunity to actually push in. 75-7 though, he's going to need to get the shield bat up. And T4, a squad that we did see a bit of also last year. Now they're just going to evacuate. Gravity lift to get on the way. They don't want to clash with Legends Gaming at this point.
Yeah, if I could characterize T4, it would be a team that really makes the most of their sort of home zones, home rings. You know, they get a lot of wins when the zone ends up being close to you know, their POI. And apart from that, it can be a bit struggle street for them sometimes, a little bit feast or famine. But either way, let's see how they can do here, setting up the low Stormcatcher. Depends whether the ring does end up pulling towards where Legend and we saw T4 setting up down there.
It'd be nice if
or
Legends
whether
get
it goes
themselves
a bit
first zone after you get
east
yourself
and
a
ends
nice
up,
little
where
spot. If they can
something
like just
like
kind of chill on the cover on that
Gaming is set
stairs.
up in this set of buildings over here towards the coast.
Yeah, I think a bunch of them are really backing on that eastern pull. You got MDI White in one building, VK Gaming, keep going, MXF, God Hand, and I do believe Bear Claw down below as well. So overall, it's really just about getting a spot as soon as possible. We've seen this actually here on Stormpoint more so than World's Edge. Teams that love to play the zone, and with Group A, of course, in the mix, that's exactly what's going to happen with all the Watson fences being set up already.
What's in addition
So we
to
probably
Bangalore
lost our
and
2
Bloodhound,
teams that
it's
we'll
an
lose until at
interesting
least round
combo, right?
3.
I mean, Bloodhound, Bang,
Off
together
those
can be
contests.
quite an aggressive
I think those were the
combo.
only 2
You've got
contests,
Watson
right?
there for the ring scan, as well as you know, sort of the defensive setup. So interesting. Like, you know, are they sort of instead of leaning into one playstyle or the other, hedging their bets if it's too much, or is it actually a good spread? I'll be interested to see how this composition works out.
Honestly, from what I've seen from scrims, it does feel like they're picking up the Bloodhound now just for a little bit of that scan. MXF though already taking the fight towards another.
MXF.
APG who's actually going to take
Gonna go out to keep going.
down. Still keep going.
Maybe that 16 was a bit
They're not going to get contested at the start.
a bit high for ring fourth.
The game today.
Yeah, that's right. They were getting stomped up at, what was it, Lightning Rod last week?
Yep.
I believe? Yeah, so, Circle pulls onto them as well. So, as you say, clearing out their roof here could pay big dividends for KGG. And
KPG?
yeah, as we can see there, so the ring goes even further east. MBY,
Oh, it should be KGG, wouldn't it?
KGG, even God Hands, their position a little less tenable.
So Legends is going to have to
play
leave.
in down there. Teams like Legends.
The good news for them is a lot of the teams are more northward from them.
Interestingly, Group A and C, you are seeing more teams outside of the ring. Teams like IBG, Wonton Dumplings. So perhaps it'll even be, maybe AVB will be.
What up, Subsy? How you doing, buddy?
ABC, perhaps we'll see a bit more fun, a bit more action early on.
Yeah, and I'm most interested to see Lightning Unicorn still stay back. We saw them
Happy
play this
Friday,
in their
fam.
first game, especially against Bear Claw Gaming. Let everyone else pick a station. They're just going to rotate with the Valkyrie instead, the Skyward Dive, to get in position later on despite any kind of scenario. And I do feel like some other teams have picked that kind of reasoning as well. More Valkyries in this server alone compared to any other day we've had.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Team Burger, though, many eyes, of course, on the returning champion Sharky. Passion perhaps reignited. Very excited to see what Team Burger and the legacy of that name can bring to the table.
Yeah, God, I really hope so. I mean, having a look at their sort of play last week.
I still wish I would have remembered to take my sign home with
their
me for
POI
Team
was,
Burger
I think,
back at
part
ALGS
of the reason
Champs.
that they were struggling as well, dropping up at Zoo
For 2.
Station. If you have a rough drop spot, sorry, a rough drop ship, it can take you actually quite a while to get up to your POI, further delaying your rotations, and then all of a sudden, you're really having to in someone just to throw it in at zone 3 or 4 and find your spot. And it felt like they were struggling to do that.
The new game mode, you mean?
Start here, going in towards Akuma.
Yeah, we'll engage here for final start. One of our favorite names before we got into this game, the Tree Cleaner. Looking to clean up house with the Triple Roller Squad at the ready. It's Akuma here with Killapaws, of course. A new addition from Tom Young-Kung before, plus the coach as well. And
So
Akuma
Akuma is in this
now on
lobby.
the inside,
Akuma!
actually face off against them.
Oh, Nick
Really
Moist!
just a hold steady kind of play. They have the Dark Void available, and yeah, final start's just waiting outside.
As you mentioned, yeah, look, Killapaws, obviously, he's still on roller. He made that change. A lot of the community doesn't necessarily agree with the change, but he's sticking to his guns. And I guess the other thing you have to note is they've changed their IGL here. I mean, that's an interesting thing to do mid-season, dropping Limo, who honestly I thought was doing a decent job over the past year. Obviously, he'd been sort of, making that transition from Pub Stomper to, ALGS. And it can be a tough one sometimes. I felt like he'd been making strides, but if your teammates don't have faith in you and don't have faith in your calls, then yeah, maybe a switch is necessary, as they seem to just chill for a little while we've got our other teams.
Wait,
over
so
here.
is Kilo their
Potentially
call
one spot like
right now?
BKG also chilling pretty hard.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, BKG they've been throwing pot shot after pot shot from afar, playing the longbow to just build up that Evo shield as soon as possible. And we've seen it already. Immediate rotation into the
with his
zone.
experience, you can kind of understand
also nearby, but Akuma
how that'd be seen as an upgrade,
looking
right?
around right now. X and Y also very late on the rotation. They're still here by Zoo Station. They're gonna need the
Chat,
heal
remember
on up,
X and
these
Y was that
spells are
team that
getting
had that
costly. XD, I'm
crazy
worried.
ass game.
It looks like
I think it was during
one shot
LCQs?
X and Y alive kicking, and X and Y, they're gonna be running into the likes of Overlook and Akuma very soon.
Yeah, I feel like those teams always stress you out, right? Because if you're a zone team like this, you've played this enough to know exactly which pixel you need to pop your meds on, right? Whether it's a syringe or a med kit, maybe even a Phoenix, right? You have that stuff on.
I'm trying to remember. I think it's like 40-something kills.
But it is still stressful as a viewer sometimes when you're watching them get there.
Gino, don't be like that. I played Apex yesterday, and that was my stress for a whole game. I had to play with the ring.
Or maybe it's
Everyone would
43
tell me when
points.
to heal up, when to go, but it's time now to go for X and Y
31
again.
kills.
They're still taking damage. Gate kept here by Overlook.
That might have been what it was.
Who has just been very much so that kind of team that looks for opportunities.
All right,
We
looks like
saw
maybe
it
I wasn't so
especially
wrong
in
after
that
all on Ring 4
pre-showdown
with
from
16
last
teams,
week.
chat.
They took the chance to actually go for the fight. And X and Y now, can they make it in time? YC moving in. JR is already down to the ground thanks to that ring damage. And XD, oh, it's painful. They had issues a while ago getting into the lobby. Right now, they're having issues getting into the zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was, you know, deliberately kind of going down to the ring because they knew they can get picked up.
It makes you
afterwards.
wonder if Overlooked heard that under them.
Sometimes that can be a play.
Probably
If
not,
like
right?
a knockdown. It can actually make sense in terms of meds to do that.
And even if they did, I don't think you drop.
Is that every time you get revived, you have less and less time to get picked up afterwards. You can see that time, 0 seconds left on the revive. Really cutting it close here.
And they have the
Yeah, Kuma's struggling here, man.
And here comes Overlook already on the prowl, taking
I was
apart
wondering if Overlook
X
would
and Y
drop.
bit by bit. JR, even with a sliver
You have
of
the one
HP,
that did.
he can still fight back. We're watching TC and what he can do here behind the knockdown shield. There's the target. Energy barricades into play, but X and Y caught in their rotation and now taken down.
Now
by
you gotta be
Overlook.
able to see if you can
Okay, but the reason
restart.
to go Overlook. I mean, look at this. They're popping the reses right now. I hope these guys have sufficient meds. They have to leave Surprisey behind. They can't even afford to pick him up.
And they're
So
gonna have to
many
worry
teams
about,
rotating in now. I mean, you saw
Akuma on there, right?
Beyond them. They were slightly more prepared for this. You can see with the evac, they are going to head into this ring. But we are about to have things kick off, Dax. I can tell you right now.
This is where
All right, so maybe we aren't going to have 16 for Ring 4. I was close. Ring 3, though.
Shaman taking one
Closing.
down. The tree cleaner moving away as well. They tried to find at least a location to play towards Stormcatcher, but Serenity, IBG, T4 are all nearby. And this is where it gets really tough to get into the zone. IBG looking around. MDY White, it's still them sticking to their guns and sticking to their location.
I don't think that's T4, by the way.
Burger and Akuma also trying to knock on their
Lightning
own
Unicorn
set.
out in
Lightning
16.
Far away is gone. Sharky's the only one still standing here for Team Burger. Tried to play off the
Okay,
black hole,
Sharky.
and Sharky.
Okay,
he can smell
Sharky.
blood, sees the targets down below, trying to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, he's gonna have to deal with that ult, though.
Already
MDY Black out in 14th.
And MDY Black, they're gone too. But Team Burger, this is getting very difficult to survive versus Akuma, who's happy to stick around in the corner and stay alive as a trio.
Yeah, I mean, their position, Akuma, they're stuck below right now, but at least they have the 3 members up so they can.
Yeah, but there's
get
a
the
team in that
reset,
building,
whereas
right?
Sharky, well, he's going to have to do it all himself this game, and unfortunately does not find a safe spot. Will get
Oh, you've got
sniped
not
out.
only MDY
Burger.
White there, but across the way you've got DK MDY too.
Start pulls the clock now. Chance here perhaps for IBG as well as T4 to move on in, but we're watching here. Wonton Dumpling. Great aim, and they're looking to swat away God Hand as soon as possible. And Jackie Chan, WCD, names already.
Yeah, I
so
like
good,
that
but
the
Draco will
9
go
isn't,
first
or
and
the
foremost,
9-9 isn't
pouring
like
also
a
to track down the target, the only
guaranteed
controller
instant
player
melt,
in
you
this
know what I
squad
mean?
right now as Akuma's gone as well, but Wonton Dumpling, the W stands for the W key. Move forward, says Jackie Chan, and God Hand's gone from this lobby.
Godhand struggling to keep up with some of the firepower coming out here.
All right, Legends.
Definitely, we know them as a very strong
Let's go,
fighting
boys.
team, and this will just about secure them a little bit of space in the ring. They're gonna have to
I was
play
gonna say, they should
down
have
this
just enough
Cannon
room to be able to
for
rotate in,
just
but
a
the
little while,
question
which
is,
something. It's probably not the best
do they have
place.
cover?
We're talking about the best places. That's probably going
So I think
away
they still have
from,
to worry
like,
about
going gaming
who was in
to
this
our
building,
home,
MDY
that
White,
East Coast
right?
house where the ring is going to end up pulling. Legends Gaming, they're going to start kicking down these cut walls in front of them as we see all these other teams on the edge of the ring just try and grief each other going in.
IBG's trying to be the
IBG
third party to the
are going
third
to be
party, but they've got
shooting at each
so
other.
much distance to
T4
close
in
here
the
for the
middle, more
rotation.
likely to take the brunt of
T4
this
goes
game
down.
gone in a matter of seconds.
I think they should just leave that team alone on the left that's trying to hide behind the Dark Veil, because they're still going to struggle to get into the zone here. They're going to be on the south side. Yeah, Wonton Dumpling just gets to look at him for free, too.
We're watching Gugu right now on the horizon.
Good cue.
XCZ on the Bangalore as well. Wonton Dumpling.
Now they
getting
can turn
the
around
hell
and
out of
gatekeep
there
here.
Already, IBG taking the orange, but Serenity also wants a piece of the action. Here comes Boogie alongside
IBG out in
Legacy
8.
and Jesco.
Now it's
going to
be Serenity and
IBG's gone from this
Wonton
game.
Dumpling.
Wonton Dumpling though still alive towards Adcliff. Serenity's the one.
Damn,
seizing
Serenity
them,
moving up
and
from the low
peak
ground
run
has
is
one
the
down.
The first fall here. Gugu's gone
They have to
already.
push this,
Serenity
right?
with the man advantage. They're pushing forward. Big frags though, keeping them at bay. And Serenity will stick around for the time being.
Serenity should be able to win this fight. They got themselves another knock here. It should be 3v1, right?
The better of Wonton Dumpling. Even some Skynets coming in. Can they reset and try and just buy them?
So who's this? Legends and
We're
MDY White?
also watching here Legends Gaming try and hold down the top floor of this building over to the west. They've got MDY White. And then going back to the other fight there, Serenity, it actually gets turned around on them as we do see Bear Claw Gaming run in.
Who cares about the numbers? If Wonton Dumpling wants you, they will get you. And they're one of the hottest teams right now to watch out for in this game so far. Bear Claw Gaming, though.
I think we might need to stand up for game 2.
Belkin here, of course, getting on the board. And it's good to see Bear Claw Gaming alive as a trio. Belkin needs to heal on up. Bear Claw will pick up that KP.
Belkin King Rat from last
So keep
week.
going is going to be in a
as
spot
you
where they
say,
should be able to
nice
at
have
least see
some support from
BCG.
the teammates this time.
Bro, keep
And
going
here
actually
we
should
go.
be able to see
5
everyone.
squads left. Bear Claw looking to push up.
Shoot.
Keep going gaming. They've actually held out people for quite a while here. They've got the circle to themselves for the moment, but that won't last much longer. Oh no, easy flash.
Couldn't fight back. Well, they're going for the evac tower and Legends Gaming. They're gonna need to go for that reset as MDY White is just breathing on their next pylon is up. MDY White decides to go for player K. Beiji also using a bit of that cover. The body box there, sure, but Legends Gaming still with a fight
Damn.
back. They're caught in the
Legends goes
crossfire
out in
now,
5th.
and Legends is gone as well. Next should be MDY White. 3 remaining here. Keep going gaming. They've had God's spot for so long, and they're taking advantage of it.
Oh,
Damn, I feel bad.
disgusting
Try to
crossfire there from Bear Claw Gaming
snooze those
and
ads.
VK Gaming to get rid of Legends Gaming as they try and push in. Well, that's a lot of gaming that's going on in this lobby.
They're
Then
gamers.
we've got Keep Going Gaming. Apparently everyone in this lobby still is in fact gaming as we have our last 3 squads alive. All 3 members are up and running for them. Who's going to have the better of this though? KGG, they've got the roof at the moment. VK Gaming playing on the low ground, and so are BCG.
The good news is they'll be back for like the
I
end.
don't want to play any of those every time we say the word gaming kind of games from what we're gonna get in this group. But keep going gaming. I said it a while ago, Gene. I'm gonna say it again. This is one of the first few times we see them actually play a full game, and we're seeing them do very well inside the zone. Still with a high ground here. KH sniping. With
Yeah,
the
that's my
30-30.
bad. That's my bad.
Very popular
My
gun,
bad.
especially
My
for
bad.
what
My
we saw
bad.
Fortis did from last week.
Sorry about
Bear Claw
that.
has a different plan since they have Heck as well as.
But we're back
Renee
before
here.
the
They can
final
set up
close,
the
so
way
it's
that
all
they want
good,
with the
right?
pylons, with the fences. And keep going gaming. They're gonna be the ones who have to run into them later on once this ring pulls in.
Unfortunately for Keep Going, even though they've got the
BCG
high
are
ground
slowly
here,
moving
when
up.
they
Not
drop,
only
they
have
are.
been spreading out along the south side of this circle, but they're starting to take
No, they should be
more
fine when they
and
drop.
more space. You see VKG just getting the res off there in time, but both of these teams eventually may get a little too constricted by the fences that get set up down south here by Bear Claw Gaming. And if they can position a pylon well, then, you know, perhaps even the ultimate.
Well, especially because they still have the same. They still have that promo system and promotion system in Apex, right?
Bible from KPG. So both of these
Like for your promotion
teams
games?
have that ready to put down, but Bear Claw can insulate themselves from this with the pylon.
Good shot though from Shalkai with the
Like, that's
Sentinel,
tough
at
when
least
it's solo.
keeping Bear Claw Gaming in cover for the time being. Heck, Rudenay, they're gonna need to top up those shields. KPG
So keep
on the other
Keep
side
Going
as
is doing a
well.
good job
And
being able to at least
everyone's
put
looking at
like
Bear
some
Claw Gaming
a
and
little
the
bit of
position
additional
right now, but
pressure.
Bible takes a bite out of VKG. Keep
But it does
Going
mean that
Gaming
VKG
facing off against their closest
I was gonna say, it isn't
contender
getting
first
looked at,
and
but now
foremost.
VKG has one
Cage
down.
Still here in cover. Now VK Gaming is the one.
I think
hurting
Keep
in
Going
the
might
top
actually be
side,
fine
and
where
he
they're at.
survived from this point. BK's gone. It's just squad versus squad, and we've seen this from Bear Club before. They've set up well. Keep Going Gaming playing to their namesake. Damage being done. Artillery will rain, and the black holes there keeping Lad
Yeah,
in.
they
a
just get to
spot.
walk home with this.
Keep Going Gaming.
Was
the
it
creepy
3v1
barrage
here
gets
now?
the first already.
3v2.
Keep
Yeah,
Going
now it's
Gaming
over.
are moving forward, and they will take our first map today.
GG's.
Wow, that was impressive stuff there.
Stuns and does
KPG.
damage.
I mean, even getting a kill, even getting
Moon.
a knock with that creeping barrage at the end. You know, that was something we talked about that was going to be one of the keys to victory for Bear Claw Gaming there. But KPG, after eliminating VKG, just really
throws out a whole
proactive.
bunch of
You
those
saw them
barrels,
go
and they
for
have
the
that. It's like
cleaning out all
AOE
of that
damage
utility,
essentially.
taking down the fences and the intercept
Yeah.
pylon.
well, not hoping, but seeing that Bear Claw Gaming took our
Correct,
first in
yes.
our week 1 Dax, and they were so close to getting this victory, but a team from Group C that we haven't really seen
Again,
before,
'cause if
just
they
taking
hit
the victory,
an opponent, they get
straight off the
stunned.
bat, we just had so much
So
action.
people will
How
tend
are
to
you
try to
feeling
avoid it.
with that first game, Dax?
I'm just happy to always be able to cast APAC-South. But Bear Claw Gaming, right? I thought it was going to be deja vu. I was ready to say first week, first win, second week, first win. But no, keep going gaming. I really have to hammer this point on. The fact that they're able to
Heals.
rotate swiftly from Lightning Rod and decide to play
Well,
zone
give
instead
shield,
of
pocket
desperately trying
shields.
to find kills around the map. Go for that kind of contest again against I believe, AGL it was last week. It makes such a stark difference. And it really felt like some of the teams that...
I mean, Conduit's like the first true, like, support legend in the sense of what you see from support in most other games.
Masters of the third party for so very
Right.
long. A little bit of that experience from, of course, LAN last year. They're bringing it to APAC-South. But beyond that, it really just was a kind of case where if you have the initial zone pull, we have that initial spot, you're happy to play out the rest
Because
of
her
the game.
passive too is
Legends
like
Gaming,
if
it's
she's
got easy
out of
flash.
Q
She was,
range of
basically our damage
her
king Dax,
teammates, she runs
Always,
faster.
they were holding kill leader for most of the match. They did that exceptional third party just above
to
the
be able to
grab
get within
cannon,
Q range of a teammate.
near storm capture.
essentially.
Their performance is always consistent. They didn't reach the top today, but they're definitely getting warmed up. Now, Dax, I don't know if it's a bit of a caster's curse, but we saw many teams battling the zone coming out of Thunderwatch.
Yeah, it's just when we notice them, right, that's when they basically die. X and Y, they had such a long rotation. And Gino was mentioning, sure, you can get down to...
Yo, Moon, did you see that Luka
But
popped the
point,
fuck
they were
off
so
tonight?
far off,
73
overlooking
points.
watching them. We also saw it for anyone who faced off against Wanted Dumpling near that Southern Orange. It's just damage being done by them. I'm looking at the KP right
That's
now.
insane.
And yes, well, Keep Going Gaming had an incredible
Here lately,
performance,
man, there's been some
especially for 5
crazy
games,
single game
2K damage
performances.
and 5 kills.
And
I'm
Embiid
still
the other
watching
night.
out for Wanton Dumpling
Cat
as
too.
well. 6 kills for Jackie Chan, aka XCZ. They've been so
Bro,
stellar.
for
even
real,
taking
something in the
fights
water.
Like 2v3s. And when you get a team that plays a bit of that hard edge, they get that kind of momentum moving forward, Lace. I'm really worried for the rest of these rosters when they face off against each other.
Exactly right. Wonton Dumpling is something that I've kept an eye on. And as we saw in the game before, they were sort of just gatekeeping all the teams rolling on in. But as we have a look at the scoreboard here, of course, we
Legends
have
starting
Keep
off with a
Going
double-digit
Gaming
game.
right at the tippity top there, coming in clutch with the 23 points. And just look at the kills there, Dax, 11 for the whole team. That's just... No one's even close yet. They're basically a little bit more than double to Bear Claw Gaming, which, we've seen last week come out with a win in the
Yeah,
first
the
match.
Embiid night had the cat night, and then I
mean,
think
it
there's
was
another like
exquisite
50-point game
all
too,
over
right?
for Keep Going Gaming in that top 3 fight. First and foremost, they showed their hand versus Bear Claw Gaming when VK was forcing Bear Claw to actually shield on up. And from that point on, they immediately pivot into taking down VK Gaming first, knowing the ring was putting that pressure. Just some good decision-making, some good fights from Keep Going Gaming overall. And that's exactly what we wanted to see from them compared to last week's performance.
Yeah, exactly right. And, it's
I
too early to tell.
think you
We're
are
already in
sadly
match
mistaken.
1. We always say that, this team's got to do well, this one's got to do, and then they sit there and they shock us, they surprise us. So it's only game, the first match here for today. And you know what? We still have some teams that could rise from the bottom. We always love a little bit of an underdog story. So are there any teams there that may have not been in your seen top in the scoreboard that you may think could do a little bit better next match?
I mean, I'm honestly looking at X and Y to do a little bit better. I'm looking at Akuma to do a little bit better as well. But I think the name everyone's looking at right now is Team Burger. When our champ was the only one still alive, it was dangerous.
Yeah, T-Wolves
Burger,
lost.
and didn't pan out. Maybe next time here for Team Burger.
He's
and
just
to try
shooting.
to maybe shake off a little bit of the ring rust as well, because ALGS is such a different beast.
And yes, and we'll take a quick break and we will come back for our next games.
Feel you on that, Moon. Yo, what up, Joe? All right, Twitch, I'm gonna feel bad for doing this because I know y'all only just got hit with ads not too long ago. But I'm gonna try to get back on track so we're not really missing much games. So I'm gonna run a quick 90-second one here now. Now I'm gonna go refill my water. Yeah, Booker dropped 62. Bro, that's what I'm saying. There were some crazy ass games here like the last week.
They know where you are.
I gotta admit, I may have tricked you. Whew, glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will, Alpha.
Welcome back, everyone. The passion is real as we have groups A and C battling it out today. You have witnessed what this region can do. You know, we have teams from Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and more. Dax, we're gearing up to go to game 2. Again, I wanted to have a quick touch on legend picks. You know, we're on Storm Point at the moment. We're going to play 3 matches on Storm Point. We've seen a lot of Bangalores. Any changes that you noticed from the previous week where teams might have swapped it up a little bit?
I mean, more Valkyries, yes, and also more Bloodhounds are the ones to really watch out for. I've always been theory crafting without Seer now into the meta. Will we still play a bit of that scan? And it seems like for APAC-South, some of the teams that want to play that Bloodhound use the Eyes of the All-Father.
Boons to ask, what is going on in the NBA? I'm not sure, but it's definitely not defense.
All the regions that you said, Lace, it's the team from China that does get that dub. Keep going gaming, getting a game on this time around. And it's such a stark contrast from what we saw last time, from what we saw in last week's performance. They were only in the top 15. This time around, they start things off strong.
You blame Curry? Oh, my.
That's exactly right. You know, we see a couple of teams sort of start out really strong, and then they may dwindle
now
a little
everybody
bit further
shoots,
within our
dog.
map changes and stuff like that. So, you know, hopefully
Just
they can
heaving
keep
up
up the
shots.
energy and the passion for the next match.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're going to touch on a few of our Chinese teams. You know, you saw Wonton Dumpling in there as well. They're quite a team to watch. I was absolutely blown away with their performance in the last match. Of course, KPG coming out on top as well. You know, we're going to highlight these teams. We've obviously had a fair few changes with some of the, I think it was the Australian rosters, so that's been exciting. But, you know, we're gearing up to go into the match 2. We obviously have a look and see what kind of legends that these use. I touched on that a lot of teams are picking Bangalore. I feel like we're seeing a little bit more Catalyst this time compared to Conduit.
Correct.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Conduit was kind of low pick last week
alongside
in
watching
APAC-South anyways, weren't they?
APAC-South compared to anything else. Just to build on that Conduit point though, it does feel like for teams that don't want to really contest, they don't need that extra bit of shielding, they don't need that immediate regen transfer, and instead they prioritize a bit more utility. Instead, if they play zone, they're going to be playing that Catalyst. When they want to go hunt around for the edge, they can play that Bloodhound. And if they feel like there's not enough verticality, Horizon of course is a pick, but what we said a while ago, Valkyrie is there for the squads that like to run crypto, because when you're playing crypto, you're usually just sticking around in the spot, right? And the Valkyrie, that's a skyward dive, then you have an evac tower.
Listen,
you just build on
you
as
let
many bits of mobility as much
Shiv
as possible.
enjoy his
So
time in the
evil
sun right
team
now,
trying to play
especially
off
while
of
he's in the
speed
league.
they're on.
Yeah, exactly right. And last week we saw, you know, a fair few high kill teams in a cohesion, and they had quite a few kills. And we have our team running up with like 11 kills last week. You know, we saw Boogie Borders with I think it was 17 kills, which was absolutely insane. Are we planning to see? Do you reckon there's going to be a cheeky 20 bomb ever in Pro League, Dax? Am I getting my hopes high, or do you think we might see this with some of our more aggressive teams?
I mean, you got X and Y in this lobby. They're a team that can pop.
Because there are teams that have gone above and beyond. 20 kills, that's usually a normal day at the office for a team like Wonton Dumpling. But I also want to bring up again one of the records we saw in LCQ last year. 31 KP game from X and Y. Yes, they
It was 31,
but
43 total
one of
points,
those
yeah.
kind of teams that can have that pop war performance. IBG as well, getting in the hundreds in terms of points with over multiple games. And it's kind of sad to see, honestly, IBG not really perform as high as we've expected from them. They made it to top 10, yes, back in land, but the scrim results
Well, that
have
and
been
also,
exceptional for IBG.
like,
So
one of the big
maybe
reasons
the
that
stage
Bang started
difference
getting used
moving forward,
last year
because
was
we
to
did
help
see them
nerf all the
easily get
controllers,
caught
right?
Trying to cross, especially from the grav cannon area,
Take away that
moving
aim
into the
assist?
buildings later on.
Yeah, so they're usually quite a, you know, I've touched on that they're quite an edge hunting team, and with edge hunting generally comes more kill points. You know, you generally pick up the teams that are rotating in. I didn't really see that too much from, you know, Iron Blood Gaming within that. So hopefully, you know, they can showcase this going into our our next match of the day. So, you know, these edge teams should be getting the high kills. Obviously, we do have a fair few teams making the fast rotate. You know, we saw Wonton Dumpling and stuff already there, ready to go. So I'm really hoping that some of these teams can change their tactics or do what they, you know, do best, which is either play the zone or you know, come in from the edge and sweep
I mean, there
up
was
the
some of that for the
competition.
micro rotate, but that was
I'm
more
happy
of like
to
a
see
bonus
Sereni as
thing
well.
from
They made that
what I
top
was
10
listening to a
with
lot of people
Rio,
last
so
year.
Exactly
we're gonna
right.
get a full lobby here, Lace.
Yes, so as we go, we are on Storm Point. This is our second match of the day. I'm so excited. Let's go have a look at the action.
All
Royalty
right.
in the skies here.
Dropping
folks,
for
as we're
game
getting
two,
into
champ.
Game number 2. Genome gonna be back with me yet again on the mic, but look and see already here, Genome. From north to south, this is gonna be our drop spots for today. And teams like Team Burger, they're gonna get to land at Z Station. The Pylon also gonna be very serendipitous for the likes of
Is
Serenity.
MXF still
Watching like
contesting,
Unicorn
or
at the end of this rotation as well towards Coastal Camp, and overall, most of these
or are they only
squads,
contesting on Storm
Overlook
Point in the
struggling
first lobby?
perhaps to get the down beast as soon as they would like.
I
but
thought they were
beyond that,
contesting all
it's
4
a
maps.
Good drop for everyone.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, it was Ash Esports indeed who changed from that potential contest we had down at Coastal Camp, so they are going mid-map. And then, yeah, as you said, it's a very different ring to last time, so going over towards down beast, maybe even mill. If we end up over there, we'll.
I wish
really
there
favor
was a
some
way that
different
we could
teams.
set it
We've
up
got Akuma,
where
dropping
if we
mill,
have
and
3
Drew
maps on a
Fire
map,
out
or
there,
3
so
games on a
it's,
map,
it's a pretty fortuitous
they could at least
call
make
for
it so
them,
you have like a northern
because
ring, a
one
middle
Drew
ring,
Fire
and a
not
like
having
southern
to,
ring would be kind of
taking a
cool.
lesser POI from that. Here we've
But
got
I understand why they
Strafing
can't.
Flame playing his best GDA life out over here and nicking the car once again from Cenote Caves.
Man's always playing RP as a carjacker, basically.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
in
but I feel like
he's done
that's
so.
like
And it's
way of
funny
the
to think
world
that
in
with how the spawns are
battle
now,
royales,
you know,
right,
one
Moon?
by Barometer, one by that old
You have a
guy
gun that's
CR
so
array,
strong and so
Legend
consistent
Gaming
for so
dropping
long
off
that it
the
eventually gets
Zero Station.
nerfed
They have
enough
a
where it's
lot of
just
options if they want to choose
becomes a
to
pea
do so.
shooter.
But you said it a while ago, moving into this ring pool right now, Western side
You know what I mean?
favors teams that drop there first and foremost, and Akuma, Overlook Entertainment, those are the 2 teams to watch out for now.
Yeah, Legends Gaming, they're already hot in pursuit here, trying to get into Mill. Where are they going to pull up? They can play those buildings that we see just to the right of them. The Mill team, Akuma has already gone. They think it's going to be Mill rather than say down beast. They've gone back Mill to start off with, and they're playing one of those back buildings out where the Mill Trident itself spawns. And then you've got a team like BCG, who they've got ring information. They've just grabbed cannoned over here down towards B. Not sure if that means they're going to try and gatekeep some teams over here.
You don't think that the gun meta
trading
is
a couple of shots there
at
with
least
Wide
decently open right now
starter
on the
over
SMG
Cenote.
side? I feel like
Yeah,
it's hard
a
to
lot of
balance
options for
all
these
the guns
guys
at the
here,
same time, right?
honestly.
Like you're going to have a gun
Take a
meta that
little
leans
bit of
one way or
time to pull
another.
up right now, though. Oof, potentially some teams running into each other. Burger up the north, as well as maybe some more down here in the middle of the map as well. So Burger, yeah, they've just run straight into final start, completely caught off old mate the tree cleaner. And he's been very separated from the rest of his team. All three of the final start members were quite spread out across North.
Not from the stats that I saw from week 1.
There for Burger.
And again, that
Bolt
veteran
actually
role
sat at the top.
for Team Burger immediately finding one, and Sharky showing up immediately into this room. So stellar start here for Team Burger. They're gonna get their first KP on the board. I'm also considering Bear Claw Gaming might be in trouble. I think they were looking for a trident there, and they ran into X and Y, and one of the other squads who already had those cars under their leadership. So full engage, keeping an eye out on them as well. Watching out for everyone else. Ash, MDY White, they're playing into Cito Station right now, so overall, it really feels like these teams trying to head towards the western side here. Bangor again, though, top pick so far.
MDYY also with Bring Information are going to be starting out over at Cito Station. Having a look at the
You ever get those weird, like, itches on the bottom of your foot? Oh, hold on.
First game, so people still sticking with that. IBG potentially looking...
They should be able to clean up this fight. Was this 3v1 now?
Yeah, so they want to take out VKG with just
2v1, maybe? Oh, Shnikes!
Oh, okay. He's pulled one back at least.
The
Gets a full
PK
kill.
putting in work.
Yo, Shao Kai, where did that come from? And look at the inventory he's holding right now. I do believe he has a Peacekeeper on one side, the flatline on the
Damn,
other.
IBG thought they were gonna come in here and bully VK Gaming, and
these kind of games that lesser players are gonna go for something like
Oh my
SMGs.
God.
Seems like you see
they're gonna
something
full
going-
reset.
That is
Hold on.
The reses here.
Oh!
But a
IBG.
nice beam here from Asia's is actually going to allow him to take this one out.
Asia's.
I thought he'd completely misplayed that. As he had gone out there,
Did they
it was like, you know, didn't
think
have
he
faith in
rotated
his
out?
team.
And why isn't Ash
You know, was
pushing
gonna let
this?
that-
Is it the
that
triple white
skirmish
tees? It's
go
gotta be the triple
by,
white tees, right?
And then VKG, like, almost had the opportunity to get both teammates up, but suddenly here's the res, goes back in and actually gets the cleanup, because at that point, it was a 1v1 with at least one knocked member down for each team. So, damn, that almost went so wrong there for IBG.
Yeah, IBG, they will just be a box right now. Ash Esports also looking from the other side of the street. Keeping an eye out though. Elsewhere, Serenity nearby towards the mill. The mill has two teams right now in. On the southern side, you got MDY White. On the northern side, you got Bear Claw Gaming.
We back, chat. Sorry, man.
Their bets and saying the ring's gonna pull our way.
Yep, a couple of teams over at down B still. Perhaps just, you know, hoping for a slightly better pull. I mean, Overlooked Entertainment don't necessarily have that information.
Who,
They have
Ash?
spotted
Yeah,
out
Ash should have
Burger,
1000% sent that.
who, as you can
I
see,
don't
are
think they realized
just inside the ring right now, but BCG
that they
actually
only had
getting
2
into
players in
a
total
little
and
bit
that
of
there was
skirmish
only
with
1
MDY
down.
White.
I think
Those
that
two
they thought there was
teams
1 down with
playing, the mill
3
build.
players alive there.
Yeah, it's
And they were
always,
concerned with
hot
the triple
success
whites.
When you are neighbors there by the mill. Overlooked Entertainment still playing to their namesake, loving to take high ground as much as possible, and that's the beauty of landing a down beast. You get a perch that no one
Yeah,
can
that's true,
defend.
though.
Burger's hurting. Thanks to the ring shore, Overlook trying to keep tabs on them, but Burger wisely on the inside of the beast instead, and will stay safe for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, Sharky's got that Rolling Thunder. He can pop the Bang ult to try and push Overlook down off the top here, who are sitting directly above them. I mean, it does seem like a little bit of a theme of Burger, or, you know, Divine, as we were calling them last week, which is, it feels like they're putting themselves at a disadvantage a lot of the time. They're often pushing in from the edge of the ring, taking damage, and then trying to win a fight when, you know, each of their members is maybe down 30, 40 health each. And that's, you know, it's almost like you're taking on reds with blues at that point. You've got that much of a health disadvantage versus opponents in those situations.
Yeah, it's really extremely late rotations, and yes, we do get context, but it does feel like 14.
Yeah, but I think in Ash's case, they're not in that spot without
will be the example of that
Valk,
speed.
right?
Bear Claw Gaming fighting back though, and Bear Claw Gaming.
guess they give and take
takes
with
the
it.
Fight to MDY White, and they will take command of the mill now.
Ash Esports, one of our teams running Valkyrie in this lobby. Early on, we had MXF, who was
Like, they're trying to figure out now where they're going to land. They're just going to be landing right up underneath the squad.
Screen there. Ash are just landing on the building that Akuma are at. Remember, these were the guys set up here from the start. This is the mill team who've been playing this right from the get-go. Okay, Killer Paws gonna try and bring them in here with
Oh my
an
goodness.
ult, and he does very well.
Aim assist doing beauty with the black hole
Wow.
to boot, and Akuma now staking their claim. Not allowed in. Ash Esports not allowed, and Akuma holds off the home invaders.
What's
to
the
get
question
Dark
mark
Veil
for,
into
Moon?
play
You,
well
like,
there, seen on the
as
outside,
far as what I see?
keeping
Yeah,
an eye
yeah,
out
I feel you.
nearby. And Player K, he takes some damage, sure, but this is okay for Legends. They can just keep trading those shields, keep them topped up with a pylon.
Yeah,
and
look,
hope
But
for
Ash is a
better
newer
Eagles
team, and I don't
on
think
the
they've got the
run.
I'm not
confidence to
gonna
take
lie,
fights
Dax,
like
I
that.
mean,
That's why
you
they're
gotta
taking
rethink
that
your
bout
strategy
so they can
at
play
that
more
point.
passive
If
and
you're
just
Ash
kind
and
of
you are Valk ulting
rotate
into
into,
that
like,
spot,
spots.
You must know it's gonna be taken.
like
unless-
prioritize rotate, I
double
should
check,
say.
yeah, Ash Esports, do they have a
Like they're in
players
late game, you
character? I
fucking,
don't
or it's not even late game,
believe
it's still ring two.
so.
You just happen to Valk ult, you go to land somewhere, and there's three
Yeah,
teams
look,
in three different
I
buildings.
Just, I really
you don't have
can't
anywhere to
validate
go.
that decision, right? Like you need to be planning better, either going
I
for a
mean, new
less
to
contested
like,
position there if you
new
are
is
ulting
probably not the
that
right
late
word to
into
use
the
there, to be
circle,
fair, right?
or trying to fight your way in. I mean, that's that was a very sus 50-50 there. It's kind of no surprise that they've just dropped some extra KP and loot for Akuma, further strengthening their position at the back of this mill ring.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. They just basically delivered themselves onto Akuma. Final start, though, trying to finally get into the ring. X and Y, Wanton Dumpling and Lightning Unicorn, all on the south side, who may see each other here as well. And keeping an eye out, really, for Wanton Dumpling, who's going to get that engage versus Lightning Unicorn towards the orange very, very soon. The push now, XDD trying to stay in cover. Lightning Unicorn, of course, heavily fortified. With
Chat,
Jackson
after this
setting it
fight,
all up. Really,
over
Wanton
on
Dumpling
Twitch,
just
we're
wants
gonna
to
take a quick
find
60-second
any way
ad,
in, but
which
Legacy
should
from
get us
afar
covered till the end of the game.
purposes of
All right.
Serenity. They're third partying right now and they take one down on Wanton Dumpling side. The push though comes to a shove. Lightning Unicorn have had enough and they're cleaning up house here. Jackute will fall to the hand of Board, sure. Lightning Unicorn taking a lot of damage.
Nice.
Actually.
It will stay
And
alive,
Wanton
but can they get
Dumpling,
the
yes, they're
reset? Third party
eliminated,
coming
but
in?
danger is
Or just
afoot.
shots
X
from
and
across
Y,
the way?
Serenity, both looking at them.
Just shots from
Yeah,
across
both
the way.
from afar. Serenity a little
No,
closer
Serenity
than the
a little
other.
bit
Will
closer than I
actually get
thought.
that finish onto Jack Cute there. Not gonna overextend here. Serenity actually pretty happy with their position, so they're happy to just, do some damage to one of the other teams in their vicinity. As a little bit of an update, guys, Iron Blood Gaming did manage to get the full 3 back up. Went over to, I think it was Cedo Station, to get that res off. So, your favorite Edge team back up and running.
And then now they push in.
Yeah, they're ready to hunt
Because they
in
know it's
again.
3v2
Ring
here.
going
You
in,
get the
Legends
Dark
Gaming
Veil to separate
right
this
at
fight.
the center of it, but here we go again. Orange part 2, Lightning Unicorn versus Serenity. They break down the pylon first and foremost, hunting down the remaining members here. But actually, they're just gonna back on away. They don't want to be caught in the ring full immediately. You see them use the Dark Veil to get the hell out as well. And Lightning Unicorn is left.
Then
to
why
zero.
even push
Yeah,
in,
good
though?
work from Gopgaps and Lalabang there, actually just playing the top of the orange very well.
Like, I don't hate this call,
so you
right?
have to
Prioritize
climb up
rotating
that
the zone.
hatch, or you have to somehow get in that top window.
But didn't
or
they
fence
they
off.
invested the Dark
So
Veil
they did
just to
a good
not
job of just
push?
waiting any pushes there, considering that they were a duo. And
I don't get
Serenity-
it.
Serenity obviously knew that and were thinking about, trying to finish off the rest of the KP. Anyway, we got X and Y here sitting up on Godlock. Not a bad spot here. The ring has pulled further north and will continue out towards those back buildings. So, as we mentioned before, Akuma sitting back there.
You think if they push in right after that cleanup,
Gaming and MX
they're fine there?
Teams down here like final start. Well, it's time to finally start going towards the ring, I guess.
That makes sense.
That's okay. Don't worry, you're pretty funny, man. But do we see here Team Burger also in a bit of a skirmish for themselves? Full engaged on now. Sharky will be backing on away. Still has that Rolling Thunder to utilize if ever. But it's such a problem for Team Burger to head outside because Overlooked Entertainment still keeping an eye out them. Height is so important and Lightning Unicorn is taking a little bit of a chunk of that. Final start right behind.
I say Lightning
XY
Unicorn here
already
gonna be in
evacuating
trouble on this
those
rotate,
Thunderbill
especially
on top
pulling
of
up
the
to mill where
rooftop.
there
But
should
it's
still be some
problematic for Lightning
teams.
Unicorn. They have resurrected their final member here.
I say they hear the
But
footsteps right inside this building.
But they're moving in with the frag to try and siege against FDY Black.
Good EMP to help
Okay,
open things up as long as
MDY,
Jack Q can catch up with them, though.
Crypto ult goes down there. I believe that was,
Maybe not open things up, but it should at least keep the
no,
other
actually,
team at
that might
base so
be
they can get
Lalabang putting that in
a reset?
to try and,
Oh
break some of
my
the utilities.
goodness, Gop Gabs.
On the inside here, but they can't quite make it. I think they're going to have to sit
They gotta worry about the
outside.
left, though.
Trying to hide behind the Trident doesn't save Lalabang, and once again, down to 2. X and Y trying to close the net now.
And you know who has gotten that KP over for the Lightning Unicorn squad? It's Serenity. They've always been watching this team, picking them apart bit by bit. X and Y, a perch to work with, facing off perhaps against the likes of IBG and Godhand. But with his high ground, JR, he's happy to still keep poking with the 30-30. When it comes down to the clutch, JR's the one X and Y relies on right now. They're relying on him to do damage from afar.
Teams in the mill. There's quite
So
a
is
few in
IBG
there.
gonna push Godhand here, it looks
Four,
like.
I believe, in the bottom, and yeah, another 2 up in that top building if you count Serenity nearby. But it's these back houses that we're watching here. IBG
Able to get themselves
they've
some
got
more
another
kills.
nice
Should
clean
be
up
able to
there
get the
onto
reset here, but I
Godhand.
don't think I like this spot on the bridge.
Really should be winning those battles against.
The good news is
Meanwhile,
where they're
Team
at on the
Four
bridge should kind of be away
struggling a
from
little bit here.
a lot of these other teams kind of making their way towards zone, right?
T4's
out in 15th.
No escape for T4. They are terminated here. What I see though, keep going gaming. Throw out the energy barricade. Looking to stay on live as much as possible and keep going gaming right now. They have a good spot here to watch out for full engage and overlook nearby. Final start though. They finally made their way into the mill here.
Okay, having a look at Team Berg here, who have made their approach from the north. Okay, they're trying to get in on top of MXF. They've got a Catalyst, but there's no Watson for them. So, you know, some utility to try and hold teams at bay. All right.
Good job to be able to take over that door here for Burger.
Listen to the
Nice.
man making a return to APAC-South.
Let's do it.
We just gotta get this angle here. The roof team can
Yeah.
probably see us, and they'll try to fuck with us.
Queuing. I think they're fighting.
Just chill. We got kills DB side.
Okay.
Now we start to see everyone fall. IBG picking up more kills here too.
I'm not seeing anyone bottom floor of the next building over.
Which one? This one?
Yeah,
Someone
this
queued
one.
up the height, so I'm gonna assume.
Do we just go for it?
Mm,
Do you have a smoke sharky?
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke here.
Yeah, alright, let's go, fuck it.
yeah, going.
Nice.
Running.
Get in.
Boxes.
Yeah. Stay for me.
We have
Oh,
an
yeah,
amber here
dirty.
as well.
Can we get
I don't know if I like sitting on
No,
bottom
team
here.
up, team up.
They do have a team up on top though, right?
The people in.
Yeah.
We're fighting.
Are they?
They're getting
On me!
fucked.
Get him!
Nice, Spicy.
It's a full team upstairs!
Nice. So
Full
this is
team
gonna
upstairs!
be
Wait, there's a fucking
Chill, chill, chill.
IBG up there.
Yeah,
I'm
just
betting.
fucking chill.
Legend getting some kills here. They're gonna take
Might
out.
not be a full team. I just pressed
Is
the
it a
bank
duo?
going upstairs.
Someone's
Keep
evacuating
going,
outside.
and then I think what
Oh, yeah,
Crusader.
full team!
Yep.
Ready on the fence!
I'm nading
So that
it.
means Legend should be by
She-
this
she
fight
ran
as
back,
well,
They ran back.
right?
It could be a duo up top.
Is that who's on the fence
They can
fence
make it
line maybe?
Box.
Yeah, I'm coming to you, Pricey.
They reinforced that door, I can't.
I'm walking up.
Name
I'm
this
walking
door.
up. I'm
Yeah,
walking
let
up.
it.
Yeah, I'm letting this door.
I think it might be a full 3.
It should blow it up, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Not
Yeah.
box.
Or is this a Kuma here? This might be a Kuma upstairs.
Bottom floor. We gotta make sure no one comes to us. I didn't get my kill either. Cringe. People are there.
Oh, let that bad boy sing.
Can't do it.
Nice.
There's still 3 men behind this fence. They got like no
Still
roof.
healing?
Whoa, bruv.
On that purple box right here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
I
them
need
off.
it.
Get them off.
Yeah.
I've dropped a bunch as well.
Okay, I picked them up. I'm 6'5".
Dead.
Two Pricey.
I need help.
Watching.
It's just one there.
Horizon 76.
Nice shots from Way here.
Yeah, I'm dropping. 2 bats.
Thank you.
All right, so we see them taking the middle building there, the bottom
I like
floor
them
at
not
least. They could
overextending
be
on
a
this
little
team
bit more
above them,
aggressive,
right?
or getting
Like they
two
did
down
enough
on
damage to
back
keep the
with
team
Levy
upstairs
on
basically
set
in the
because they still
room.
had the cat alive. Akuma managing to stabilize a little bit on that top floor.
But then they just
reinforce
chill.
the doors
It's
with
not
that-
IBG
with
that was up
capsule available. And then you've got also
stairs,
duo of
obviously,
like
'cause
unicorns
IBG's out
too. So
here.
Honestly, I think Team Burger
Long
actually
rotate
in a
for
better
IBG
position
here.
than They even know right now, as long as they play together and leverage that full.
Bear
duo
Claw
there,
gonna go
even
out
firing
ninth.
the Kraber across to these other teams, trying to pull up to the
Legends
ring now,
keep
Dax.
getting some big kills up in the game and the kill feed, man.
On the prowl, got Asia down for the count already. Dexter's hurting, and IBG might be in trouble here. Ziggy getting the hell out. The Dark Veil not getting enough cover. Legends Gaming, on the other hand, still happy to stay around in their building.
So Legend
Pulling, and
Gaming.
full engage is gone. IBG, incredible work from Ziggy yet again. A taste of what we saw back in LCQ. We get it here again.
Zicky's
in
underneath
the
them, but
APAC
he's by
South Year
himself.
4. But Team Burger, you mentioned it a while ago here, Genome. They're alive. They're good.
This
in
building's
their
kinda
spot, but they
popping
need to
right
hold
now.
off many a member going their way.
I was watching Ziki's POV there. That was one of the sickest spray downs and the quickest couple of kills you will ever see. He just peeks to the right of the cat wall.
But
Oh
he
my
died
god.
to the fence. Of all things. Oh,
After all that,
no.
after beaming for about 400 damage in about 2 seconds. It's
Yeah,
the
but it was
fence that takes
3v1.
us
He
down.
was down underneath Legend. I'm guessing is
No
what happened. They
trespassing.
pushed down.
Thy name is Legends Gaming, and that has hurt.
But now the good news
another
for Legend
clip
Gaming
for
is they're going to be
IBG,
away from the rest of
another
this,
clip to
like
watch
all
out
these teams
for.
fighting over
This is
here.
why we say they're a team to keep an eye out. But that house is getting crowded. Call the fire department.
Because what? I
because
think
this
they're
is
in.
very testy. Akumadon,
Are they in this
duo
building?
that we
Are they in
mentioned a
this
while
building?
ago, still taking a few shots from afar. Killapause.
They're in one of them by themselves.
Shield. MXF though staying away from all this carnage here, Genome, and they're the ones towards the hard north here.
Yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see how that decision to take the middle building instead of that northern building works out here for Team Burger, because MXF, they've got the north to themselves, Legends Gaming actually have the south building to themselves, and then we've got the other 4 teams all clustered in around that
So the only
middle
problem
building.
for Legend, though, is it means that
Right, we
MXF
actually
is just
see a
going to keep
couple of
poking
Legends
across at
Gaming,
them.
team there. Well, they're getting
Oh.
they got completely removed.
What the hell just happened there? MXF from afar.
Bro,
30-30
the 30-30 putting in work,
like
dog. That was dirty.
They want to sing again and again. But Team Burger, they've been sieging the staircase for so very long. We've seen Sharky try to throw some smokes, a few frags towards the doorway as well, but it's been fortified.
Good news for Legends Gaming is it did look like they had a decent amount of KP.
Hungry now for a few more kills,
that
moving
EMP.
forward. But the EMP, as you said, Comcast puts a stop to Artorias and a potential rampage as Akuma still on the inside. This is getting very dangerous now.
Asaran almost getting up to red with that EMP. There were so many targets for him, but they only have the 2 alive. The rest of the teams, honestly, a lot of duos left.
Oh,
in
man.
this.
So this is
You
a
can see
Kuma and Team Burger fighting
trying
right here.
desperately to hold on to this staircase here and just eliminate anyone who comes out of it.
So Akuma's
Very
going to fall.
much being the
Sharky and Pricey
gatekeepers
still left
right
as a
now. Will
duo
they be
coming from
able
this
to get
building,
way
but
back up
everyone's
and
over there,
alive?
dog.
Doubtful
Serenity's a
at this
trio.
point, but maybe if there's enough catwalk, they can obfuscate that vision and get themselves back up full and running.
Who's
But
the other
so many
trio right
teams
now?
getting right into the action.
And
Lightning
keep an eye on
Unicorn
Lightning
trio?
Unicorn taking advantage of all the cards as Jakku gets one. Serenity though still behind the veil as MXF is eliminated now. 3 squads remaining here. Sharky on the prowl. Lightning Unicorn is gone. And here we go. Serenity versus Team Burger. The battle of the Aussies go in Serenity's favor, and they'll be the winners of this map.
And Serenity had a decent game in game 1, right?
Boy,
They had the
that is
Mozambique.
some big damage.
Yeah, Serenity had 9 points in game
Serenity
1.
At the end, and
Which isn't a great
I mean,
game. I
honestly,
had them in
hats off to how
6.
They played that one. You got to remember.
So then
they were
obviously your
slowly
12
working
placement
their
points
way
here,
past Mill.
plus whatever kills they had.
Yugi picking up a few kills as well as Legacy in that game, and just slowly working themselves all the way back to that final circle. An impressive finish from them, Lace.
To take out the win, they're just going up, up, and up, you know. If you weren't already aware, we are here for APAC-South Pro League, showcasing groups A and C. Serenity obviously taking out the win there. Team Burger is another one I wanted to touch on as well. You know, they placed about, I think it was 14th in the first match. Genome, I feel like they're pulling their socks up coming into this second match.
Yeah, you saw it was a pretty tough series of decisions for them to get forward. I do wonder if they could have taken out MXF and then played from that northern side. It was a tough call, though. I think they made probably the safer play, but you know, it could have been the high risk, high reward option that rewarded them better at the end.
Yeah, and Iron Blood Gaming making us clench a little bit there with the 2 teammates down. You know, they're managing to eliminate that team and then getting a full reset. You know, that's the performance we love to see from Iron Blood Gaming, this edge hunting team, Gino.
I mean, it was an incredible game from IBG. Once we get those scores, I'm not going to spoil it right now, but I can tell you they absolutely cleaned up in game 2 here, considering they had that rough start where they actually had to pull back out of the circle. There's that effort from Ziki that I was talking about. Oh my lord.
You say you saw right there on that screen though. He had 6 kills and 7
so
assists.
they got so many KP in this game, and it was a pretty incredible effort considering they had to rotate all the way out and all the way back in again.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, and here we see Serenity just absolutely obliterating the team. But, you know, Team Burger, I think they only went in there with a little duo. And here we are with the scores and the damages. Serenity just literally eliminating the competition, just coming out there. Great performance from
14
Legacy.
KP for
and Yugi,
Iron
you know, with
Blood.
Team Burger, then having
Unfortunately,
the two
in
players
7th,
up
what,
and
you get
still managing
5
to
points?
secure second.
Yeah.
But still, it's a
and
19-point
Pasteurize
game.
Down to 7th position there, Lace. 14 kills.
Sheesh.
For Iron Blood Gaming. Sheesh is correct. Taking out the damage leaders, essentially, for the lobby.
I mean, it means they
That's
almost
a
had as many
nuts
points as
result
Serenity,
from
being
them.
6
But
points
when
below,
you
or
consider,
6
the kind of damage that
spots behind
Ziggy
them.
could output there, it's also kind of not completely surprising. So here we go. The standings after 2 games now.
All right, so keep going. Serenity tied at
KPG
30.
Still on top with 30. Managing to edge up a little further, but Iron Blood Gaming, this is what we are expecting them to do, right? Obviously, they didn't get to play
Yes.
last week, but this is how we're expecting to get on top of lobbies, not through placement points. As you can see, they are much lower
Wait,
than
what do you mean
everyone else
MDY
around them,
white
but
19?
through sheer force of will and
Oh, were
fight.
they in what, 19th spot?
Yeah, exactly right. And like I
Last
touched
game?
on Iron Blood Gaming, you know, they're not new to competition. They did place 10th, I believe, at the ALGS Championship. So they, you know, they've got this in their belt. They've won prize money. They've seen the money before. I just feel like it sort of took that first match just to warm up the fingers a little. You know, they're a very
All right, scores
aggressive
back
squad.
coming in for
And like we
Twitch
just
and
saw
YouTube
then,
chat.
having 14 kills amongst them. That is exactly
Remember, if y'all come in when
what
we're
I was looking to
watching
see
a
from them.
Apex
Well, I feel like they're playing so
ALGS
close to the limit
series
the
that is
whole time.
updating on
Every time we see
Liquidpedia, you
them,
can use
you
exclamation point
know,
now in chat.
Yeah, they're
And it gets
right
you the most
on
up-to-date
edge,
scoreboard.
You know, maybe taking a bang ult, walking in from zone, and if you keep doing that, obviously you're gonna run through the flames sometimes.
That's it. It's like having a little fire under there. You know, you got to keep going. But as well, we'll just head on over to a break and we will see you right after for some more action.
All right, Twitch, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. Bro, I can't be yawning. We're only 2 games and a 12. I have to go grab me a soda. So I think I'm actually gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna go grab me a soda. We're gonna take us a quick break, chat. It's got 2 minutes. We'll go just do a 2-minute break. I'm gonna go grab me a drink. All right, back for game 3, baby. One more time here. On to Storm Point, and we're off to World's Edge for 3.
Say hello to the 401st. Get ready for a world of hurt. Kill confirmed. Gonna add you to the list.
That's a cool animation.
And what an exceptional second game. If you weren't already aware, we are here for APAC-South Pro League. We're showcasing groups A and B. You know, KPG having the first win of the day there, and it's ready to take the second win. And not to sound like a broken record, but APAC-South has produced the likes of Dark Zero back-to-back champions and, you know, Moist Esports as well. The teams today, are they living up to your expectations so far, Genome?
I think definitely a couple of them are. I mean, you know, not everyone can win if we're only.
Where's
2
Legends
games in,
sitting at right now?
But yeah, we have
Fifth?
seen, you know, Legends Gaming been making
tied
you know,
for
the
fourth,
final
tied for
circles
fifth, however that is.
consistently. We've seen some good
Easy
play
Flash,
there.
of course, sitting in top 3 on
Sharky,
damage.
of course, Easy
Usual
Flash
spot for him
is,
there.
A permanent fixture.
Always there.
A permanent fixture on this graphic. You can see the Bangalore's leading from the front as well, right? You got to remember. She's a very high pick rate in this meta at the moment, but also generally the point man for your composition, the one who is pulling out and doing a lot of that. Legacy being on top, honestly, shout out to him. That's a big play, and you've got to remember, you know, they were playing as a duo, Serenity, last week, so they have a lot of ground to make up.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we did see them as a duo last week, and then, you know, seeing them as a full stack team, they can show us exactly what they're made of. You know, we've had 2 matches on Storm Point so far, and we're gearing up to head to our last match on Storm Point. But of course, not the last match of the day. Any teams you feel have a little bit more confidence on Storm Point compared to World's Edge?
Yeah, would have to go back through the stats on that one. I mean, I think as I was noting earlier, Dreamfire had a very rough Storm Point last week, so maybe you know, not that they're in this this lobby at the moment, but you know,
that's it.
Hopefully they can get there.
I'm going to stop you there, Genome, because we're about to see what they can do on Storm Point. Here we go with match 3.
Let's get it, baby. Last go around on Storm Point. Where's our casters? 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 Casters?
Both at 30 points right now, and it can be anyone's game moving forward, given how the scoreboard's really been shaping up to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair call. A lot of teams getting a look in so far today. MDY White, obviously one of the fan favorites when we went back over to
Legends Gaming, grabbing the whip, pulling off. Let's get it.
Along with Dreamfire, especially. Just having a quick look at the Legends here, Dax. We have actually finally had a change, and that's going to be for final start. They were playing Bangalore Bloodhound Horizon earlier on, and they have switched off the Bangalore. Insane. Switched off the Bangalore and actually picked up a Catalyst. So they'll be playing Catalyst Bloodhound Horizon. A very interesting composition.
That is an interesting comp. Looks like we're going to be seeing a barometer ending, which should lead to quite a few teams in the end game.
Bloodhound also getting so much love so far in this game, but here we have it, MXF. Keeping an eye for them right now in barometer. We expected them to actually be contested all throughout this day. They're happy to have this POI to themselves. And it kind of is because some of their scrim results haven't been the best. I've seen other teams like Lightning Unicorn challenge this kind of occasion. Ash Esports being one of them. But MXF, they're going to get a pretty safe start to begin with here.
Yeah, it's pretty safe for them. Gold armor, 2 mobile res beacons. And yeah, as you said, you know, they Valk ulted essentially into Godspot last game. And now the zone pulls on them again. So a very fortuitous game here for MXF. Other teams around the middle. Got a couple of teams actually going through Jurassic here. Full engage. Ash, even MDY White actually,
I love the changes to Jurassic. Thoughts, chat?
Past them in the Trident will start taking some heavy fire as they pull past both of those teams. But of course, with some of the gates removed.
I think that's such a
as
dope,
you can see, sort of torn apart. Who knows? Maybe that was the prowls.
now.
Maybe that was something else. Either way, it does.
Now
allow them to
fights that
save
happen
Ash.
over
Well,
here
they
can
probably
actually
were
like
safe, but
happen.
They do get through.
They get the orange, that's for sure. Luckily, Prowlersaurus Rex isn't around, but MDY White,
I probably turned this down just a bit too much, didn't I?
Engage, and it's already bounced off a fifth. Gunda in trouble here and needs to go for a little bit of a reset for now. Medkit is online, but MDY White, they're still sticking around on the inside. Barricade fortified, and Kizix is the first to fall here. Full engage, losing one early. And this is where they contend with. Do they actually just go away already? A little bit of considerations now. The drone detecting them as well. Ash Esports nearby and full engage. They tried to play their namesake, but now they have to full evacuate from this point on.
Kizix bleeding out on the ground here. Will his teammates be able to get back for him? Honestly, kind of doubt it. MDY may be happy to just sit in this orange for a while. You do see teams often, you know, they're happy to post up in there. As you said, though, Ash on the other side means MDY actually have quite a few angles to worry about. Kizix may be making...
Where do they go from here if you're full
longest
engage?
Push as a downed person I have seen. Not getting thirsty.
Surely
this
they
is
know.
Incredible that MDY and Ash haven't teamed up to take him down. Now getting punched back to safety. Watson fences.
I was gonna say, you should
and
know if there's a
pylon
second
going
squad,
up.
right?
My God, is he? They're doing it, guys. They're reviving Kizix.
They gave him a premium package, basically, and Trump
How does he
team
get
is
picked
ready
up
to go
here?
Yet again, full engage.
Oh,
Up the
what a
grade, there is
delayed
the
push here onto
finally.
engage.
But MDY White, they might have taken a little too long, and now they're gonna have to play against the Watson ultimate. Bang Papa fifth, though, gonna fall for
they got this, though. They're still fine.
Again, their fangs spared, full engage
That made that a
round.
lot
There
harder
is
for them,
no
though.
escape as MDY White has their number.
Yeah,
But now
in
this
the
kid taking so
meantime,
much
Ash
time
have
to
taken up
Ash.
their position. Ash move forward to the orange. MDY White has that very belated decision. You know, kind of spilt the end for
Yeah,
them. You see
Ash's
some
comp is
big
very
grenades coming
interesting
out
to
there.
say the least,
And
Subsy.
Yase really trying to finish them off. They've got such a small amount of cover to hide behind. Two of them down. Now it's only Mingyue. I hope that 3KP was worth it, guys.
You know, sometimes they say better late than never, but perhaps this time around, it was better never than late. Just the call really there from MDY White. Instead, they're going to be a victim from Jackie and Lightning Unicorn from afar. And Ash Esports
I think their
now
thought process is they're wanting to play
all the way. They haven't
more like
gone the
early
way, though.
rotates in zone.
He's hiding behind the spikes, and Yase
Bro,
doesn't see it.
shut
There's a
up.
little particle effect. It's a little bit over him, but finally spotted. Mingyue has to get the hell out. Gravity cannon to try and make it the barometer. Ash Esports also finally
Does he
realizing
survive
they're
Alpha
big
Cannon,
bamboozled,
though?
but please,
No
MDY
way.
White, they survive with a solo for the time being.
Oh, I don't know how long he's going to make it, honestly. Unless he knows a good spot in Barrow, this one could be tough for Mingyue. There's, you know, under those bridges often will get played pretty quickly. Oh, okay, Wonton Dumpling going to be taking on Bekwa there. I think that was.
Well, Alabang's the one in trouble right now, and Onto Dumpling giving chase and Googly versus Lightning Unicorn here. It's only Jackie left to try and stay alive. A solo yet again, as even Surprisey and Overlook Entertainment getting in the action.
Bro, Lightning Unicorn struggling a little bit out the gates this week, huh? Especially if they go down here, 19?
Again, it does get value, but BK Gaming,
Fuck,
they're
bro.
hunting as well, scanning for targets.
Yeah, my bad. That was LU taking the L's there, and it will be
There it is,
deleted
19.
by VK Gaming, who end up finding Jack Cute down the bottom, all on his lonesome. So VK sitting there, 13 points at the moment at number 8. Not too shabby at all. And the
This
ring.
is why you got the Bloodhound.
Yeah, exactly. You're tracking those guys to the end.
So if
of
you
the
are
earth, if you know exactly where
Lightning
they are, and you
Unicorn
lock
here,
down that they're alone. Way
do you hope
out
that a lot of those
towards middle.
teams at the top
We have IBG
go
trying
out
to
early so you
they've
don't
actually found these
fall
guys
too
on
far
the
behind?
crafter. It's time to send it.
Now, we've seen this from
But
teams
unfortunately
with
means
the Bloodhound,
other people
especially
pass
in
you
other
up.
regions. I saw this in NA before, seeing it now here in APAC-South, and IBG is on the prowl again. The tree cleaner will get mopped up there by Dexter, and Dexter's just looking for anyone else. Really a standout from the Exo clan before. Now Final Start will get their ending here in Store Point, and
It's
IBG,
definitely
they
interesting
get
that
even more
IBG
KP now
tends to
wrap.
grab the aggressive
This
squads.
is where I think IBG potentially are, you know, separating themselves from the competition. Dax, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they lock down rotations.
Because remember that chicken sandwich squad that they picked up.
Deduced, that team was there crafting, and they pull up at exactly the
Before
right
they
time
dropped,
to catch them off while it's happening. Obviously, with that crafting symbol, you can tell from quite some distance away the team is there. You know their position, and it's so easy for the pros to pull up and just put down that one-clip damage there. So IBG, a good start here in Game 3 after an absolutely wild Game 2 where they picked up 14 KP.
Yeah, but Serenity, on the other hand, they're in trouble here as X and Y will spot them immediately. The winners from last game now left to a duo, and X and Y, they've been struggling all throughout.
I was gonna say, it's interesting to see that X and Y has been so quiet.
Fight. Spike's throwing the frag, though, is the answer here. And X
That's
and Y
true, Moon. That's a good point.
Opportunity. They left one behind to make this effectively a 2v2. Serenity still sticking on around.
The team that plays aggressive usually has confidence.
Getting a bit of cover right now, detected though.
Team that tends to play passive.
X and Y will head on out, doesn't want to get
tends to not have as much confidence.
Team. And while Serenity survives for the time being, X and Y, they're waiting for an opportunity to engage again. XD does so from above. Legacy will fall to the ground, and Serenity cornered like rats. They're getting exterminated here.
You definitely have to find a way to balance that, right?
What can Jesco and Boogie do by this point?
Well, the thing is, JR's nowhere near this fight, Dax. He's actually holding down the building for X and Y. So at this point, even though they've got Legacy on the ground, it's still a
2v2. Now 1v2.
When finally
they gotta stay alive.
Or will they just go playing the knockdown well? No, the hemlock too much.
Yeah, they gotta worry about the third party, though.
Finish that off just very slowly, using the height there to peak and make sure they keep.
Remember, Serenity was at the top of our leaderboard there. Well, one of the teams at the top of our leaderboard. I think Keep Going still in the lobby though, and that's our #1 team, sitting at 30 points.
That this can be a potential third party from afar, but just because of those even numbers, it takes them way too long, and they were in danger because of T4 nearby too.
Yeah, so it was a very heads-up play, wasn't it? You know, how many times today have we seen a team full send it and then just not be ready for that third party? So the fact that they were playing that slowly while also holding their position in a zone, which, by the way, looks like it could be a very, very powerful one. I really like how X and Y played that.
Yeah, it's just their evolution. They used to be one of those hard edge teams that just goes for the full send.
So is this one of those? Okay, yeah. So KPG does still have 3. I was wondering if that was one of those
in the hands of MDY
visual things. Not so much a bug, but just out of range.
Also have a big Kraber in his hand, so double Kraber for MDY Black. Please don't look at them if you spot them.
No shot. That is that's a little bit too scary for me.
It's a bit of overkill, that's for sure. You get shot by 2 Krabers at once. Doesn't matter, you're just down immediately.
Yeah, I guess at any point, right? That's at least 2.
Imagine you 1, 2, 3, 2 different people with Krabers.
You know, maybe it's just avoiding that disappointment
as a squad.
Sometimes, you know, you get the headshot on the Kraber these days. It does like 189 if it's like a purple.
All right, Team Burger's about to be rotating in here.
It just hurts you inside. So I think it's only
they gotta find a place to at least
get 2 Krabers and then you
get a quick kill in there and have to start moving again. They got 60 seconds.
Out, you know, and here we go again, though. X and Y having their own kind of scuffle as they do move in.
They gotta worry about
Akuma. By the bridge, keeping an eye out as much as possible, but it's a big skirmish here by the southwest side of Barometer still. X and Y, they have called for the disengage.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is Team Burger, by the way.
2 headshots, 2 shots, 2 kills.
Here, but they're ready for this. Once again, they've come through the zone. Doesn't give them a lot of options.
That's what I'm saying, 2 from the same team.
And we do see that Horizon all come out immediately to try and deal with them. They are very quick.
All right, Burger versus Akuma here.
Rid of that though, and they will survive just for now. Looks like Team Burger don't necessarily want to.
Burger's got people from everywhere, just absolutely raining on them. This has been fucked since Jump Street. Oh, dude.
Pricey goes down. So many targets looking at them from Barometer and Legends Gaming marking them yet again. Yukoi though finding Pricey there. Akuma will be on the hunt with the Dark Veil in tow. So it gives them a little bit of space to work with. Move on forward. Need to be careful because Barometer has many of these squads. They spot out one from Team Burger. Sharky desperately trying to top himself up. Way line 2, but way spotted.
Akuma's just gonna close it in.
Double kill already. More for Akuma. They are out for blood and hunting Sharky in the water. What irony is this?
I mean, it's his home ground. That's where he feels Feels natural for the shot.
All right, Legends
but
and
unfortunately he's
KPG.
gonna have to go
If
for
Legend
higher
can take him
ground
down
at
here,
this
that would be
point. Once
absolutely
again, Sharky
huge.
is the last left alive.
Allows them to close the gap.
Team
I think IBG
Burger
is still in the lobby
Legends
as well.
Gaming.
And we saw
They're
BCG
holding
just a
one
moment
of
ago.
The zipline spots over at Barometer. They're going the Sentinel rather than the Kraber. Oh, nice frag out from Player K to finish off KPG there.
That's my favorite furry.
4-3. Player K lobbing it like the best of them. Watching God Hand though, they're gonna need more than prayers to survive at this point. It's been a struggle for them so far in Storm Point, and X and Y might make it even more difficult. They're still trying to move in though towards that southern bridge, pivot their way into that building, move into the next ring perhaps. But God Hand, they spot out a target. It's X and Y still seeking cover. Sweeping Barrage now into play. XD dropping down I Draco to the floor. And while we're watching,
All right, X and Y should be able to push this and clean this up, right? 2v1?
And Sharky is turned into
Or are they at full 3?
unfortunately. God Hand though, can they survive? It is not looking pretty for God Hand whatsoever. X and Y with another one.
X and Y is a
they're
full
really
trio
keeping
still.
their domain in check.
I mean, this is incredible work from X and Y, still operating as a duo, up with the red armors that, you know, almost gets them closer to having their health of a third person. Meanwhile, JR still just in the building by himself, and once again, the circle has pulled further that way, so X and Y, not only with triple reds and 6 kills already, but looking fantastic as IBG try and get even further in from the north side of the ring. Overlook Entertainment.
So IBG, I believe, is the
IBG, they just want kills. Over 70%
highest
of their points are from KP right now.
point
and they
team
want
that's
to add
still
even more
alive
to
currently
that.
in game 3
Overlook
here.
Entertainment, now they're getting siege on in. Immediately one will fall. The damage from up
That's a good
close.
opening from
Sticky
IBG. They'll
brings
back
in
down,
the
get a
bolt
quick
and brings
reset
in
with
the
some
thunder.
bats, and
One
they'll push right
down.
back in.
Overlook, can
Full
they
swing.
find
Yeet.
any chance to reset? They take the fight to
Well done.
IBG instead. And sure, they're going to get a down along the way. It's IBG with advantage. IBG with the aim. And
Well done by
with the
IBG,
wipe.
man. Bleed him out, baby.
I mean, it was a gold knock, actually. The Overlook managed to get that up in the middle of that fight, but it still wasn't enough to hold out
KPG's
IBG.
back as a
That
trio.
said, we've seen how often IBG go down, so actually getting the gold knock of the loot there could really help their further rotation into the circle, because I can tell you there's a lot of teams in between IBG and the next zone as it pulls further south. In Barometer, one of those you can see being BK Gaming, who are holding one of these zip buildings, the one across from Legends Gaming.
And a really wise choice here from IBG. Instead of running into Keep Going and Legends Gaming, they take the old spot of Keep Gaming, move on to the left-hand side. Instead, they're going to go contend with BK, as you mentioned. Keeping an eye out, though, for MDY Black as well. They know Bearclaw and MXF are nearby, and they're just sticking around in the tunnels. IBG, here we go again. Back to watching
Wow.
Zicky do Zicky things.
Yeah, I
They're
mean, that's
all
why
dead
you
to
see a
his
lot of
hand.
teams spending a
And
lot of time in
IBG, they're just
TDMs.
racking up these KPs immensely.
Who's next on the list? Is it Wonton Dumpling? That is the team in front of them at the
Oh,
moment.
missed
T4 a little bit further down, but
All right,
Zicky
IBG's in some trouble
is
here.
Now, unfortunately, the knockdown shield. Will the gold res come in once again to save them?
Easy flash though.
All right, come on,
Marksman
Legends.
from up top. Legends
This is where
Gaming
y'all step
keeping
it the
pressure
fuck up.
on. And we get the Rolling Thunder into play yet again. Creeping Barrage will do a bit of damage in IBG. They've gotten Zicky back up to his feet, so IBG survived for the time being thanks to the chaos up top of Barometer. You got Wanton Dumpling, you got Legends Gaming. And
Nice.
speaking of Legends Gaming, Player K
Hold
with
on.
a central location.
Strafing
Dark
Flames
Tail's gonna be
kinda
up.
caught by
Strafing
himself.
Flames trying to get the hell out, but IBG, they smell blood yet again. There is just no stopping a squad like
Bro,
this
they got
that
the
wants
full
to keep
reset,
fighting,
they
that
just
wants to keep going.
absolutely
And we
just
see it from Aegis, we see it from Dexter.
pooped
They
on
catch out
Legend.
already. One
That's
from
crazy.
Wonton Dumpling. Smoke though in the way. I don't think they have really Digithreats to work with right now.
This
That's good
IBG
enough
squad
for
is
IBG
insane.
so far. Instead, they're keeping their sights trained onto Legends here.
A mere 10 or 15 seconds there to reset for IBG is not only enough to get them healthy, but enough to get
Wow.
millions of KP here.
Bro, look at
for
how
the
much
team
KP
who just
they
do
have, bro.
Not stop. They are up to, what is that, 13
Fragging
kills?
out of their
11
minds.
kills already.
That's
An
insane.
incredible effort when only half the lobby has been eliminated so far, and about half of them at the hands of IBG alone.
speed kills, and IBG is just in maximum velocity from this point on. Quick resets to get them back into the game. Legends, on the other hand, stuck to a solo, and IBG even wanting to track down anyone who tries to play the evac tower. Keep going, playing to the
All right, now
mantra,
IBG is
moving
going to at
forward
least
down
move their way into the zone. They got to figure out where they're going to
have been staking
set
their
up
claim
shop.
for so very long. IBG though knocking on doorsteps yet again. The fences
Who's
are set
that
though, and
creeping in my
IBG
window?
reassessing. KPG does find one along the way elsewhere, and IBG still sticking around here by the doorway.
Yeah, now they know they have to slow down a little bit. Dexter just hit a scan and he got the dreaded 10 plus hostiles in front of him, because of course there are still quite a few squads around here. Iron Blood Gaming don't have a good spot yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get one soon with how insanely on point their team fighting has been in this series so far.
I mean, the win condition here for IBG is to make that 10 into a 7, into a 4, into a 0, basically. And their rampage can continue if they find a good engagement.
Bro, look at
KPG's
spot.
Keep going also. They just have a small corner to work with. I know it's fun to be by the beach, but man, not like this.
I mean, they're gonna have to get the sun house, get the sunscreen on, I think, if they're gonna be running through the zone to get to their next spot.
Bro, let him comfort
Unlike
pick
a
his
team
weapon,
like,
dog.
MDY Black here, they're sitting right in the middle of the zone with a couple of energy weapons and still that double Kraber in their hands. Other teams in notable positions, you've got X and Y to the south, down the bottom by themselves, and T4 actually have a decent position over to the east as well. The rest of the teams clustered up towards IBG. Can they take further advantage of the chaos now that they have this high ground? This could be potentially a kill record game. I mean, this is, and maybe even a kill record series for Iron Blood Gaming, considering how wild they've been going.
I mean,
they're at 17 kills through 2 games.
Black with those 2 Kravers, they can ill afford
Plus they
to
said
miss
what, like
those
13
shots.
so far this game?
Overall, X and Y has just been waiting for opportunity and doing so well to get those reds up. IBG though, yet again with the fight, they find the final rat of Legends Gaming player. Cadence cannot play
They'll be able to push
anymore,
up to
and
this
IBG
wall.
stands
Oh,
down.
they're just
So
pushing it all the way
here,
in.
all the way
Oh
to
my
the east.
goodness.
They're ready to become the beast, but Argenstern doing damage.
They're gonna
that
have to
needs
play
be
the
done.
duo
Black
here,
Hole
though.
controlling IBG, and now that the one's in trouble, Asia's the only one still standing here. T4 looking to hunt this final member, and Asia's, does he even find any room to work with? Ziki being revived on up, but MXF have had enough of this rampage.
Damn.
They're keeping IBG suppressed. IBG still alive though somehow, and instead X and Y will have to back on the way.
How is Asia staying alive in this?
Beside of X and Y, you got MXF
Oh, well, won't be
making
long
sure
now.
that Ziki will fall, and IBG, they're now caught in the crossfire.
Hold on.
MXF obviously a great position over.
MXF actually pushed off a team that would have been able to see IBG.
And
IBG's still
everything's
chilling.
coming out. It's the
Grant has a
missile
solo,
swarm.
but still
it's
placement
a lot of
points.
those grenades as well. MDY Black, they've been scaring off teams with the Kraber. I saw a couple of people on approach there, absolutely backing off after taking the 140s to the body. MXF now finally having to drop off. Can they finish off this position? Yes, they will eliminate Bearcore Gaming, but how much further can they go?
See, they've already gone from 6th to 4th.
Have the high
About
ground
to go
now.
to 3rd
Eventually, the neighbors
for
are
IBG.
gone. Who else might be on the list? As Asia's the only one still standing, and oh no! We
Don't.
gotta see the rest of the action, but MXF, they've had prime opportunities so
please
far
don't
here,
tell me the whole
G-Dubs.
game crashed.
We've seen them wait for those kind of moments, and heartbreaker that happened near the end, but still, it looked to be such a stellar last ring there, ladies.
Crash.
That's it. We just love Apex Legends and how it works so swimmingly. Like, we may have not wrapped up our last match so successfully, guys, but you know what? We're still passionate. And
Did the
can I just
observers
have a
crash
little
or did the game
conversation
crash?
About what we saw from Iron Blood Gaming, like again showing their cohesion and aggressive play style.
Did
the
the
one
game
in a
just
building,
crash in the
I don't
last
think
circle?
So. Like, they're still going to jump in there. They're kind of a little bit like cockroaches, okay, in a good way. You know, you can't get rid of them, right? They just keep surviving. We saw, I think, Asia's there right at the end before where our match disappeared. That, you know, they're still holding on for dear life and having like all these kills along the way. You know, it's awesome to see, Genome, that they added Dexter to the roster, and he seems to be performing well for his team there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Dexter, I guess, Okay, I mean, it's a bit hard when you look at the history of this team, right? Because I would say Dexter's sort of been the core of that team for a while.
Yeah.
But obviously, they have changed names from Tom Young Kung over to IBG. And it's been a bit of a shuffle. Like, you know, Ziki was there at the start and then came back way later. But look, regardless of that,
Do they move?
I would say all three of them, Lace, are absolutely
I don't think they
kinda
do.
killing it. From what we've heard, and I mean, I was in the game as well, and I think the entire lobby actually crashed. So we'll just have to wait and see what the admins say about this one.
Bruh.
That's a real shame, because that was one cracker of a game there. I mean, IBG.
The whole
if they
game
don't-
crashed?
You know, if we have to start the whole game again, because I honestly have
Oh,
no idea what we're doing in
brother.
this situation.
Gino,
That's
the
gonna
passion
suck
was
for them.
just too strong in our region that we crash a lobby. We are just so good that the Apex can't even handle it. Dax, any, like, you know, from what we saw in that match to when it
Bro,
ended,
imagine for a
anybody
team like
you had your eyes
IBG
on
who
that was
had
really
all
just
those
outshining
kills.
the rest of
Oh,
the competition.
dude.
I mean, X and Y was something we were talking about for so very long. They
How
took
does
this
that
dominated
happen?
Barometer. They played this style where they go for the 1-2. As soon as they get a knock on a team, they send 2 towards the bridge, still keep that elevation, and always keep tabs of Bear Claw as well as MXK, I believe, who were looking for those kind of opportunities. They built those red
place and then just
Yeah, I think
give
we saw MX
you
up
know
there sort of holding
top
high
2
for a
teams
little
like
bit,
second
right? And,
placing or
just
something
trying
with
to
like
get a bit of a
their
clutch
KP
res
added
in
up
the
or
corner, you
something.
know, they're always
Bro, do you
rotating
think
with
that's
that
'cause of
gold
all the
shield,
Watson
but,
fences in
you know,
that
he's
game?
just still holding on at the
Nah,
end
there's no
before we,
way, bro.
you know, couldn't see the rest, but no, it was a great performance.
I don't even know what
Dax
you do
by
with that, bro.
MXF. You know,
That
they
might be the
closed
first time
about,
we've seen the game
they were
crash
right at the
before, but
bottom of the
never
leaderboard, I believe,
that
in
late.
match,
close to
I
Right.
believe about 18th,
No, what
you
was
know,
that-
and they're
what was
just
that
rising
code,
up
too? I didn't
through
get
the
to see the
ranks,
code
hitting
that well.
4th in the
It
second
was like
round,
long.
and then, you
It
know,
wasn't like, you
placing
know, just
No,
in our
it
code
top
was
three,
lost
long,
it.
though, you're right.
just
Yeah,
before
yeah.
Dax.
I don't know what you do with that, bro.
Bro,
That's gotta be like an on the fly like admin type decision. I really don't like a full restart on that whole map. I feel like you just can't do that.
No. Bro, what if the Apex at one point could make just like a restart match where everyone's dead and they put them in the same position with the same shit? That'd be fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Twice
that would
in
be
9 months.
insane.
I just feel like I wanted to see how many kills IBG got at the end of it. Whether
That's
they won
crazy,
that
bro.
Game or not, because you mentioned a while ago they were already up to like a dozen near the start of that rampage. They got a few more along the way. They took down Legends. They took down, I believe, Wonton Dumpling. It was just piling on for IBG, and truthfully, the replay we have right now here is the IBG highlight reel for a reason, because these guys are just one of those hard edge teams that you have to feel for. When I looked at Group C and I saw the name IBG, I already knew a game like this could come their way, and we saw a glimpse of it here today.
What are we at? Top
Exactly
3?
right. They had about roughly about 12 points. You know, coming out of their second match where they had about 14. You know, we could have seen them call up a little bit more, but they did have, you know, 2 teams sort of keeping a watchful eye on them over the top with just Asia's left alive. And I do believe that we're going to be seeing the lobby come up soon. We're just getting all our players sorted after, you know, one of the things that can happen in these things where the lobby doesn't like to work properly for our genome. You know,
So are they
I am kind of
resetting the
new
whole
to the
thing?
Cast and new to the desk, and in my eyes, you know, we watch the ALGS championships, and I know you guys at home, we always have a little bit of a moment when the match doesn't go our way.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it, right, Lace?
Yeah.
One is, you know, it's kind of sad for the players who obviously, you know, teams like IBG or XMY who had a fantastic, what was that, game 3? And then who knows? There's also a couple of viewers at home just being like, "Hey, are you saying we basically get an entire another game of ALGS to watch? Hell yeah!"
That's it. Not only we do have, you know, A and C today, you know, we do have another 6 matches after that. We've got B and C. It's a long day for us, Dax. So while we'll just sit tight, be patient, and we're just going to take a really quick break. And
Dog,
we'll
I
see
don't
you
even know what
after
to
it.
say, bro. That's just so painful. Wow. I'm gonna go refill my water, chat. That's insane. We're gonna send things over to a quick ad break over on Twitch as well. Dog, when do we just fucking take out take out Storm Point and put in Olympus? We cannot get through Storm Point one fucking weekend without restarts or nothing else. Like, at some point, fix your shit, dude. It's honestly redonkulous. We're taking an ad on Twitch. I'm gonna go blow off some steam.
Surprise.
We are, of course, here with APAC-South Pro League, where the words down under mean that things happen a little bit differently here in Australia. We love to give you guys more action, so we'll be showcasing game number 3 again. You can see your favorite teams from Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, battled it out again.
They're restarting the whole thing. There's nothing else to do, bro. That's so tough.
Their chance to play at LAN, Genome. I bet you're itching to just roll this again.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't quite ready to let go of Storm Point, so I said, hey guys, let's just run it back. Let's do it all again. I mean, it's a shame you can't do like exactly the same circle again, but oh well.
Exactly right, but here we go, guys. Let's run it back again. Game number 3 on Storm Point. Let's fire away.
You want to let go of Storm Point, wouldn't you, Genome? Because we're back at it yet again. Game number 3, take number 2, and we will take back all those KP that IBG built on, unfortunately. But we saw how exciting it got towards Barometer. We're watching now the dropship send us over towards the northwest side. And what I'm watching out right now also, of course, is what will IBG do next? Their Rampage, that kind of momentum, they have to bring it to this final game on Storm Points.
Oh, I hope so. I hope they're not discouraged by, sort of, because obviously any team who did well in the last game are going to feel a little cheated, right? Like, they're going to feel a little rough about having to do that all over again. As we said, Circle's not going to exactly be the same again. Apparently the legend compositions aren't going to be the same again.
Bro, IBG's got to be crushed, man.
I don't know if you guys caught that on the first screen there. They've switched now to Bloodhound Conduit Revenant.
Revenant in this day and age, so very interesting.
Currently.
And you play Revenant, it is a little bit selfish, sure, but if you can get the ultimate online, a little bit of tankiness to the front line, then it's a legend that can hunt for some targets. So it's pretty interesting when we see a Revenant here in APAC-South, but we're watching, of course, IBG. Happy to still play.
Oh, bro.
Watching back, though, towards the ring. It's very
That's
reminiscent
so
of the
sad,
ring
dog.
we saw last week here, Genome. It does seem like the pylon is where the action will be occurring, and Wonton Dumpling is in the center of it.
Yeah, could be. I think it might even pull a little bit further down south, potentially to somewhere to like Echo, HQ, or Coastal Camp even. But, you know, last time we had a pylon circle, it was a tricky one, right, Dax? It was ping-ponging all over the place. It was actually quite hard for those teams to read. I mean, having a look at IBG as we just were, they did get that player scan in.
All right, let's hope IBG can at least still have a decent game here, man.
You know,
You'd
they'll
hate to
probably
see them
wait
go
maybe
out
a minute
early or
two
have
just
us like
to
a really
see where the other teams are heading,
crummy game,
get
dog.
full
Like, it's gonna be
value
hard to
out of that
duplicate what they
scan
just
because
had,
they
but
don't run a console character. They don't run a controller, of course, who can scan the ring console.
I mean, if they find the players, that probably is next ring, right? And that's been the call for IBG. Also,
I mean, at least it's still a southern-ish zone or southern zone, so at least it's.
North if ever they choose to do so. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them start heading the way of Sita Station and beyond moving forward. MDY Whites, one of the teams we see constantly try to get one of the Trident flying by the coastal camps. Really, from Devastated Coast into Echo HQ, and just passing by Serenity and Lightning Unicorn plus T4. So 3 squads might create MDY White. Also next on the chopping block here might also be MXF, who had a good zone game a while ago. They have to pull away from Barometer this time around.
Yeah, man, this is like the landing at Normandy here. Like, ships just pulling up all over the place to assault the beach here at Echo HQ. Now, of course, it's Serenity who start off in Echo HQ, but they don't have a Watson. And this is why I was interested, Dax, is obviously as one of the new POIs, it's interesting to see how teams play these new POIs and these new circles when we do see them. Now, Serenity seems to be
Dog, it feels
playing
criminal
this
just to be
from
running this whole
the
thing back,
main
man.
level of
Especially
Echo
on a
HQ,
double
so they're,
day
you know,
where
they're taking the
IBG's
roof,
already playing 12
but
games.
they have a Catalyst, not a Watson, which means with the big doorways, they can't necessarily you know, utilize Catalyst fully because you can't go up those doorways. They're too big for that.
Yeah, that barricade ain't gonna be the size you want, and I understand here for Serenity, you play that content as well because you're in the middle of 2 POIs, you can get thirded at a moment's notice, and even in other regions we've seen this POI be contested by many teams fighting for the middle. So Serenity, they have the center point, yes, but not the legend composition that really can maximize it. On the other hand though, you got Ash, you got Lightning Unicorn, MXF, everyone's banking on this spot, this Echo HQ, to be the headquarters of that final ring later on.
Yeah, so a lot of teams just vying for position, trying to find their spot early on. A couple of teams who have maybe misidentified the ring, Full Engage and Wonton Dumpling actually taking some shots at each other over at the pylon because neither of them do have the ring information. So that's kind of why they're over there by themselves at the moment. Potentially some other teams going past now. Bearclaw Gaming coming from the north will run past. An early wingman for Boring here means that Wonton Dumpling are looking to get a little bit aggro on this. And Full Engage, they've already used their Catalyst wall to try and disengage.
So think about it for IBG.
Like, I don't know if Wonton Dumpling are going to let them get away.
Already had a
I mean,
12-game
it
day.
already says it in their name, whole W strong.
And you at
Wonton
least had a
Dumpling
20-point
are
game.
taking the compound away from Full Engage. Full Engage though, 2 of them inside a house right now, setting up the pylon as well. But Wonton Dumpling, they spot it immediately. The doorway opens, and this is dangerous for Jump Jibib because he will fall first and foremost to Gugu. They break the shields of the other members of Full Engage right now, and Full Engage is gonna be packing up 4 Storm Points Day already, as they're the ones first eliminated here.
First squad to go down here in our revisit of game number 3. If you walked away and you came back and you're like, hold on, I just saw game number 3. We have had a lobby restart. So we are playing out game number 3 to completion once again. This time, however, the ring
Seems like the game's going a little bit slower this time around, at least early game.
like it was
Like
last
the
time.
test's
We
not
are
as heavy.
going down towards Echo HQ, one of the new POIs here in season 19 of Stormpoint.
What do you mean, guys? This is the real game number 3. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Watching out though for T4, keeping an eye out and holding as much as they can. I guess considerations right now, T4, Legends Gaming, these kind of squads need to rotate on in. And speaking of Legends Gaming right now, they have this building for themselves. It's been a bit of a struggle though for Legends near the tail end of these games. I think I've noticed, Genome, coming into Ring 4, Ring 5, we're still at double digits, sometimes even. Ring number 6, there's still 5 kind of squads alive, and we haven't really seen Legends Gaming find the opportunities to third party as much as they would like.
Yeah, look, maybe not, but you know, Easy Flash is already sitting on 7 kills. You know, they're in 5th place. They're not doing too badly at this point. I think, you know, the interesting thing.
I was gonna say it's got to be obviously 7 kills for the day because it's not this lobby.
Oh, that's a spicy one, fellas. Everyone, almost everyone, banking on this being an Echo HQ circle, and from what we can see there, it's probably going to end up Coastal Camp.
Wow.
Whoever. Maybe even a team like Wonton Dumpling or one of those.
Everyone got
teams
that
just
wrong.
waltzes
Holy
straight
shnikes.
into God spot here.
Yeah, and look at that, MDY Black, they're trying to get into Echo HQ, and they might just have to contend with the single building right in front of them.
Hey, this could be one of those situations where that Valve comes in pretty clutch, though. Because everyone else is going to need to be trying to rotate out on foot. If you can hit the air early.
Godhand also nearby, but wouldn't it be nice to see this ring give them such a big surprise later on? Bearclaw, though, fortified for the time being, and holding on the inside. Watson's really reigning supreme here in APAC-South.
Yeah, well, they're going to hold it down tight right until the next circle, at least, when everyone, I'm expecting to see a mad scramble from these teams over at Echo HQ as they change positions. Meanwhile, we've got IBG who just flew over the top of Final Start up to the north of the map, and they were literally flying over them when Final Start hit the player beacon. Does that help IBG, or does that help Final Start? I don't think so. IBG look like they're going to get the better of them once again.
It's time to hit that big red button, but a tree cleaner will mop up Dexter to begin with. Asian Stone makes the trade work, and IBG back to IBG things. They continue on with the rampage. They find 2 already. Final Start only having their conduit up on her feet. Asian's looking around for one more target. Here he comes tracking down the opposition well, and Final Start will be gone as well.
Okay, very nice. Now, as we look towards this next circle, I think what we need to think about here is, Dax,
they're able to win their first team fight.
Okay, talking about priority, right? You know, how fast you get to rotate into a certain position depending on where your POI is versus where the ring ends up. Often, if you have low priority, you'll wait and you'll hit a beacon in zone 3
I should have made
to try
those.
and work
I
out
should have
where
reheated
zone
that
4
pizza
is
up during the
pulling,
break.
and just try and take
Hungry,
advantage of maybe some empty spaces because of that. We are seeing this happen, and it is going very much to favor those teams this game because the zone pull has been so hard for these teams to read. As a result, Overlooked Entertainment, they have that Ring 4 knowledge. X and Y, they also have that same knowledge, and these teams have now pulled up into Coastal Camp and will get God Spot.
And now it's time for them to see who's actually going to be the one to hold Coastal Camp by the lonesome Wanton Dumpling. On the other hand, though,
It was too early for me to be on in chat. My bad.
to give chase, but they realize many a member here in the server are all sticking around and calling HQ their home.
But you know what's funny about this position from Wonton Dumpling though, Dax, is that
it works.
They wanted to hold a gatekeeping position, right? So they sit up here on the hill and they're like, oh yeah, you know, maybe a couple of teams will rotate through, you know, around from the north and Coastal Camp and try to get through from Echo HQ, and we can take them on. A couple of teams. It's not going to be a couple of teams, Dak. It's going to be like 15 teams going the other way from Echo HQ to Coastal Camp. So I don't know. They might have more on their hands than they can actually handle here. They might be able to bite off more than they can chew.
Look, it's one of those doors where you realize the open and closed parts are on the wrong way. They just have to flip it over, and that's how many squads still waiting for them. I think that's around 14 squads over onto the eastern side right now. The only ones west of Wonton Dumpling right now are IBG heading to Pylon, X and Y over onto a godly spot here in Coastal Camp, and Overlook inside the building. That's pretty much it. Wonton, they're gonna be fighting around 40 people at this point.
Moment of truth. The next ring is revealed, and you can see a lot of arrows pointing left, because all of a sudden everyone's
like, wait,
is
what?
looking to the west and being like, oh god, how do we get over here? If you're lucky,
Oh,
you might
no.
say Akuma down the bottom here. It's a simple stroll along the beach for them. Quite a scenic little walk. For a lot of these other teams, as you said, if there's 14 teams in Echo HQ, they've got to work out how to navigate around all of them and somehow make their way over to Coastal Camp. This is going to be a really fun game to watch.
Well, the first ones to evacuate are Akuma. They see the high tide warning, and they're moving into the camp to just evacuate and face off against Overlook. Hillapause, Yukoi, and Crusade, they're moving forward. We said again, the only team we have here with triple rollers so far. They've done a decent enough job, but they know they can do a bit better since they lose a target early on here, Genome. I think that's really the problem right now for Akuma. They lose one early, they try to play as a duo, and it becomes really tough for them to rack up KP from that point on.
Like, what does Serenity do here? They're on the inside of this building thinking that everything was Gucci, and they are surrounded.
Teams honestly being a little bit slow to get going here, but I don't blame them, because I feel like the first person to move is probably just going to get shot down immediately by everybody else. So teams, you know, who can take advantage of any small spot in the zone, I think they can get in zone 4, will probably just opt to hold on to that and hope that the teams rotating will go out first.
I think it's a really smart evac tower there from Keep Going Gaming, flying by IBG. Team Burger Dome facing off against another target.
Have no
And
hands?
DY actually catching
What the
out
fuck
Sharky.
does that
Team
even
Burger
mean?
taking a little bit more than they could really chew, and Burger's gone, feasted on. Serenity also looking to get the hell out for the time being as chaos ensues here at Echo HQ.
Oh my, okay, Bear Claw could be the next casualty for this. You can see them down the bottom trying to hold out against 50 White, Lightning Unicorn ahead of them, even God Hands also getting involved.
Bro, everyone's having a problem rotating from here.
There's about 2 or 3 5-way fights happening down here
Sheesh.
on the south side of the map.
And it's like
Welcome
all
to APAC-South.
partials.
We saw this last week by the tree. This time around, it's chaos on Echo HQ as Bearclaw stands with one. It's Heck all alone with a pylon to call his friend. MDY Black, it'll be eliminated along the way. Lightning Unicorn tried to carve a path through Bearclaw as well as alongside God Hand, but Serenity's the one still alive and fighting. They know this Ash Esports and Legends Gaming are nearby. They're taking the fight to Rococo already. IBG though actually catching out KPG towards the north-hand side, but we watch Serenity with their own siege moving forward now past the pylon, looking for anyone else to hunt. Squads though falling left and right. Ash now gonna be confirmed here by Serenity and the rest. But while this happens, it will be God Hand also caught out. Lightning Unicorn, they have a good perch to work with on the south side, staying away from all the other squads.
And
here.
there's still so
MXF
many
will be
teams
a-
that are over here. I wonder, can we get another look at the map? Probably not, since there's so many teams fighting.
From Serenity to take down Ash, but they've now got 40 seconds to reset and work out what their next move is. There's a mountain that they need to move before they get to the next zone. But it's not just them, it's also Wonton Dumpling still sitting on the hill. It's we've got, you know, T4 behind them as well. MXF will go down the south side and probably be okay there. You know, evac towers, God, they're certainly going to be at a premium, I think, as this next zone closes.
Yeah, the ones who split up from X and Y, and we see JR here.
I wonder where
Alone,
IBG's at.
IBG for the time being, seeing them slide down. IBG also looking for Bible, and the scan is actually catch out the last rat here of KPG. Bible has to say his prayers and run on away. He meets YC's nemesis from above, and KPG trying to survive with bated breath. It's really been quite the test for Bible, but X and Y still very comfy in their spot.
Is he calling the same game we're watching?
So if you've ever played Coastal Camp, you know that this sniper tower can be especially powerful. So X and Y sitting up there. We've got Serenity moving into Coastal Camp. Why don't we listen in to see how they deal with this situation? They're going to start it off with a 200 beam. Alright, they're just trying to reset here though. You're gonna get back up. They throw the armor swap
I guess
over
no,
to him. Can
listen
they
in.
get
Oh my god, all those
Down there
nades.
from-
Holy nade fuck.
Man, before they even get a chance to
Jeez
breathe,
Louise.
Serenity.
Bleed 'em out,
Good
IBG.
job, honestly, but
They still got a
Serenity
decent
teams
game
around,
going,
they
still got
just
some
get
KP to
crushed
their
in the
name.
middle of so many good fighting teams. IBG, of course, going to be one of them, and I believe that was Asia's black hole there that got them eliminated.
Utter perfection, really, with that black hole, and IBG silencing a squad right in front of them. They're ready again to
So
go
they're still
on the
doing
prowl.
good
Overlook
despite, you know,
likely to be their next victim alongside Lightning
the
Unicorn.
lobby
We're
issues.
seeing Wanton Dumpling, though, for once, not actually in the thick of things, staying away from all the action. Akuma, on the other hand, getting the spot, getting the ring to go in their favor. And they're just happy at the center, but X and Y from above, looking around for any target. IBG looting for the time being, getting themselves geared up for the next engage.
Okay, so the carnage is mostly over now. 7 teams left alive. The
All right,
hard
so
part
Lightning
is
Unicorn
kinda
sitting
done.
on like
They're out of
absolute
Echo
height,
HQ,
but they have
got
the zone
Intercoastal camp,
kind of close to their
and
backside.
we've
They're gonna
still
end up
got
having
a
to move and
couple
drop
of
down in
teams,
front of everybody.
sitting up in the buildings. Then you've got Akuma actually sitting down on the south side, very close to where this circle is going to finish.
And what, they have
I think
IBG
these
right
guys
below them,
are in
right?
a fantastic spot, honestly, to close
If I had to
out
guess, the smokes were
this
so
game.
IBG could rotate towards that
Got
building.
a good rotation early on before all that carnage over Echo HQ. Lightning Unicorn, on the other hand, here by the tower. I do believe, though, they can listen into Akuma right now as Wanton Dumpling is right in front of them.
I'm playing
You can bang out them too. You can bang
back.
out them too.
Yeah, bang out, bang out, bang out, bang out, bang out.
I bang ulted the team far.
Yeah.
I'm playing under.
They should be playing on my right side ping, like the low ground spot.
Yeah, I'm on low ground right
I
now.
can try to peek a little.
Yeah. Flying,
That one's
flying,
on
flying. They're flying.
Nice entry on Killer Paws.
Yeah,
They need to
I'm
push that or overextend
Come
though.
under. You fly, come under. Right side pushing us.
Come back on the back.
I'm ulting right side, I'm ulting right side.
Chill.
Yeah.
Get back, bro. On our fucking back, bro.
Stay on me. Can we queue up?
Yeah, going.
Oh, dot. Three up there. Just stay slow here. I'm racing.
Dude, Akuma's in a tough spot.
They
They've got a
go
team
back.
across the way looking at
They
him.
went up, they went up.
on
They're
my-
horizon queued, they're horizon queued.
I'm smoking.
Stay slow,
They
might
get
fight
the
each other first.
reset.
Digis. People have digis.
They
Yeah.
really get the reset
You
here?
can hang tight,
We
you
just
can
play
hang
here.
tight.
We just play here. Is that they're not? Or what?
I have no shields out of more.
Here, up here.
I'm ready on that.
Akuma
Just
gets
watch
the
me.
help that
Come here, Kibi, come here.
X and
After
Y
you heal,
was
after you
pushing
heal.
onto
Ready,
Lightning
ready.
Unicorn above them.
Come. We need to peek this.
Yeah.
They gotta find some way to get out from the low ground though. Good peek from the left side. Good entry here from Killer Paws as well.
Bang there, pay your life. Don't die. Continue one. Knock. Last guy one.
Fight together,
Pay
fight
the
together.
low, last suck. Oh,
He's one.
kill him.
No.
Damn, Akuma goes out in 5th.
Akuma, they were trying to sit by the coast, bothered by Lightning Unicorn, and they got a
And I
little
think
free
Wonton
bench,
Dumpling
you know,
gets-
but
do they get
eventually
the full
fight
reset
with
here?
Wonton Dumpling doesn't go their way.
I mean, look at that. He's on 10 kills. Currently peak god. And I can tell you, he was on 1 health, right? That the red armor he had there, that was the armor swap. So, you know, when they were saying he's won, they weren't lying. Akuma was so close to taking out that fight. But instead, Wonton Dumpling looking to pull off one of the biggest bags of APAC-South here if they can get a dub here. Because I can tell you, most of the other teams down the bottom, they're kind of getting into it by themselves now. Overlooked Entertainment, probably their big competitors right now.
Yeah, they had the height and
IBG out in 4th.
IBG now going to be gone. Overlooked.
Still a decent game for them, considering everything.
It's just playing as patient as can be. Gravity lift
He
though,
goes
and
up.
here comes Wonton Dumpling. Enough is enough, they say, but he got to the floor. Here comes Jackie Chan. XDZ is at the
Lightning
ready.
Unicorn
Give him
gonna be able to
salute
wrap for a
as
second.
Wonton Dumpling has the elevation now, just beaming down on any target. The smoke's gonna be out as well, and keep an eye out. This Vault has a digi threat, and you know this guy
Hold
is
on.
an absolute menace on the
Lightning
inside.
Unicorn comes up and thirds
Teleporting
this?
as well, and Wonton Dumpling
No.
is sent home packing, overcooked by Overlooked, and Overlooked
I didn't realize that
Entertainment
Overcooked still,
will
or
take
Overlooked
this
still had
one instead.
3 people up. I didn't realize that. If I had to guess, Lace is talking, but she is not
But
unmuted. There we go.
But take 2. It just seems to be just as action-packed as we hoped it would be. Oh boy, teams got themselves a second chance. their Dax. You know, we had to replay again on Storm Point, but it was just as juicy as the first time. You know, we had a fair few teams, as I saw, sort of making a rotation to secure those placement points. But in the wrong direction. So it seemed like Wonton Dumpling there, you know, they were just going to fight a horde of zombies. They had that position on the top of the hill overlooking all those teams. You know, I know one of them pulled out about 10 kills at the end of the day. But take us through the replay, Dax.
I think it was pretty insane what Wonton Dumpling had to deal with all throughout that game. I said a while ago they would have to deal with around 40 people. They killed 14 in total and got to that top 3, but from all the momentum that they had, Overlook Entertainment, they did such a good job staving off the initial gravity lift. They caught one early on, made them down. They took that advantage, and we saw a while ago in our take 1 of map number 3, MXF, we saw how important elevation was. Overlook did the same, kept players like Unicorn at play, teams rather like Unicorn, teams like Akuma. When it got down to it, though, back in Echo HQ with utter chaos, you'd have a few of these teams wisely finding the fights. Lightning Unicorn, an example, why they get in top 2 because they made sure the south side of Echo was all theirs. And on the other hand,
I do kind of want to see what IBG finished off with points wise, man, because bro, they were cooking before the restart.
And instead, they only end up in 6 because of it.
They finished going out in like
yeah.
4
X&Y seemed to have the knowledge that the rest of the lobby didn't, but unfortunately they couldn't really like solidify that zone with everybody coming in. And you know, when you've got Iron Blood Gaming showing us their aggressive edge hunting team, they don't care if they have to do it twice. They're just going to collect souls along the way. And as we have a look at what souls have been taken out, Overlooked Entertainment. Absolutely beautiful position there.
I mean, they're able to get 9. Wonton Dumpling, big beneficiaries of the restart.
In our first couple of matches, so it's really nice to see them up on the board. And then
didn't Lightning Unicorn go out early?
You know, they've been
originally
not only the best looking logo ever, Dax, but you know, they've been performing consistently.
Yeah, best name. And we've seen so far always making it into those podium spots, giving them a chance to get back into the top 5. Serenity, though, still in lead. IBG racking up KP as well. I think I saw them get 9 kills there and a good amount of damage, so that's really been quite a ratio to watch out for compared to the KP and placement points. And I guess really the concerning factors here have to be for
still feels like anywhere in the top 8 can still make some moves. I mean, probably even lower than that is World's Edge, so a full 3 games left.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows?
Right.
Maybe 4 or 5 if we have restarts. Slow.
Performing extremely well. You know, we've seen Legends Gaming as well. You know, and as you touched on, Team Burger. You know, they can be consistent if they want to be, but they didn't perform just right then. But you know what? That was the end of Storm Point. We're not gonna do it again, I promise. But we will see you back after the break for World's Edge.
All right, let's get scoreboards updated here real quick. I'm gonna go make some reheat some pizza because I'm starving, dog. Which means we're gonna run a quick ad over on Twitch. Appreciate y'all for vibing. And I'm gonna go back.
Are you feeling my swag? Are you feeling my flow? Man, I see you in the crowd like every single show. And you steady trying to act like y'all don't know. The party don't stop until I drop my flow. Are you feeling my swag? Are you feeling my flow? Man, I see you in the crowd like every single show. And you steady trying to act like y'all don't know. The party don't stop until I drop my flow.
Region who has turned into a major region. You know, we're sending more teams to land than ever. We're doubling our prize
What up,
pool.
what up, what up?
And as we hit
How you
halfway
doing,
through our
buddy?
6 matches, we are about to go on to World's Edge. Genome, are you excited to change
Who are you playing
maps? Are
tonight?
you excited to see if
Doing
there's any
some Dead by
composition
Daylight,
changes?
eh?
Take us through what you might think will happen on this OG map.
Yeah, look, hopefully both.
I can get
of
down
those,
with some
right?
DB.
And that means also.
I don't really
we
play
get
much
changes
myself
across
these
the
days
top
because
spots
QB
as
raging when he
well.
plays
So
deep.
why don't we head into the beacon and take a look?
But welcome in,
at our
Raiders.
drop
Any
spots
friend
for
of Jazz, a
World's
friend of ours
Edge,
over here in
with
the
Moist
community.
moving
We're
on.
hanging out watching some
You
week
know,
number
Overlook
2 of
is
ALGS. This is
open. We have
APAC-South
seen
here.
them sometimes take that into
Today
national
is a double
lobbies.
session.
Usually they had better ones than that, I guess, in APAC-South. But then you've also got new teams like Ash Esports taking Epi Survey.
So this is
which,
the first
you know,
half.
Again, is probably one of those less contested POI stacks.
I mean, yeah, Ash Esports, I think they traded with Kakoyi last week, right? In terms of POIs, giving them Monument instead. So they're still sticking around in Epi. Final Start also here by Skyhook. And I guess really my consideration to really watch out for here as Team Burger moves into trials is who gets Harvester. It was double contested from last week, but that was, of course, A versus B. Lightning Unicorn also going to be nearby towards Countdown. And this is very interesting as well here, Genome. MXF and Akuma nearby. Mirage Trois can be a staging ground from Akuma moving forward.
Yeah, does that mean Akuma are thinking about just landing Mirage Trois?
Oh,
does
man.
that mean they will actually contest?
Yeah, I saw they got a new game mode
the,
coming,
you know,
right? The blacked
fissure,
out or
and
whatever.
they-
So it's like
whoever
playing
wins
Dredge
that gets
24/7.
those
That
or
looks
sort
like
of
fun.
that
Smiles.
1+ POI there. It's hard to say, honestly. Godhand, one of the newer teams, they get Geyser. Again, something that, you know, teams often end up with rather than choose themselves. And then IBG and Bear Claw, I find it interesting that those guys.
If it's
are
much
down
like
over
Nightfall, I
at
feel bad
lower
for console
stacks
players,
because,
man. 'Cause
as
Nightfall's
two
already
closest
paying for
POIs
console.
in the game, it does offer IBG opportunities to just
Imagine
pick
the
up
darkness
immediate
stacks
LP,
with
in that instance.
I'm
Dredge.
extremely
Ugh.
excited to see IBG head out with stacks and just carve a path of destruction towards
All of a
Door,
sudden,
Big
everyone's
One,
running
as you
Dredge for
mentioned.
3 weeks.
Launch height also from XNY, yet again an Edge team who can try and play zone later on. They're going to start on the outskirts, and it's something that they love to do as much as possible. One thing to take note too, keep going gaming without DNZ around. Harvester is ripe for their taking. So I really hope Keep Going Gaming don't play that Revenant anymore that we saw a while ago. Play a little bit more of that first game kind of style that we saw a while ago.
Yes, and you know, exceptional map for us and bringing you home. We're going to head into game number 4. This is World's Edge. Let's get it started. Take it away.
Hey, no worries,
Finally
Jazz.
made
I
it,
appreciate you,
Finally,
fam.
we're in World's Edge.
Appreciate you
Enough
for bringing the
sword point
community
for the
through
time
again.
being.
Chat, if y'all
And we'll
ain't
see
hanging
what
out with
Legend
Jazz, I'm gonna
Gaming
need y'all to
can
make sure you
do
get your life
from
together.
Lava Siphon in the center. Welcome back,
The
folks.
Brody.
APAC-South here on the main channel, here in Longshot, and everywhere and anywhere. You guys having watch parties and whatnot. We love that you guys are supporting the region. But keep an eye out now. Ring pulling towards the center here, Genome, and I'm keeping an eye out who has a bit of
Also, get
priority
yourself some
actually
rest
towards
too, man. I know it's getting late. I took me a nap so I could be up for this, but I know most people don't take naps on Fridays. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, correct. We'll be heading over there, and just in terms of what we were wondering about with that on the beacon at the start, MXF, yes, they will just take Mirage Trois, as well as Akuma sitting happily in Lava Fissure. So no contests here in groups A and C. They've worked it out. Everyone happily just sort of keeping the peace for the moment. You know, as you said, Team Burger not just in trials, right? This POI, I think even across all of ALGS, honestly, has seen some pretty good teams, you know, sort of pull up there recently. So I'm not super surprised that Team Burger are taking both trials and Skyhook West.
Yeah, it's a historical area. I can't remember. If I can remember correctly, rather, it was.
Chat, I'm gonna try and scarf these down real quick during the slow part here.
Before, are one of those old school teams that really love to play from trials and move forward into countdown, where usually you'd have Dreamfire. We see though already in our Legends, Bloodhound still gonna be around. You see, single Wraith as well, and it's something of an interesting pick we've seen from last week here, Genome. The Wraith is in the hands, I believe, of MDY Black this time around, and they're running the Crypto and the Watson with it.
Yeah, wow, okay, so that is, that's kind of closer to what we saw Legends Gaming running sometimes on World's Edge last year, Dax. You know, I think, I can't remember if it was exactly those three. It was definitely Wraith, Watson, and then +1. And, you know, Strafing Flame was, you know, said that was basically his brainchild for World's Edge. It's especially powerful.
It was Wraith? I thought it was Bang Watson.
Like Skyhook, places where there's a lot of buildings. Because the Wraith Port will just give you some rotation
or was that their
in the
Storm
late
Point
game that you can't really get otherwise.
Yeah, and also to take note, second most picked Legend right now is Watson, right behind Bangalore. Other teams, of course, still running the Valkyrie Crypto that has become a bit of a meta here also in APAC-South. Using an eye though for Keep Going Gaming. Yet again, I have to say it.
Oh, or is he saying that that's what they're doing right now? That they're the one Wraith.
Last time around on the Harvester contest, they have to deal with Ash and MDY White though nearby.
Yeah, so nothing kicking off just yet. And to answer one of your questions there, Dax, you know, who used to hold out Skyhook West in trials? I mean, I think there's been some different teams over the years. The one that sticks out to me, personally, was, well, going by different names, but whichever team Nutsuru Sama was on, right? Because he loved the fact that you'd always, you know, not only did you get guaranteed snipers up the top in the special sniper bins, but you also got the gold armor. And you know, back then it was all about getting that gold armor, so you only had to burn a single cell to charge up your cell.
I think it was Truth Esports, if I remember correctly. Thank you for the correction there, good sir. But Team Burger now looking to at least find a little bit more form moving forward. Immediately the contest versus Akuma, who's nearby onto Countdown. Beast of the Hunt gonna get clear by way, and Mainsling Lob, Energy Barricade also gonna be there, but Akuma staying in cover for the time being. They have that conduit, they have that catalyst, and they can fortify for now. But the armor advantage is getting very clear here. Team Burger, they want to get
Burger is that Akuma?
Exactly.
Not Akuma.
75 in the favor of Team Burger here, who, as you can see, they put the energy barricade down to try and lock Akuma in here. Will this be their graveyard? It kind of seems like it, with all these nades rolling in right now, trying to burn the wall as well to get past.
Yeah, Pricey was in trouble there. The Dark Void for Kuma to actually move on.
So they played the Dark Veil, got returned with the Conduit ult. I forgot what the fuck the thing's called.
The barricade will be answered by the Energy Barricade at least.
Energy Barricade,
but
there it
from
is.
this point on, it's just a standoff. Team Burger, they're really thinking about this fight, but there is consideration perhaps to get the hell out. They have reset though for the time being, as Pricey has an off angle to work with.
Yeah, honestly, kind of incredible how this fight sort of started in earnest, and then we've had almost a complete reset. You were talking about the energy barricades there. With the way they work, you can essentially cancel your opponent's energy barricade if you put your own down. So it's one of those abilities where you kind of want to hold on to it if you know that the other team has a conduit, because if you put yours down afterwards, you kind of win out in that instance.
And Akuma, it's difficult for them to get the hell out just because of the Bloodhound scans. Team Burger take two, and they're looking to at least get the push going. Push comes to
Sharky having a hard time leading in here.
Answer, but
Akuma's winning this team fight currently. Team Burger's gonna go out. That's tough, bro.
Team Burger, and
Sharky whiffing a little bit on the entry.
Whatsoever.
Tough.
Very impressive fight win there from Akuma, as we noted. A lot of utility used, but Akuma coming from behind with triple blues to take that out. Honestly, very
That pizza
well
hit the spot,
played.
chap.
Congrats
I'm not
to
so
them,
crabby
but
and
now
hungry.
they've got to deal with Final Start, who have just pulled up.
Yeah, it's not over here for Akuma, as Countdown leading to potential destruction of squads yet again. Final Start keeping them inside yet again. It's a different direction Akuma's looking, but this time around, they're heading
Final Start's
out
only
with
sitting on
confidence.
3 points right now, dog. That's tough.
Now to play the tree cleaner, also pushing forward. Beast of the Hunt spots a target in elevation after that gravity well. It's high time here to go for the track. Kill a pause. Killed in action so far. Final Start though, gonna get traded here by Crusader, and it's a 2 versus 2 now. Here we go yet again. The lift is up here for Kang. to find these targets. Black Hole also the play, and here comes Akuma yet again trying to fight on the high ground. Countdown still bleeding out. Here it's still all the chaos between Akuma and Final Start, but Wonton Dumpling, they found opportunity and they're coming in knocking. Final Start is gone. Akuma has one left standing,
solo, but
and
they're about to die.
Wonton Dumpling, they want it. Do they get it? The bin's not enough, and they will take it.
Bye, Akuma.
They'll wrap Akuma up in a tasty little package there and walk away with some KP. Unfortunately, those two just taking far too long to finish that off. Dancing around each other with those gravity lifts means that, yeah, essentially neither of them come out in the victor. In the end, it really is the third party that gets all the joy there. Anyway, there's been a lot of action well outside the ring to start off World's Edge for us here in Game 4, but now we can move back over to the teams who have a chance of probably taking this out a little bit more. You'd say the ones who are playing the circle, the ones that are inside the ring, they're all the way up towards
Yeah, but they hear that around the outside.
We'll finish, actually, maybe somewhere in between Epicenter and Climatizer. We've even got some teams down towards Oval.
Is Easy Flash but solo dolo?
Too far outside.
It's one of those moments where I say, meanwhile, back at the ring, right? Full engage, fully suppressed, in the corner, bang for fifth. Can he even get the hell out? That's a big question as IBG crossing through the tunnels and moving forward as well. Beautiful arc star there from Dexter to catch out one. Full engage in the meantime, eliminated after getting sandwiched there by MD.
Because it was him that ends up in the kill feed with the like picking up the kill. So I don't know if there's anybody else on his team or if he just rotated out. I feel like
X and Y also giving a little bit of chase here. And as it stands right now, they're going to keep safe for the time being and balloon
is
on
Easy
up.
Flash usually the one who does the scouting? Player K does the anchoring, so I guess that makes sense.
You know, maybe just a little bit outside the ring. It's often getting back inside it as it's closing that could be the issue for them. Certainly fighting other teams hasn't been an issue for them so far. I mean, you know, unless it is the worst of circumstances, they just always seem to come out on top. Ziki, Asias, and Dexter are just honestly phenomenal when it comes to team fighting.
And I think it's just insane that they have such a big amount of kill points right now. 26 to 10 so far. Then you add on one more after what Dexter just did there. The ratio is getting insane, man. Who needs to place when you just can kill everyone along the way?
I mean, that's what IBG is.
They haven't won a single game yet here, Gino, but they're in the
kind of been known for is with this new iteration, right?
In this case, 4 points now away from Serenity.
Very much a frag-heavy
I mean,
team.
that is pretty nuts, right? You know, Ziki, as you said, 10 kills. Asia's leading the way on.
I mean, even when Ziki and Dexter were on EXO with Kilopause, right? Like, when they did well was when they were playing Edge and fragging.
It's a very impressive performance by those guys. As you can see, they're not even too far outside the ring this time. They can probably head up there and maybe take on Bear Claw Gaming if they like.
I'm watching the left side though, and evac towers are a go as Wonton Dumpling and MDY Black need to head in towards the epicenter, and flying by Lightning Unicorn as well as MXF scouting around with the crypto, so they know squads are dropping into epicenter. Does Wonton Dumpling force the issue? No, they don't. They have red armor, but not the best HP, so they'll stay away from MDY Black for the time being.
So occupying the underside of epicenter here. When you can set up here, it's probably not going to help them out very much. They don't know exactly where the circle is pulling, but you know, if they've got some experience in reading that, they should know it's probably not going to be anywhere within epicenter. You just don't get circles that end anywhere near the middle of that POI.
Wonton Dumpling go back with the gas pedal. As soon as they reset, they go, and they're going for broke immediately. Breaking shields as soon as possible. Boring here, keeping the suppressing fire on, and Wonton Dumpling just getting in the way of anything MDY wants to do. Jackie Chan with the triple karate chop there. XCZ bringing the damage, and MDY Black is gone already.
Oh, incredible pressure put on by Wonton Dumpling there. You can see, not even waiting to like for an opponent, essentially just firing bullets into the doorway, and if anyone peeks, they've met them. As soon as that Watson fence went down, though, they full sent it in the middle there, not wasting a second. So okay, the circle, okay, it's very much pulled back towards Climatizer. The building on the
That means
hill
Lightning
there,
Unicorn won't have to go too
Ash
far.
Esports are in that at the moment, so they are actually in a very
They will have to move
good
out their
spot.
donut though.
Lightning Unicorn further up in Climatizer are going to have to probably make their way further in. They're gonna run into Keep Going Gaming, who are coming on the bottom floor, and then Serenity on the top floor of that building.
Ash Esports, they're actually a team good at getting towards the zone, but the problem is when they get overrun. Speaking of though, T4 also overrun yet again. Wonton Dumpling is hungry for more, and they can actually find these targets. The only one left, the Valkyrie inside the lava. Legends Gaming also a bit of action for them as well, keeping Iron Blood Gaming and MDY White at bay. So as Overlook's eliminated at this point, and T4 is left to a single rat, there's still a problem that everyone on the south side needs to deal with. Wonton Dumpling, this team coming into this year, they're taking these fights so much smarter than before.
So that answers the question earlier about Legend. They still got 3, but they are on the southern side of the zone, so they are going to have to find a way to rotate themselves in here.
Skilled up.
Lightning Unicorn dead ass smack dab in the middle of the zone, but I don't think they've got too much coverage. They're going to have to worry about teams rotating in, obviously. Especially because I do think we do have a couple of Valks still left. We might try to Valk ult feed phase potentially.
Legends Gaming actually getting worse off now as they take on MDY White. And they've tried to shove into that train car, but they haven't done it successfully.
Yeah, they didn't notice MDY White really creeping into them, and now it's already 2 down here for Legends. Confirming Flame, MDY White, picking their battles wisely. And it's a big reason why they got that clutch back in Split 2 playoffs, keeping that 5th place. That's why they won that LCQ. Just the advantage taken by MDY White in that scenario. X and Y, though, also in trouble. Wonton Dumpling has their number, and X and Y is booted away. Wonton Dumpling, the servings are just keeping on going. Who also wants to have a bit of a buffet here? Iron Blood Gaming, they also order up the same case.
So what, do we have 2 teams tied at 42?
So far for Wonton Dumpling, I am getting hungrier and hungrier the more kills they get. The hungrier they get for kills, it seems, honestly.
Because what, Wonton was just at...
I'll have to refuel in between these series,
43 with the lead, right?
They're certainly not at risk of stopping any time soon. Going into this, they were in 4th spot, 10 points off the pace. And they're going to be moving up the standings, I dare
Serenity
say.
must have gone out early, right?
Game on World's Edge.
Had to her.
Gugu and XCZ, even back in, if I remember correctly, World Not Fair, this is their map that they can really go on a rampage.
This is their map.
But Legends also gonna be gone. Another kill goes the way of Wonton Dumpling. But while this happens, Iron Blood Gaming actually prioritizing moving into the zone here. They're contending with Serenity, keep going, as well as Lightning Unicorn, who is on the outskirts right now, fortifying the way that they are accustomed to.
You can see Lightning Unicorn, they've got one very, they've got hard cover to their north, and they're trying to create some to their south. Maybe even just blocking vision by putting so many damn fences out in front of them that people can't even see them to shoot the bullets through. But I don't know how long that's going to last, honestly, because there's quite a few teams all the way below, as you can see here. They're starting to push up. Teams like MXF actually taking the risky route across the lava. And do they know? Godhand, right above them.
Oh no, Godhand also looking to be miners here. MXF, they do get the first down going. Confirm acquaintance along the way. And MXF, they threw themselves into the fire. They have to deal with the furnace now. Guess who's cooking?
Shots.
MXF trying to be the chef in this kitchen.
Now they got to climb up, though. That's going to be a tough spot. Godhand out.
In the front line, and the wingman shot will secure the position. Godhand is gone again.
So I think Godhand were a duo coming into that fight, and they just saw someone crossing the lava and like, well, hey, this is probably the best shot we're going to get. Why don't we just like have a crack at them? I don't know. I think maybe they could have found a better spot to rat it out there. That was a tough fight to take, even if it was a 2v3, honestly. So MXF probably happy with that decision. Now they get to crawl up onto the edge of that cliff. Even just EMP.
ECG out in 10.
MXF's EMP that they just threw
Iron
into
Blood
the
still sitting on the triple
building.
purple here.
Chaos for all of those Watson
Are going to have to
teams that
start
were
pushing
set up.
away, with the zone's going to be on their back. They are on the short side of the zone. So the slow side.
Looking for gold, but apparently it's MXF who gets those threshers going, and they like their spot right now, away from BK Gaming and the rest rest of these squads. Lightning Unicorn coming up close, but here we go now with the raid boss of the server. Wonton Dumpling has arrived towards the circle, and they're moving in as soon as possible. MXF, though, they're not done. They're going after Lightning Unicorn first and foremost. They already got a single down. Gopgas Jack you to the floor.
Good
Lightning
finish
Unicorn is crumbling as we speak, as MXF are showing up now.
It's a shame LU had found a better spot there, but they do get shoved out of it by our crypto team, MXF. I mean, IBG probably happy with those cryptos in the lobby because it makes their job a lot easier. They don't have to shoot out the fences. They can let another team deal with that for them. Wonton Dumpling, honestly, at this point, 12 kills. They don't need to do anything more. They can just sit here and take
Jeez Louise.
Those kills just keep going their way. 47 points.
Wonton Dumpling pulling away here. Now they are going to be far away from these last couple fights, but that could also work out for them because they could come in and clean this up. Kind of get a free dub here.
Trying to be the rat along the way,
Free,
but
right?
these 30-30 shots are sublime from Boring. Nades also lob, and Wonton Dumpling will take the black hole as a signal to go. Casa to the floor. VK is in trouble. Lightning Unicorn, they've been found and they've been sniffed out, but this is still VK absolutely hurting. Wonton Dumpling, they don't care who contends against them, whether it be VK, whether it be MXF, whether it be Serenity, they will fight against all of them.
So much presence to Wonton Dumpling show that all the other three teams are shoved into a single corner while they command about 80% of the space in this final
Bro,
ring.
trying to poke away with the triple take, can't get fucking anything going.
Some of them, but do they have just a few clips left to deal
Again,
with
Wonton
these
Dumpling
last
sitting on
three
this
teams?
fence
Iron
line
Blood
over
Gaming,
here.
I mean, they've got 7 kills so far, but somehow that pales in comparison to the carnage that Wonton Dumpling have wrought throughout Game 4.
Yeah, IBG's playing very patient just because Serenity's above them. They're waiting for Serenity to drop first and foremost, prioritizing the LS.
I say, is there someone above them, or is it just to their left?
IBG moving forward, MXF nearby as well, and IBG will run into Wonton Dumpling.
Damn.
Unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Only one can win in a battle of heavyweights.
Wonton Dumpling gets the big heals here.
In command yet again. Dexter now is gone from this fight. Wonton Dumpling given a chance to go for a reset, and while this happens, Serenity, they're behind the wall. IBG getting hunted. It's only Ziki, the only one still standing, but Serenity has their own fight here onto the floor. MXF versus Serenity. IBG being hunted by Wonton Dumpling, and Serenity.
So Serenity's not too far behind Wonton. Oh, and Iron Blood Gaming was still alive this late. Wonton Dumpling 56 points altogether. Look at that KP up in the top right-hand corner. Dog, they are farming.
Is ready to go. I think Asarin is about to pop that. Serenity have tried to wait as long as possible to allow the other teams to do the damage, but now it is time. Could Wonton Dumpling finish this off with even more kills and maybe even a win? Or will it be Serenity?
They've been piling onto the scoreline, and now they're going for
nice here from Pete God.
Here they get the shields from the conduit. They already knocked down Jesco and Boogie along the way as MXF will chip in, and it's MXF instead looking to find that opportunity. Wingman in the hands of NBX. Here comes the missiles as well, but Wonton Dumpling in the front line now. Wonton Dumpling keep on winning, and Wonton Dumpling will take this one. An incredible game to kick off World's Edge here.
That puts him in the lead by like 12, 15 points too, right?
It was just absolutely insane. We just had game number 4 and our first game on World's Edge. So, you know what? Generally, you could see teams perform a little differently. You know, sometimes the teams in the lower brackets push their way to the top. But, you know, I feel like our higher placing teams, Genome, they're consistently performing today.
Yep.
They sure are. I mean, I don't think any team can show consistency at the level of damage that Wonton Dumpling put out in that game. That was a singular effort by the Chinese crew. We know they've had firepower before. It was one of the first weeks that they ever showed up in APAC-South, you know, where we saw Gugu and the likes just doing incredible amounts of damage, even to the best players and the best teams in our region. And once again, we are seeing glimpses of that potential here. I mean, when we finally get to that scoreboard and see how many kills and how much damage these three did, it's going to be one of the most sickening numbers you've ever seen on a stats line.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking a lot about Iron Blood Gaming and how, you know, they absolutely like
World
to play an
Not
aggressive play
Fair.
style.
That's
and
where they
take
were
some
before.
kills
All
along
three of
with
them, right?
But I feel like Wonton Dumpling at the moment are going to give them a bit of the run for their money. Wonton, you know, took out 14 kills in match 3, and then we could see, you know, when we have a look at the scoreboard, I believe one player actually had 10, so they're going
I
to
guess not for
really
boring.
bring the skills and spices for us today.
But for 2 of them.
But you know, right at the end there, as we see a couple of our high-hitting teams perform, I want to take a quick touch on MXF. I feel like they had a little bit of a turn of events coming into game number 4. You know, they had a bit of a spider web of Watson fences positioning themselves quite well in between these crazy teams.
Yeah, I mean, MXF's style has been quite interesting so far. Look, I'll tell you about that in just a second as we stop.
23
one of the best games
kills
of Apex Legends ever seen in a pro
20
league setting. One of the best games
3
ever. 20
kills.
3 kills. This isn't Pro League
Wow.
qualifiers.
That's
This
insane.
isn't some low-level lobby here,
Jeez
Lace.
Louise.
This is, aside from LAN, the best it
35
gets.
points.
Wonton Dumpling have put down 23 kills and almost 8,000 damage. More than 2k per player. More than 5 kills per player. 23 kills. I tip my hats to these guys. That is just phenomenal.
You kind of just get a little bit speechless. You know, the team has great cohesion and they're all kind of performing across the board, which when we have a look at the overall scoreboard, you can see why they're at the top at the moment. Wonton Dumpling with a total of 66 points. But, you know, let's take a look at, you know, a wrap-up of the 4 games and the kill points there, Gino. 44! That's just insane plays by them. It's mainly almost double, you know, what Serenity's doing, but they're coming in with a bit of a placement points, which brings them in obviously second there. But, you know, our hard-hitting
Look at IPG2 also, right? Like only 15 points in placement.
Gino.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've just pumped up their numbers pretty insanely with that effort. I mean, that was what, a 35-point game if they got 23 kills, which is you can't really do much more than that.
Yeah, and you know
you just can't.
You just see these teams sort of start out in the beginning, and you know they're kind of getting a little bit slowly, and they just build up the energy and the momentum. You know, generally, I know as us as casters, we get a little tired when it comes to the end, but these guys seem to be just amping it up. But the action doesn't stop there. We're going to take a short
2 more
break,
games
everybody,
for
and
World's
we'll see
Edge
you
here
back soon for
for
game
A
number 5.
versus C, chat. I'm gonna go take my plate to the sink real quick, refill my water. We're gonna take a quick ad break over on Twitch. That way we should hopefully not have to worry about ads during game number 5. Appreciate y'all for having the patience. Back in 10.
I gotta admit, I may have tricked you. Whew, glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I feel louder.
Welcome back, everybody. We are showcasing the talent we have in APAC-South. This is A versus C genome. We've seen some heavy hitters and, you know, some damage stats that are just out of this world. I'm just a little bit in shock, the performance that each team is doing. But you know what? We do have some players that are performing extremely well.
How you doing, buddy?
Okay, well, here's a matchup between Ziki from IBG and Gugu from Wonton Dumpling. 22 kills already for Gugu is, I cannot stress this enough how ridiculous that is. 13 for Ziki is an amazing performance. 22 after 4 games
That's
is
pretty
disgusting.
insane.
That is like
almost 6 a game.
I think at one point last year, Lace, I was going through and trying to work out how many players had dropped 20 kills by themselves in a series, and it was not that many. I don't know if anyone ever managed to get 20 kills in 4 games.
Yeah, I was just saying, you know, I kind of wanted to see a little bit of like a 20 bombs and stuff like that. And Gugu just, I think, was listening. I didn't give the caster's curse. It's actually happening, you know, in front of us. You know, like you said, they're picking up kills a little bit later in the couple of matches. Like the Wonton Dumpling, when they first started, you know.
How's your evening going, buddy? I just realized I need to fix my camera since we're standing.
But then second round was 17th, so, and they didn't really pick up anything, and then just out of the bag, round 3, they just flipped a switch, and that's when they came in with, you know, the 14 kills, and they're just picking it up from here.
And to even compare that with IBG, right? Because IBG were doing the same thing, you know, racking up insane amounts of kills early in the game, but then very rarely finishing, you know, even in the top 5. So the fact that Wonton Dumpling could come through with that many kills, but then also win that final circle where, like,
were you in here when they had to restart at the top 3 point,
they weren't
game
the last
3?
one to come in and kind of third party that. Oh my god, that's just levels above.
Like a snowball effect, you know, they just keep rolling and rolling, like no matter what team is sort of rotated or set themselves up, you know, like I said, I saw MXF sort of have a nice position already, but the snowball effect from Wonton Dumpling is just too strong for these teams that are just solidifying themselves there. And you know, the thing I really love about World's Edge is, you know, we have some legend changes. You know, Catalyst was a major pick on Storm Point. But when you hit World's Edge, you do see, you know, like MXF, a few more Watson teams seem to get that higher pick rate. There's just something about World's Edge that I feel like makes these teams feel at home. And you are ready to go. This is game number 5.
2 more games,
World's Edge.
Oh.
Here we are yet again. Will we continue on with the Wonton Dumpling show, or will we get other contenders too?
Trying to figure out how I'm feeling about
welcome back to World's Edge. It's
the
game
second
number
set
2
chat
of 3 on World's Edge. It's game number 5 between Group A and C, and we are watching history being made by Wonton Dumpling. 66 points right now here, Genome. 22 kills for Gugu alone, and honestly, we have a saying here in the PH, man. Get that 30, bro, because it is possible for Gugu in 2 maps.
It is. I'm not sure anyone's got 30 in a series before. Actually, I am so keen to just like dig through the archives and have a look at those stats at some point after this series, because man, that'll be fun to see if that is a new record here that Gugu is trying to set. Because to be clear, by himself, he has more kills than everyone else in the server apart from Serenity and Iron Blood Gaming. I mean, like, as in personally, he has kills.
More
more
than the rest
kills
of the other
than
teams. That's crazy.
17 of the other teams.
That's insane.
It's just crazy to think, right? In that top 5, it's Gugu as well as Jackie Chan or XCZ. In the top 3, the only contenders right now are IBG's Asia's and Ziki alongside Legacy, who and Serenity had a good run so far. And Serenity is still in a good spot. Number 2, only to Wonton Dumpling. But it's time for us to talk about the ring here, Genome. Center pull and straight into perhaps Monument and the like moving forward. What will we get here? We saw how Boogie Borders took a god spot last week on the outskirts of Monument. Can we see another team do so here?
Yeah, so it looks like it could be one of those.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out because it's like
I'm going to call it like the pocket, right? It's this.
more than
pocket
likely this is going to
below,
go till
to the southwest of Monument, just outside the train tunnels. And you know, sometimes it'll pull like we saw in that Boogie Borders game, a bit more.
Because I don't even know if we're going to be starting at 3 like it's supposed to.
Sort of landslide chokes and coming down there
because of the
sometimes
restart.
It'll pull down to the caravans. Closer to the lava river that you see right in front of you there. Perfect timing from our observers.
Like it's already
as
2.
you see Legends Gaming flying over. So
We've been live for 3 hours and we still have 2 games left to go. We had the couple restarts to start things off, plus the one restart
so most teams
when
have
it got to top 3.
Find a spot in one of the fragment buildings or the monument buildings, and then work their way over. So it's a sort of a multi-phase sort of rotation there throughout the game.
Yeah, it starts as urban warfare, right? 2 garrisons poking at each other, trying to fill those shields up. But full engage, they're facing off against the squad already, and it's Lightning Unicorn landing on them immediately. A trade though, it's now 2v2 for the time being. Oh no, that's the Watson already gone, and full engage. What else can Bang Fafa 5th do at this point on? The names have been longer than the lives that they've had here so far, your Genome. And Lightning Unicorn.
I mean, Lightning Unicorn still having a decent day, right? They're still in 5th, but they are in trouble if they go down here.
Yeah, can they get him back up in time?
Alright.
You know, full engage, trying to get their reset on at the same time exactly. So I think both teams may actually just end up coexisting. It's possible here. Lullabang though, he's thrown out the EMP immediately. And oh wow, did he get re-knocked? No, I think they actually got off the res there because they were resing Kizix and they were like about half a second away from completing that. And he's still on the floor, so I guess they're gonna try it again. There goes Bang Fafa.
Yeah, I feel like we need to take a quiz every time we look at full engage. The names Bang Fafa 5th, we got Jub Jibib. I already messed that up a while ago, and at least Kizix makes it simple, but we're not done with the action. Keeping an eye out though for Overlook Entertainment.
Do you think that's like
Lava Siphon?
Do you think that's like one of the requirements though to join the team? Is like you just have to have a really stupid sounding name.
No, those names are great. Come on, the great and amazing Jub Jibib. See, I already remembered it after a while.
Okay, so maybe if you're a wizard instead of an Apex player is what you're going for. Okay, yeah,
Pretty
sure.
much. They spell cast with the words that they weave. And Legends Gaming, we've seen them have some struggles so far. I think really the biggest concern right now for Legends is they're getting outpaced by some of these edge teams. When they try to rotate, they're caught instead by other squads playing the zone. Keep Going Gaming, another team we want to watch out for after that first game a while ago and that win. Chasing after MXF, Overlook Entertainment also nearby, and this could be a big scuffle now coming our way.
Yeah, they're running into the remaining members.
MXF gonna go down here because they were already short.
So sad to see those guys not make it through there. You know, Lace was just talking before about their interesting play style, and I actually kind of like it, right? You know, they're often playing with the Valkyrie there, playing Valkyrie, Watson, Crypto, and it means they're often found actually very good spots in the zones with those early rotate. And of course, now that Valkyrie is less picked, you know, sure you can get some places with the evac, but sometimes that extra height and extra range that you get with this guy with dive will actually help you out a little bit more versus those other teams. So it's interesting that MXF has managed to capitalize on that difference.
And it's also something you don't need to rely on RNG on in the spawn. Bearclaw Gaming, though, he's in trouble as Rune tries to smoke on out, but that's IBG, and they already know they will hunt you down and kill you. The guys, there might just be the last sight that the opponents can see. Bearclaw Gaming, it's only natural that they get hunted down by
They were one of
IBG
the
right
teams
now,
that were
the
up in the
true
lead, right?
predators
Sorry, my bad,
of
chat.
this stage so far.
Catching myself zoning again. That's fucking late. I
Yeah,
might need to
there's
go
a
grab one
couple
of those monsters early.
A couple of
honestly.
hungry beasts running around both Stormpoint and World's Edge, and
I'm gonna have
as
to
you
make a
say,
decision
IBG
after this game.
Definitely one of them. They actually get a Prowler as well to help them out here. Oh, where's the Digi gone? Someone else does. Ziki, come on, bro. I mean, okay, all right. He's the Bangalore. It's fine. You give the Digi over to the Bangalore. It just hurts me to see the Prowler with a H-Cog on it, you know?
Yeah, you know, fake red, not the real red experience, man. Come on, give him the Digithreat back, but already the ring pulling actually to the eastern side.
So it is interesting.
Closer to Fragment rather than.
Remember back in Game 3 at restart, IBG was sitting on like 14 KP. That's what Wonton Dumpling ends up getting the next time around in Game 3, and they popped off for 23. And I feel like Wonton went out relatively early the first time around in Game 3.
This is going to be a sigh of relief moving forward.
Yeah, you can see it's actually shifting very much on top of the building. So I'm wondering if that means it'll actually go further down towards Serenity, who are playing down to the south there, who actually just managed to get a down onto JackQ. Team Burger, of course, one of our favorites. Not probably their favorite day of ALGS they've ever played, though, honestly, as they're sitting in 12th spot here with measly 15 points at this point. Obviously, they've made the change today from Shady over to Sharky, and a lot of people were really excited to see one of the most decorated players from APAC-South make his return here, but it has been...
I don't think I updated scores on either
It's been tough for Team Burgers. Lightning Unicorn
platform, have I, for Game 4. Hold on, chat.
Teams around them. You saw Serenity taking down one. You saw as well MD White, I believe, shipping on in. Speaking of MDY, it's MDY White here. Very safe. MDY Black might be the ones in trouble on the other side. I guess my concern right now for Team Burger here, Genome, is you saw even last week that yes, they have a lot of potential power. They have incredible legacies with the players, but it took them so long to get really heated up. It took them map 5, map 6 to really have an impact into the server, and it might be the same case right now, even with the new player in the roster.
Yeah, well, it is interesting because it feels like they're playing a style that's very different to what a lot of them have succeeded on during their careers, right, Dax? When you think about Pricey playing on Moist or Sharky playing with Reignite back in the day, you know, maybe Reignite were a little more aggressive than Moist, the hyper-rotate team, but they still played zone as much as they could when possible.
Honestly, I feel like Moist got their playstyle from Dark Zero, though.
Very much...
if Dark Zero was, or Reignite, sorry, if they were aggressive, it wasn't by
they're
much.
just struggling to make it work. Similarly,
I feel like Zero has very much created the blueprint for the region. Even
like other teams like Wonton Dumpling,
Strafing said
have
that
a
in the
better
past.
feed on how to play that new brand of aggressive Apex that is working for them here in Year 4.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I'm thinking about right now. Some of the legacy plays, they just don't work anymore as much as they would like. And instead, we look to teams like Wonton Dumpling, who's ready to just bulldoze Akuma here by the tunnels if ever they find that contact. Wonton Dumpling, they need to get in there sooner or later. And Jackie Chan, yet again, here comes XTC. Going into the front line. Always exciting when Wonton Dumpling is nearby an enemy squad, but they're not getting the contact as of yet. They don't have a Bloodhound here, so they don't have that scan legend alongside them. But Akuma, they're just hiding inside right now. They're really staying away from this potential contact.
X and Y going down to IBG currently. Wonton Dumpling been able to find the first player here.
Not a bad option, as you can see.
Bro, they just landed right in front of Jackie Chan.
Work.
They tried to go for an Avengers Assemble play, and they did show on up, but Wonton Dumpling instead trying to pick them apart. One down though here as Boring's on the floor. Jackie Chan trying to confirm these kills, thirsting the opposite.
So the last one's upstairs, right? You saw him.
Akuma will survive with Yukoi to tell that tale. So that's pretty much it. Akuma trying to get the hell out. Can Yukoi strafe away from those bullets, sliding over into the snow.
So Akuma struggling in their first week with
Dumpling. They'll reset for now, but they want
Killer
that final
Pose
PK along the way.
on their
I
squad.
mean, God, this team has so much confidence right now after that last game. How can you take them on? How can you make them, you know, they're just going to have so much belief in themselves and how good they are right now. Look, either way, the circle does continue to shift, and it will be sort of what I was hinting at before. It's going very much south, but it was to the position that Serenity were playing. They've actually moved up a little bit further onto the train tracks. And there will be some of the most southernmost buildings still in. Not this one that we're having a look at with Legends Gaming. You know, streamer building, that's not going to be in play. It's going to go further down that, and we're going to see some other teams like, so KPG and Overlooked. Whoever wins this fight will actually have a very good spot towards the south of the zone.
Yeah, especially with Serenity giving up the Cliffs a while ago, potential god spot in front of Keep Going Gaming and Overlooked. That one is Dark Veil already. Standoff now as Overlook is poking here with the scout. Big C now pushing forward alongside Surprisey, and to get the close contact going versus Keep Going Gaming. But the problem is that elevation's still going to be a problem. Energy barricade available here for Big C, but immediately we get the artillery from the Bangalore to respond. Overlook and Demon, they're stuck here for the time being. Keep Going Gaming. They also have the Kraber looking to find the shot.
Oh,
we're watching KH.
nice shot to start.
Nasty one, and it's time for Keep Going Gaming to take the fight into their own hands. VC already gone to the hands of Bible. Advantage here for Keep Going Gaming, and they're just keeping Overlooked away as much as possible. The ring will do the dirty work along the way.
Exactly. Overlooked, they kind of look behind them as if they've got an option to retreat. They do not. They have to go forward or win this
Massive
game.
with a nice little 30 tag
tries
distance.
to do so below the lava. Actually makes it out. He's by himself right below KPG right now. As you said, they thought the Bangalore ult might be able to help them there, but no, because KH already had the interceptor pylon set up. That, of course, eats up all those missiles that Bangalore drops on you. And at that point, KPG really had a hold on that fight with the height advantage, and they will take it out. I think they've just worked out where Surprisey is. Yeah.
Yep.
It's actually going to be boring, adding to his stats.
Instead of finding the last member of Akuma, they find the last member of Overlook. What is up with the past few weeks with all of these rats playing rock and stone along the way near the lava? The Wonton Dumpling.
No seer, man. They can stay alive.
The only problem for them this
It's the
time
beauty
around
of
is
it.
they're only a duo. We're keeping an eye out also on the other side. You got T4 all the way towards the north, where MDY Black, Team Burger, God Hand are also along them. So I guess it's really that rotation moving into the next ring, right? VK Gaming, they have a good spot, and MDY White wants a piece of it. And you can already see Team Burger taking the streamer building that Legends Gaming has already evacuated from.
Yeah, we're actually getting a respawn in as well. So Wonton Dumpling have managed to find themselves a Moby res and get back to full strength. No one nearby really to stop that happening or jump on them as they do. Team Burger, as you said, occupying the same building as Legends Gaming, who have actually lost Easy Flash here.
Yeah. Here we go again for Legends Gaming. They're trying to transit, and they're caught immediately with one going down. Player
So 2v2 here.
Way now with a slide on in, but Casa instead chipping in to help out Legends in the pinch. So BK wants to beef the action. It's all left to Pricey now to stand by his lonesome. The energy barricades are keeping him alive for the time being, at least some safety to work with. Trying to break through the shield, gets the banner going. He's looking for the armor swap into the purples. He goes, and at least endurance is the name of the game here for Team Burger. But the wraparound to try and find an off angle here versus Legends Gaming. While this happens, here comes Wonton Dumpling back as a trio. The Bloodhound is an easy
3P from
target. That's
Wonton
good.
Dumpling.
Already full engage, gonna be gone for the time being. But MDY still ready for even more action.
Oh,
Wonton
Jackie Chan
Dumpling
goes
now
down,
in
though.
trouble. This time around, they're gonna get caught, and this time around, they're gonna get eliminated. Will let the same happen to Team Burger as Pricey survives for the time
Could
being.
this potentially be where
man,
IBG
Pricey
closes the
there,
gap
just
going into
like
game
ball
6?
jumping out to his heart's content, trying to find those angles. God, he's a fun player to watch. If anyone had a chance to clutch that out, it was him. But Legends do actually stabilize a little bit with two of them left alive, which is, I guess, better than just Pricey by himself. So, a couple of teams there limping into our next zone, Zone 5. Meanwhile, IBG have actually got a power position down to the south on the opposite side to KPG.
So IBG's in a good spot to bounce back here, chat.
Where you want to be right now. Those teams up in the north going to find a bit of a crush in the next 30
They have
seconds.
to make sure they can clear, keep going. If keep going, tries to push in all along the tracks first.
also wanted a piece of the action that we're seeing towards the north side. Godhand has decided to reign supreme, and Ash Esports is left to a single rat. Legends Gaming also gone now. VKG, that hand that fed you a while ago, that will be the hand that will slap you away. And VK Gaming, they've gotten good value with things like the triple take. Can they stay alive now? A Kraber in the hands of Xiao Kai. Here comes the Peacekeeper now, ready to do a bit more damage. EMP though online. VK Gaming will be in
All right,
trouble
Team Burger out in
here.
10.
And now as MDY White will take advantage
Looks like
of the
IBG
situation.
helped
Team
with
Burger
taking them
also
out.
gone from this conflict.
Can't rat it out any further. Ironblood Gaming, they want to show that they are the real threat in this lobby. Can they get on top of Wonton Dumpling? They've got a position to capitalize here, I think, potentially, Dax.
BK Gaming stuck into the corner. The rocks will be no cover whatsoever. And BK Gaming, they got hit by the EMP, and they're hit by the full force of MDY White. Ash also removed now. That rat towards the north has been sniffed out, and the only one staying alive as a rat is Akuma. But we get a clash here between T4 and Serenity, trying to cross through the train tracks. Do you even have a ticket here, good sir? As T4 cannot get any transit going. 5 left as we go for even more.
MDY White, they've just got a tiny little bit of pipe on the edge here to crawl in, but as soon as the zone pushes them out of it, they run into serious trouble. That's Ironblood Gaming firing down at them from above, but also Serenity having a look from the west as well. They'll come out on top. Oh, Legacy, he's up. They should be able to find a smoke here and get Bugie back up and running.
KPG's got
At that
the
point,
protection of
they
the
could be
rocks here.
looking
They
good,
do
but
have to move quite a bit.
Kraber, looking for
Kraber's
this from
out.
above. He hits
One.
the shot. KH, maybe even a potential to get a collat here.
Hit the shot, but
Keep
MDY
going,
White
should be able to
will
win
get
this,
eliminated
right?
along the way.
But
Keep
IBG's
going.
across the way,
Gaming,
right?
They have elevation, but IBG
IBG
might
has
have
3
the
alive.
spot to watch out for, and these Kraber bullets are going to be very important moving forward. Legacy, he's just trying
They're
to
both
survive
kinda
right
playing
now
from
as
cover.
His teammates are on the floor, but there's just no real cover to
Oh my
work with
God.
now. Armor swap to stay alive. IBG, they're thinking about it. They want to push on in and get this kill secured, but keep going. Gaming instead gonna be the contender. Full squad versus full squad now as KH mobilizing to find an angle. Still has a Kraber though. Secure the shot.
Jeez.
Legacy's gone. Serenity will be eliminated,
now-
and we get full versus full. Here comes IBG.
If you'd have
Oh
been able to
no,
hit that.
barely any bullets left in the chamber there from KH. He was really relying on that Kraber to get the damage done. Now that they finished off Serenity, though, it's IBG.
This is a good swing. They see him.
Yeah, he said that box find a new gun and a Prowler.
Oh, he's just gonna pull
is a
back.
worthwhile
Oh, can I
weapon
catch
to
him out?
utilize, but
Ziggy tries
taking
to.
advantage of
Aegis
the
is
situation to go
lit,
after
though.
First and foremost, and the IBG sliding on down. Aegis though to the floor. It's a 1-for-1 yet
2v2.
again, and this has been a strong spot for LAN with the 30-30 dropping down to
1v1?
contend yet again. The massive shots trying to trap these targets,
1v1.
and Ziggy using his own teammate as a shield wall. Push comes to shove, and IBG look to capitalize on that fact. Smokes out. Here comes the
Ironblood
fourth issue,
Gaming, let's
and Ironblood Gaming
go!
will take this one.
Out of way to be, boys. Bouncing back. Big game. Bleed them out. Let's get it. They keep having issues with unmutant lace on the way in, huh? Sheesh.
And welcome back, everyone. Nothing short of amazing. Those teams were absolutely incredible. That was just action-packed. I'm literally sitting here with my mouth open, Dax. I was just like, I just wasn't even ready for that. You know, we had just finished game number 5 as we're wrapping up. We're very close to finishing off our groups A and C. I know we're itching to get to the end here. Dax, how do you feel about that? I got to touch on, you know, Ironblood Gaming were racking up the points. We've talked about them. We've seen it. But they finally
Is that going to be enough to take first?
Yeah, I think that was the most, I'd say, responsible game IBG has had so far. And this is what separates IBG from the rest of these edge teams that love to go for the full send. You saw Wonton Dumpling. They got 6 kills, yes, but they were caught out so early on in the rotation, and they only made it to 14th place. On the other hand, IBG keeping tabs of so many of the other teams nearby. They watched out for MDY White, who played from the building. They kept an eye out for Serenity towards the train tracks, and they made sure they weren't tempted to actually push Serenity and cede all of that high ground to keep going gaming. Yes, there was damage from KPG, especially we saw it land there with some nutty 33 shots. But as soon as KH ran out of those Kraber bullets and went for a death box to get a new gun, that was the signal for IBG, and we've seen them be so good at these kind of 1v1s. Sticky's good for it. He's always a clutch master for IBG, and he provides another one yet again for his team.
Exactly right. You know, MDY White were actually performing quite well. You know,
So
they
IBG
kind of
get
had
to
to stop
11 kills
Wonton
out of
Dumpling in their
23
tracks,
point
which then
game.
opened up
Going
the
into
gateway for
that,
Iron Blood Gaming to take
they
the
were
win
down
with
by
11 kills. Dax, it's just
16.
insane that this team is still performing even into match number 5.
Is that
wanna
enough for
touch
them
on
to take the
also
lead,
Keep Going
though?
Gaming, you know, they took out a win in the first round, so you know they are coming back for blood.
Yeah, I think for Keep Going Gaming, they won
back
some
for
very
blood?
important fights along
Iron
the
Blood?
way in this game. One against, I believe, MXF, when they got them to get basically cornered by another squad. That win over versus
Nah, so
Ulti
Iron
and
Blood's
the
still going to be
team
down by
played
2.
for the Southwest
Going
Squad
into game
in
number
that
6,
ring.
chat.
And just because of that, you can see Keep Going Gaming. They're
Serenity still in the mix as well at 67. Feels like it's a 3-team race, though, heading into the game number 6 as far as for that number 1 spot.
2 points separates them and IBG.
That's it. You wonder if Wonton Dumpling are just going to, you know, do the heavy hitting and take out the kills, or maybe place, you know, in the top couple of squads, because they are only 2 points ahead of Iron Blood Gaming. Iron Blood Gaming, you know, are known to absolutely just obliterated the rotating teams, so they're just itching behind there. They're very close. It could be anybody as we go into game number 6. You know, we've had so much action from, you know, these heavy hitting games from these players. Sorry, so
I'm gonna have to
we just want to
make
see
me
a
a
little
shake
bit
on
more
break
in game
chat.
number 6. How do you feel? Do you feel like they're going to just steamroll again, or play a little bit smarter?
I feel like it's just gonna be a showdown between Wonton and IBG, truthfully. From what we've seen so far, if you notice, Lace, the top 3 have more kill points rather than placement points.
Or maybe I
And
just
Jay
wait
Play
until
has reigned
afterwards.
supreme so far. That's what Group C brings to the table, and I can't wait to see who has the better shot to finalize.
Because if I were to
this
wait
game
until
versus
after the series
Exactly
and
right.
like
You
my
know, we are
shake,
hitting A versus C. We haven't had
I'll
C
put my creatine in it, and
perform
it'll be about
until
my
today,
normal
and they
creatine
are
input time.
performing. But we are going to take ourselves a little short break. You guys get some snacks, get ready as we wrap up game number 5 in preparation for game number 6.
all right,
See you
chat.
soon.
Y'all know me, Smallest Bladder on Twitch and YouTube, so I'm gonna have to go use the restroom real quick. We are gonna run a quick ad on Twitch, just so we don't get any ads during the game. All right, cool. Love you guys.
Surprise.
Look at that, chat made it back just
And
in time
welcome
again.
back, everybody. We have showed you
Immaculate
exactly what this region is made of here in APAC-South. Dax, it's been nothing but short of amazing games from match 1 to us finally going into match 6 for groups A versus C. You know, we have teams from Australia, Singapore, plus more. Our 2 heavy-hitting teams that have been showing you their skills today are Thailand team, which is Iron Blood Gaming, and our China team, Wonton Dumpling. Dax, how are you feeling? We are finally itching into game number 6. I'm just excited to see what they're about to bring
our
us.
top 4 teams have all won, and everyone else is a bit away from them. Is Dax's mic muted? Dax?
They're really trying to face off against each other. IBG versus Wonton Dumpling. It's really been a set showdown by this point because it took a while. I think we saw in the break as well, Wonton Dumpling, they really had a tough second game, but moving into map 3 and then that eventual win into map number 4, it was their victory and they racked up incredible points. Same could be said by IBG. They struggled at the very start. They were caught in that rotation moving to the eastern side of Store Point, but when it came down to it, they would hit those kills, get some incredible plays courtesy of the likes of Ziki, and right now it really feels like it's a penultimate showdown coming our way between those 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, Wonton Dumpling are out in front, only by a couple of points though, Dax. So, you know, it is still toe-to-toe with IBG and Wonton Dumpling. Wonton Dumpling, you know, round 4 bringing out what is an exceptional 23
So last
kills.
week,
so, you know,
we were getting done
there's
around
still
this
more
time.
that they have in the bag here. But why don't you take us through some
Just
of
to
our
keep in
top
mind.
fragging players in and amongst these amazing teams?
I mean, Legacy has been quite a pain throughout this whole run so far, even though Serenity kind of has fallen off in terms of the immense impact into the lobby. Legacy has always been a thorn in anyone's side, sniping targets, picking kills away from other teams. And you got XCZ, of course, or Jackie Chan, as everyone loves to call him now. Gugu right behind them. It's a terrific duo that has been the backbone of Wonton Dumpling for years now, and we're really getting it here in ALGS Year 4. Whenever Wonton Dumpling, or whatever team they were last year, once they get heated up, they become a force to be reckoned with, and it's really up to teams to catch them as early as possible to prevent what has happened so far.
Yeah, we were looking at the previous game, you know, MDY White sort of knowing that, you know...
So what does the
Wonton
kill
Dumpling
count
kinda
look like
needed
at the
to be
top for both
stopped
these
in
2
their
squads?
tracks, and that's exactly what they did. You know, we might see some of these smart plays coming into game number 6 just to sort of stop them
94
there. But, you know,
kills between the
Iron Blood
top 2
Gaming, like I
teams.
said, someone's got to stop them as well because they are very close to taking out this week here. So, you know, it's only got a time will tell, but I'm
That's
very
insane.
excited for game number 6. You know, it's coming to the end of A versus C. We still have the one more game sort of hitting us now. Do you reckon anybody might swap up some legend picks? Do you feel like anybody's going to change their tactics? You know, when it comes to the final game, sometimes you'll see some teams changing a little bit of
I think
their
it's
play
too early in the
styles or
season to see
I mean, I'm
people
just looking around
changing
if we're
things
still
up right
gonna
now.
Get something like the raid. Will we get something like a random Revenant out of nowhere? Those are considerations.
I mean, the
right now
Revenant
since
you
the
can
last
always
map, anyway.
Yes,
you can
and
always
I'll
pair
cut you
with
right
the
there. We're
conduit,
about
right?
to head into
Especially
game
since
number
conduit's
6.
so
Let's
big
fire
right now.
away. Let's get this started. It's Wonton Dumpling and IBG going head to head.
The thing is, I was here at the dropship looking around on who's actually gonna be dropping into World's Edge, and here we go again, Genome. Last map of a certain map, or last round rather of a certain map, right? We get final start. They're gonna play that Revenant on Tree Cleaner. They got also the Bloodhound, so these guys will just hold W and look to fight anyone they see.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually had 5 teams changing up their legend composition going into this final game, Dax. That is quite a lot in the lobby.
Look, it's a
Very
Revenant
interesting
with a
here.
conduit.
See, Tree Cleaner started off with not only the Revenant, might be bringing out those Forged Shadows sooner rather than later, but also got a purple shield to go with it. So
yeah. I mean, MDY Black, they still have that rate for Shaman. We've seen, actually, MDY Black try to utilize that a lot back in that last map, where they find places to play the portal, poke out teams like Wonton Dumpling. We've also noted here from Prod that the Mad Maggie is online, so apparently Lace is gonna play this game today.
and with none other than Strafing Flame at the helm as well. So Legends Gaming have switched over to Mad Maggie, Bangalore Watson.
Such an interesting pick here for Legends, and I guess it just goes back to the fact that we've seen them multiple times caught in the crossfire in mid-rotation. Perhaps them now going for the engage, playing a little bit more of the Blackhand-S style that we've seen from before that whole finals run when they made those kind of switches. Give a chance to actually contend with the likes of Wonton as well as IBG, because we know Legends Gaming are incredible shots, that triple MNK threat that the whole world saw from last year. We haven't seen it as much in their home region.
Yeah, look, not quite as much, and you know why is that? It's honestly hard to say. I think one of the big reasons is probably that the finals lobbies at LANs are just so tight. That if you can find good spots, if, you know, for instance, you're playing Landslide like they were at Champs, the hard rotates, I feel like, do get rewarded quite a bit, and maybe in some of the
it's just the pace of their lobbies at that level.
Not quite as much, and that is that's translated to Legends Gaming doing well, but you know, not as well as we've seen at really the highest level.
And YC, impressive. Already catching one on out. X and Y. Can't even land. Can't even land, man. And the death box instead will bounce on the floor. So X and Y. No, they'll pick up the KPS, but that is probably one of the most unfortunate deaths I've seen in a while.
I just loved how you could see him creeping, like he was really scared of getting launched into the air himself by the geyser and then becoming the next casualty.
Unlucky. In any case, let's talk about the ring as we usually do. And it's pretty similar to what we saw in the last game here, Genome. A little bit more southern compared to the ring itself a while ago. You get a little bit of Harvester, a little bit of the compounds above Lava Siphon. But beyond that, these teams can go back to playing the buildings here.
So more southern zone. I wonder, so do we think this is the one that goes kind of where towards keep going is? And I definitely feel like it goes towards one that chokes, right?
Either ending essentially exactly where it did last game, in the
or is it over
pocket
here?
below Fragment East here, or you know, maybe there's a small chance, wouldn't bet on it though, that it goes down towards Budget Fissure.
I think it literally goes just to the. My ear itches, bro. It's like,
and yeah, there's a potential it goes to that north spot. So I don't know, we'll see.
Driving me crazy.
A couple of teams on either side there, and it could be run it back. Might be a little bit different.
I mean, place your bets here. MDY White, they're saying go back to a building that worked for us last game. On the other hand, MDY Black taking a different approach and playing into the campsite that you mentioned. Akuma also nearby. VK Gaming ready to play Gatekeeper at the moment's notice, but we're watching Ash Esports as well, trying to just stay alive. They set up the pylon already. And we've seen from Ash, it's really just been a consistent game of zone for them. But unfortunately, they haven't had the best outlook when it comes to teams running into them.
all right, come on, IBG.
No, Ash, as you say, it
I want to see them pull us off here in Game 6.
Solid, but you know, this isn't FPS at the end of the day, and you got to win your ones, Dax. And it feels like Ash have rarely been able to perform on that level. The macro is on point. The micro needs a significant amount of work when you are dealing with some of the most dangerous, you know, M&K warlords in the game.
Yeah, welcome to APAC-South, and you have to be able to hit those beams when it matters. Speaking of Ash, they're contending with God Hand and MDY White. T4, on the other hand, a different plan, as MDY Black is the one scouting them out with a drone. So Budget Siphon, it's gonna have many a team on it. Overlooked Entertainment as well, one of the teams that we've seen play a different kind of priority so far in this server. They're betting on playing all the way to the south of the ring pool at this point.
VK Gaming nicely set up on the hill. 30 seconds until we get that next set of ring information, which will probably give us a good indication of you know, where along that 50-50 split we were talking about this next ring will end up. I mean, this is I guess we should also mention the 6th map, right? So you've got teams fighting it out here, and you know who is.
What in the
walk
Muppet
away
just happened
with those
there?
25 split points for coming out of this lobby. We are pretty close to finding that out now. It seems like it's very much between Wonton Dumpling and Ironblood Gaming, but Serenity have had honestly a very good game to back up. You've got to remember they played as a duo.
I feel like Serenity needs both of the previous 2 teams though to both go out early and then have a big game, right?
And potentially could get it here today, starting out at 67 points.
I guess not so much. They're like, yeah, it's only 6 off.
They're coming into game
And
6.
I wouldn't need it to be a huge game per se.
The top 3 so far. They're still in contention for that top spot. If Keep Going Gaming also has a monstrous game, then they can actually snatch the wave, but the odds aren't looking likely in their favor. Keeping an eye out though, X and Y, they knock on Overlook's Entertainment's doorstep. Overlook tells them to screw off, not right now, and they're even gonna answer with the Rolling Thunder to keep X and Y at bay here.
X and Y spotting out some teams. We're gonna see a lot of similar sort of vibes from last game.
So what,
Dax,
Wonton's probably going to be more towards outside of zone here, right? Like they're on the outskirt, obviously, from where they're at, but I mean, I don't think there's many teams behind them.
KPG are also in that spot, but Lightning Unicorn are getting sent right now. They're hiding inside the caravan, and it looks like they're honestly kind of fearing for their lives, which I would be too if Wonton Dumpling was running at me.
It's the same rotation path for Wonton Dumpling. We're watching X and Y right now in Overlook Entertainment yet again clashing against each other. Seems like Wonton though has already caught out Lalabang, Lightning Unicorn, able to trade it back, and watching now Wonton Dumpling, Jackie Chan, it's all up to him. Let's see how his prowess is gonna work on that.
Dumpling.
And Wonton Dumpling, do they get silenced this
No
early
way.
on? This leaves the door open for IBG if ever.
Oh, bro.
XCC, he needs to stay alive right now. Lightning Unicorn on the hunt and on the prowl. They strike when it is hot, and this is such a testament to the game by Lightning Unicorn. Problem is,
who passes them up?
on their doorstep as well.
How far do they fall? They fall away to
Engaged.
third.
There's no thanks to anyone here. They want the fight now, and Team Burger playing from the tunnels to move forward.
Yeah, indeed, and I think this is one of the big differences between how Wonton Dumpling wins by.
So that means Wonton Dumpling was at 73 points, right?
You know,
they didn't get any KP?
So quickly that they armor swap and then they're on to the next one. Meanwhile, LU have lost a member here and they're going to struggle to hold out. But this fortified position inside the RV, well, they say sayonara, and they're going to take the Valka ult on the back of Jackute here to try and get out. But, oh, you can see the shots coming from way. Oh my lord, Jackute is down to about 20 health, but they are going to make it out. They're actually going for a respawn beacon here somewhere up the back.
Breath of relief here for Jackie. He was one hemlock burst away from dying. Does get still scanned by the server beacon, but this is such ripples now moving forward into the rest of the scoreboard. With Wonton Dumpling gone, this means it's probably going to be either Ironblood Gaming or Serenity that takes the win for this group. This is such a good
Come on,
sign
IBG.
for either team right now, knowing the fact that, well, that rotation pad from Wonton Dumpling, it's not going to be very testy anymore. Lightning Unicorn fortifying so well. And I guess the point I want to really make here, Genome, is when Wonton Dumpling is hot, they are on fire, but when they get cold, it is just frigid of a reception.
Yeah, it seemed like it was an ambitious push, trying to take out a very well fortified team inside that caravan with the full pylon and fences set up. But I mean, considering the other things they've done today, you can't.
All right, IBG just gives themselves one squad wipe. They're in the lead.
Does leave the door open with them going out.
They don't need to rush it though.
Means teams like IBG and Serenity are
Ziki, careful.
Yeah, single squad wipe is all IBG needs to have enough KP and take that lead away from Wonton Dumpling. Lightning Unicorn, on the other hand, do successfully get the respawn that we were talking about. But Legends Gaming, this gets interesting. Here we go again. Easy Flash, the one first knocked down. And whenever they take a fight and decide to bail out of it, someone gets sniped along the way. It's been such a picturesque moment for the likes of Legacy and the rest of Serenity.
They get
stand up, and here comes trouble. IBG, they want to go for it here.
Yeah, I mean, it was Legacy that actually got the knock from way downtown.
Okay,
so
Flash
gives
gives up.
IBG would actually get that info.
X
But
and
they
Y
do,
out
they get
19.
the scan, and they
Overcooked
would've
also
realized
out.
that Legends Gaming had one on the floor. They don't choose to push it, though. A very interesting decision by IBG. I would have thought they'd be full sending.
Nah,
as soon as they
IBG doesn't need to
realized there
full
was
send
enough
this
time
though,
to-
man, because they could literally just get their
Watching
points from
potentially
placement right now.
Serenity nearby,
Yeah.
and while that happened, Akuma, a beautiful third party there to knock down whoever was left between that X and Y and Overlook Entertainment scuffle. But Legends Gaming, they bring Easy Flash back to the fight. He's been very sharp on the shots, but he hasn't had as much impact so far. T4 gonna be gone as well. And Iron Blood Gaming, they still have to contend with players
All right,
nearby.
so they
Brett
got
Blow
one
on
more.
side, Legends
Good
on the
news is one
other,
more team
and
falls, they get a
IBG
placement.
looking for any opportunity
Hold
along
on.
the way as the tree cleaner. What is going on with the Rev Squad elsewhere?
They've taken down Godhand. Good on him. Still, again, one of our favorite names. Fantastic addition to the roster of incredible names we have here in the APAC-South region. Bearclaw Gaming posted up within Fragment. They're looking out towards teams like IBG and Legend Gaming, who are still on the outside. Why don't we hear what Legends Gaming are thinking going into this next phase of the game?
70.
Push. Dead. I'm balling.
1 HP, button on HP.
Swing this,
Button
swing this.
Nice.
Amir.
Hang on board with IBG. No, they're taking out IBG.
I saw.
Press.
No, they're taking out IBG. IBG got up into.
2.
Oh, but they're gonna have.
Sorry, no.
They're gonna still be second.
Oh, you're fucking gone. What the fuck?
Damn. Tough.
You got this one.
And
Team above is completely like, no. I think it's only one guy that's like on the hill.
Legends Gaming, man. They took the fight to IBG, and that eliminates the chances, I believe, of IBG actually taking that top slot away from Wonton.
Because
Who's
Wonton's gonna have the
that?
better
It's
one
Serenity,
game,
but
right?
Legends
That
still
game
with a
4.
solo here. Flash, the only one still standing after everything is said and done.
So I mean, the good news for IBG is you're still gonna finish second on the day more than likely, unless Serenity ends up having a pop off, or not even a pop off game, but a decent finish here to wrap things up.
Kind of wrinkle. It's not gonna pan out for them. The gatekeeping is unreal.
Still gotta feel bad because they
Trying to
probably
give
should have
chase to
walked away with
MPY Black,
first.
but what a
Especially
turn
looking
of
back to that
events to the
game
top
3
spot
that
of
got
the
reset
leaderboard so
in top
far.
3.
Yeah, that's
They were
is
alive
throwing
at
a couple
14
of
KP
wrenches
at that
in the
point.
works there.
20-point game that got
Potentially
reset, and they
teams
only
down
ended
the
up
bottom
coming
can
back and
start
getting
moving up now, but I think those
13
top
or something
two
like that.
Teams really did have such a lead that they should be safe for now. Do they pick up enough points? We'll see. We will see. MDY Black currently looking through the teams below them there. We've got an evac going over the top of them. Of course, that'll be Akuma running around. And then you've got Team Burger here just trying to walk it in across the tracks. Can they do that safely? Does Sharky have enough smoke to get them across this very dangerous part of their rotation?
Team Burger is still alive and kicking with the smokes, but keep an eye out for final start as well.
Has
as
anybody
they've been
seen
on a
Serenity
real rampage so far.
recently?
They already catch up Ash Esports, but they are left to 1 actually, and it's only the tree cleaner still alive here. MDY White, also a similar fight. They're going after Team Burger and anyone else they can see here. VK Gaming also a victim. Pylon being set.
They're the only
up,
ones who
and
have a
MDY
chance
White,
of
they might be in trouble as they
still
run
winning.
into Burger now. MDY White's gone. Final start as well, and chaos ensues as all
Or did
of
they
these
go
teams
down
will
earlier when
start
that kill feed
moving
was
onto
getting
the outskirts here.
Team Burger,
Kinda fluid.
they've waited some time, but they're looking to finally put their mark on this series.
No,
6
Serenity's
kills
still
for
in.
the team right now, as
They have
well
77
as making
points.
it to top 6. They've got someone else's Watson Gen there helping them out to help this position, making sure the grenades coming in don't worry them
Damn,
too
bruv.
much, as Way's actually putting some damage down long range with his frags. They now move up. 5 squads left. Legends go down. And Team Burger looking to crack into the top 10.
And look at this deja vu for Keep Going Gaming. Yes, it's outside of the next.
I should allow
grade.
Legends to
Similar
finish,
position
what, top
with the
5,
Kraber in
right?
hand. Team Burger, so they're looking for impact as much as possible. Moving forward now.
Maybe not.
And it's Serenity right in front of them. Here we go again. A game of legacies are afoot.
They'll be in
Wade,
5th
though,
or 6th.
Trying to go for the confirm. Seems like Team Burger is still good for the time being, and it's MDY Black instead. Someone they have to contend with all the way. MDY Black, they have a good vantage.
How long of a
Keep
break
Going
do we think
Gaming
they give them
also ready for
in
the
between
H5 spots
series?
remaining. But from what I've seen so far, with Legacy still alive, the top 5, its placement points actually bring Serenity to success.
Yeah, I mean, KPG have just had such a great day as they are landing here on World's Edge over at Harvester. Of course, that's giving them fantastic rotations here into these 2 central circles here. And as you can see, with the Kraber coming down on top, he hits the shot onto Legacy and moves them even further. Unbelievable.
I am easily impressed. And KH, you take my breath away with a shot like that. So Serenity's gone to make it to top 5, and that might be enough to take the spots, top spots because of placement. But Keep Going Gaming, they're now in trouble as here comes Akuma to take the fight to them. Yukoi bringing damage. It's land from above one more time with a bow check. Trying to believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say what the only thing I can change now is 6 and 8.
Will he be next? The spikes into play. MDY Black merely an observer from this point on. Now they want to be a participant. Keep Going is gone. We're down left to 2 as Team Burger's also eliminated. And MDY Black, they're able to paint the town red with these kills as they will be our final winners.
That's big for MDY Black though, because for them they were only went into that game with like low teen points, right?
Exciting
like
stuff
just barely
again
double
for
digits,
our
I
final
think.
Match. That's game number 6 done and dusted. APAC-South, you know, we've produced the likes of Dark Zero and Moist Esports, and wrapping up groups A versus C. You know, all you guys at home can definitely see that this region will have some more contenders for those top spots at LAN. You know, Gino, we've talked about Wonton Dumpling and Iron Blood Gaming going toe-to-toe and collecting insane kill points, but their reign of terror came to an end in that final game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of very aggressive teams. They've typically done quite well in the early stages of LAN and run amok. And, you know, some have even managed to do that in the final lobbies like Dreamfire. But it looks like we could potentially have some additions in their ranks. You know, yeah, some teams like Wonton Dumpling. It'd be fantastic. It'd be so entertaining to see what they look like running through other regions as well, not just APAC-South, but IBG.
Oh, I need to go hit this ear though.
I think they are also in top form, and I'm really excited to see them if they can grab one of those 8 spots and then wreak havoc on the world.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, we've taken out the heavy hitters, and that made a little bit of room for like the likes of Akuma or MDY Black Dax. Insane plays from, you know, these teams that are sitting a little bit lower on the bracket.
Yeah, incredible step up from our top 3 for this game. You got Team Burger making their mark finally, and I guess that was my concern for Divine last time. It takes them so long to really get heated on up, and they navigate through the train tracks well to make it to the top 3 spot and get 8 of those kills. Akuma as well, winning so many of those sudden engagements and just carving a path of destruction. But MDY Black, there were just so many times we watched them just keep an eye out of everyone else. They fended off Serenity, they fended off Keep Going Gaming. I think they also were able to get good catches onto VK Gaming as well as Final Start. Shout out to the Revenant getting 4 kills, by the way. But it just goes to show, when you play that right alongside the Crypto, it's more so that kind of game where you're playing a little bit more patient, and they really hit their targets well in well-timed outlets as well.
Yeah, and as you can see here on our final scoreboard, Serenity coming out with the 78 points. You know, Wonton Dumpling, Iron Blood Gaming doing exceptionally well. You know, only a couple of points behind, but obviously getting knocked out quite early in that final match, which has just sort of opened the door, or say window, for Serenity to come through, Gino.
I mean, that's incredible.
So Iron Blood didn't tie for a second, but even if they would have tied for a second, they lost the tiebreaker. So they finished in 3rd.
Today come out and win their lobby, grabbing the full 25 points for the
Legends
split.
dropping
That
to
is,
8.
That's really a statement from them, and honestly, a pretty big upgrade, I think, in how they've been playing over the previous year of ALGS. Wonton Dumpling certainly recognizing some of their potential with one of the biggest games we've ever seen in APAC-South history. I think it was 23 kills. Absolutely
So
nuts.
those
IM
top
Gaming,
3
team
teams?
we did expect to do well.
No, Serenity's already
They're
played
at
one of the
73
series. So,
points, and then there's a bit of a
Wonton
drop-off
Dumpling and
where
Iron
Keep
Blood
Going
Gaming will be back for the
probably
second.
best placing team of the day. who really, had a
Set.
couple of shifts over towards them.
And try and see if they can keep that momentum.
Points, we calculate up. We do have our series points, So
all right, remember that C still has.
We have a look.
Only played once.
At the top here, Lightning Unicorn. Performing exceptionally well in our first week. They have been extremely consistent over the couple of matches that they've played. So, that's kind of pushed them to
that
the
means
top
we're going to see
there.
Boogie Borders in the
Along
next
with
lobby.
Legends Gaming also performing consistently in our first
Dreamfire,
week.
we didn't see this lobby. Will be in the next lobby.
Serenity's just snuck up on in there as well. This was A versus
AGL.
C Dax. So we still have more games after this. As you can see, like Boogie Borders, they didn't compete in these first 6 matches, but we'll be seeing them shortly.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Wonton Dumpling, IBG rack up even more points at the end of our day. But for me, I feel like the recovery from Team Burger in the last game does push them up higher onto the standings than we might have expected when they started off as Divine, so good on them. Serenity as well, making it to that top 3, and that's just, even though it will change sooner or later once we get B versus C, making it the top 3 after playing as a duo in that first outing, it really just goes to show Serenity has put in the work, and we've seen multiple times in such a chaotic lobby, they're the team that takes multiple opportunities and seizes them. So I'm very impressed with what we saw Serenity do today, because it's just a bit of a contrast to the full send, to the full engage that we get from our other APAC-South teams.
Yeah, exactly right. Our full sending teams of Wonton Dumpling and Iron Blood Gaming. I'm very interested to see when we have our next lot of groups. So we'll have B versus C. Another hard-hitting team that we saw in the first week was Boogie Borders. This is just going to be amazing to see.
How long of a break do we think they're giving us, chat?
Kill points. Now battle it out together.
I would like for them to try and condense down the
guys,
time, because we're supposed to be starting here in 10
A
minutes.
short break. You were just watching groups A versus C. Coming up shortly after the break, we're going to have B versus C. You're going to see the action. We're going to get it sorted. But first of all, go get yourself some snacks, have a stretch, and we'll see you shortly.
Let's sit down for a bit here, chat, while we're on break. Oh, wow. They're only doing a 20-minute break. See, that's another thing, bro. Like, there wouldn't be no way EMEA and NA would be only doing a 20-minute break for broadcast, and they wouldn't have teams playing back-to-back. APAC just built different. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Wild, man. All right, let's take a look at who we're going to be seeing here. Our next game. That's our group there. Oh. So we'll see if Iron Blood Gaming can keep their momentum off that last lobby. Same thing could be said for Wonton Dumpling down here. Remember, MDYB just had a big game there to kind of end things off in the first series. Which means maybe they could use that to kind of turn things around and carry over into their second lobby. Then last time around on A, oh no, still want to go here. Like last time around on A, we had Boogie Borders do really good. Lightning Unicorn, who just played. So Lightning Unicorns had two. What Lightning Unicorn finished like 5th, so 2 top 5s for them. Legend is not in this lobby. Bear Claw is not in this lobby. So chance for quite a few of these teams in Group B who didn't do quite as good in their lobby last weekend. I'm going to try and close the gap and get some points here. But yeah, it's going to be our lobby. I am glad though, because again, if it was EMEA or NA, we'd probably have like a full hour, and I ain't got time for that. All right, I'm gonna let these highlights play here. I'm gonna take a look. I'll just get up and stretch my legs. I know we're about to have to log back in for another 6 games. Decent outside earlier. I wonder if it's still decent. Yeah, I might step outside and grab a quick breath, fresh breath there. Just before we sit down for another 6 here, chat. But get ready, man, because this one should be just as good as the last. I would hope maybe even a little bit better, just in the sense of it's not like a 3-team race. That time sometimes can get a little stale. I'll be right back. Yeah, 6 more games. It's a double session day. Pretty well every APAC session is a double session from here on out. I think other than the last weekend? Double check that. Because this weekend's a double session, next weekend's a double session, the following weekend, no, yeah. Huh? Oh, because there's 7 groups, right. Or like days, I should say. So one the first day, and then a pair every other day if there is one. Now there's a break from the weekend in 2 weekends, so the weekend of the 10th and 11th. Then the next weekend where there's APAC action is this first weekend of March. That's because they're taking a break for the new season. All right, so again, before we get started here, our teams we're seeing in this next lobby. All right, here. So we're to see Group C that we just saw. And also we got Boogie Borders, Dreamfire, Kakoi, who's in 5th currently. Outside the ring, we saw had a decent day last week as well, I feel like. I do feel like AGL does have some fragging potential. Well, as you can kind of say the same for DNZ. Again, thinking about it, 20-minute break, kind of crazy. Big shout out to the casters. And this week it's also a double session for EA and NA, but that just means that there's games tomorrow. So EMEA has 1 p.m. Saturday, Sunday, NA 6 p.m. Saturday, Sunday.
Your undisputed champions of APAC-South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here.
But this is the only weekend that it's like that until the 3rd for March. No, that's not true. No, yeah, that is true.
Finds the target.
That's gonna be a punishing blow.
Tree is covered. Fly high to send by. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Ulti overextends. So does Kashira.
Does get spotted out. The pings go down.
Oh my God! It's the 360! What a beast!
Hello and welcome everyone to the APAC-South Pro League, where we're covering all the Apex Legends action in Split 1. My name is, of course, Lace, or also known as the fake voice actor of Mad Maggie. I'm, of course, joined by my wonderful casters, Genome and Dax. You know, we've only had a little short break, guys. I hope you did your stretches. Are you rearing and ready to go for another 6 matches?
Well, I mean, look, we were just tucking into some food, as apparently the stream got to see very briefly in the break. So I'm ready. Yep.
I know. I got a nice little preview of Dax. I think I was out and walking there. But Dax, hopefully you've had some sustenance.
Oh, yeah, sure. Of course. That's all I want to talk about now over anything else. But yeah, I mean, we got B versus C coming up next, and we already saw how explosive Group C had an impact coming into the day. Now that they have double duty,
Let's turn them back up again.
Yes, it's gonna be a factor, but I'm still looking at the usual suspects: IBG, Wonton Dumpling. Those names we have to watch out for.
And I mean, it's not just that they had to play 2 series, right, Dax? Because you got to remember,
they had to play a whole other game.
Some of these guys, right? Like, I mean, you know, they'll find a spot, they'll sit in zone the whole time, and maybe it's not as stressful as an experience for them. But teams like Wonton Dumpling, who are fighting from the start of the map to the end of the map, if they have to play 12 games in a row, like that is a pretty intense period, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of energy expenditure there.
Yeah, you know, we had a captivating start to Split in week 1. You know, we saw Bearclaw Gaming starting out strong and taking the first win of the day. Then we had Boogie Borders rise to tame, you know, with their tight cohesion coming together and winning overall for the first week. And then, you know, as you just touched on, we just witnessed, you know, more teams showcasing their skills, such as Wonton Dumpling and also Ironblood Gaming steamrolling anything that they saw in their way. But I do know that there's a team you're keeping your eye on, Genome, which is Dreamfire. Now that we are in groups B versus C, are you excited to see them play?
Oh, of course. I mean, you know, these guys have been one of the most exciting teams in APAC-South for a very long time, and they've got a lot to live up to after last week, certainly. Looks like they've loaded in with Bang, Bloodhound, and Catalyst, so sounds like a fun comp.
Yeah, exactly right. And we're just going to get started. We're going to get rearing to go. This is groups B versus C. We are on our first match on Storm Point. Let's take it away and see these performances.
All right, game number 1, B versus C. Let's freaking go, Chad.
We're back here at the Storm Point, but with different teams now with Group C. Welcome back, guys. If you are just tuning on in, it's our second outing, Group B versus C this time around in APAC-South. Dax and Genome going to be on the mic with you as per usual. And one thing that you already pointed out, Genome, fan favorite Dreamfire, they need to really make it work this time around, and they forego their own composition. They go with the Bloodhound instead, play a bit of reconnaissance to boots.
Yeah, I mean, they'll still be landing
Switching
over
things
at
up
Mill,
to the Hound.
But it does mean that they can make use of both of those beacons that spawn in their POI. You know, they can get the ring console, and then they can also hit that player scan just to tell them
what were they running last week?
How they might be able to move into the ring, what spots might be available. Maybe if it's too far away.
I'm trying to remember for them last week.
And you know what I'm really curious about is who will take the Legends Gaming spot of Cedo Station here with them gone from the lobby for the very first time. It's actually Kill Devil. You also have WM Firebird over onto Checkpoint, which means Norpad gonna get taken by IBG. And I'm very excited to see WM Firebird really perform now versus Group C. They were one of the teams we saw be very aggressive, play that edge, and truthfully, they have so many similarities to what we saw from Wonton Dumpling a while ago, especially coming into World's Edge. I wonder how they're gonna stand toe-to-toe with such titans now.
It is a good question. Was that just a freak performance from War Monster Firebird, or are they the real deal? Can they back it up? We'll have to see. Teams now rotating down towards the south of the map. Yep. Some actually going past each other.
I was gonna say they're on the car. Who's
you know,
whipping it?
Full engage, going straight over the top. That was Boogie Borders that was below them. A team that would happily take a couple of, you know, donated KP if they landed it in their lap. There you
say we know that they love to run shit down. They actually are they turning around?
Park, which actually makes this a fairly easy circle to predict.
Turn around.
Or at least I'm going to say that now before I'm horribly wrong later. But that should mean this finishes, I would say, somewhere around Bamboo. I guess
what
there's
up,
a
Gunny?
chance it finishes over towards Pylon at the sort of the north west buildings there, but I really reckon this is probably going to be a Barrow and therefore you know, probably North, Barrow, Bamboo kind of circle.
Used to run in the APAC-South region or what?
Prediction's gonna be Boogie Borders nearby that location as well. And speaking of Boogie Borders, incredible game, especially in their last outing in A versus B. We saw Rafi put up the PK shots. We saw Fussy with an incredible 30-30. And now Boogie Borders have their sights set onto No Credit. It's been an interesting outing for No Credit, having to play from preseason qualifiers to make it back for familiar names like Xavier, like Mexius. And from what we saw from last week, Genome, No Credit is that kind of team that just pops up out of nowhere and basically griefs your rotation.
Yeah, like no credit, no sense, no nonsense, maybe?
I just realized I still had this
don't know,
high
man.
up from when they were in between games chat. My fault.
Running. I'm sure there's some people in the chat that have been spamming that, so please go and check that out if you guys want to see. It's been a great introduction this year with our help over with our friends from the Friends Project, and you know, obviously, yeah, you get to see all the teams. You can hear their comms.
They're
as well,
friends
so
from
it's a
the
great
Friends
way to
Project. What the
enjoy,
fuck?
The APAC-South action. What I would recommend is going to check out the No Credit team on.
So have you still been keeping up with it as far as watching Gunny, even though you haven't been playing, or not really as much?
We're watching final start now, still sticking around with Revenant. It worked a while ago. Does it work yet again as we're in a new group? DNC looking to deny them already, but Joker down for the count. It's Papa, the only one still standing here for DNC as they're playing by Lightning Rod. And I was gonna consider maybe DNC a better outlook now without Keep Going Gaming in the lobby. They're fighting for their lives here.
Damn.
The slice and dice action from Paul.
Yeah, they're fighting all sorts of stuff you can
and final start will be gone now.
Bet on when it comes to
pops him down
esports.
at the end there.
Whether it's
DNC,
kills in
as
games
you
like
said.
this. I mean, I know even when we do like Rocket League watch parties, people said that they do bets on like demos in a series or
now as they
goals.
Start moving in. Meanwhile, yeah, North Barrow is getting super congested at this point. The way this circle is pulled.
Who would have ever thought, you know, that
usually, I feel like it's going to cut off a lot of the
you'd be able to
playable
find
space
all
in
the
Barrow,
same
probably
minute
like a
stuff
whole
to be able to
circle
bet on
early
in video games that you do in a
does,
like real
the way
life
this one is
sports.
playing out. So it'll be interesting to see
From the
to see how
minute
teams
shit
deal with
to who's gonna win, to point
Watching right now for the
differentials.
teams after getting positioned.
It's actually
Yellow
wild.
Devil here by the bridge, getting covered by the staircase. You got MDY Black, the team that took that final game of A versus C. And I wonder if they can get a bit of consistency moving forward. But Wonton Dumpling on the hunt yet again. A slow start a while ago on Storm Point. Does it continue now as Wonton Dumpling is losing this fight? But suddenly tides turn thanks to Jackie Chan. XDZ though eventually he is hit
And
by the last hit.
Wonton Dumpling,
And
after
MDY
having a
Black,
good
they stop a potential
lobby in the
rampage
first
in
lobby,
its
A versus C, in game number 1, they go out 19th, and I don't think they had any KP.
MDY Black
BK
with
Gaming's
that
gonna come in for the
pipeline,
third
that,
party
of
on
course, means
MDY.
that there's zero time to reset. When BK Gaming pull up and scatter them to the floor.
BK Gaming is rocking just the blue shield and
gonna get away, but
the double
I
white
think
tee, so they
MDY
can't be too
White
aggressive yet.
has
They do have
spotted
boxes
him
they can
out.
pick out of though.
Probably
We saw
will be able to deal with him.
Kaza able to get themselves the purple.
Yeah, pinging him, that's for sure, but they haven't really noticed how many numbers are there outside, also watching out for them. Keeping an eye out on War Monster Firebird playing by Sito Station, so we're getting a lot of action right now towards the north side of the Forbidden Zone, and VK Gaming, a little bit of a disappointing run from that last outing a while ago, looking to find a little bit more footing now, hunting down these final members, playing away from the edge here.
So it looks like we're probably gonna have one of those zones that ends
AGL,
like
they're
bridge-ish,
pulling up the top
probably?
of Barrow, just below them you've got Full
Or is this
Engage
maybe
and
possibly pull out
XF.
towards the
Both teams
island there,
we are definitely
maybe?
expecting to be a hard
One of those
zone
two
team,
zones.
as we've seen them play so far. I mean, I think
This might
is
actually be the
really
one that
going to
ends like dead ass on the
three
island.
team in year
Or, like,
4
just off
here,
of
or
it.
At least in this current meta that we've got, Dax, you can very much expect to be a hard rotate team, a team who wants to get in position very quickly, because you are really sacrificing so much fight potential with Valkyrie just to get that earlier and better rotate.
Nah, I mean, even as much as I like to watch and like
That's right. If you're caught immediately trying to rotate towards the zone, then
quote unquote take
especially
bets
as a
on
rat,
like
MDY
sports, I
White
never
will hunt
actually
you
bet on
down, so
sports.
that's
My
MDY
personality
Black
would get
eliminated along the way.
sunk or
I do
wrapped
like
up in
the
that
fact
way
you
too
mentioned,
quickly.
because MXF is one of those teams on the inside already. AGL, though, a team that we saw a while ago play on Barometer, that they're usually one of those edge teams that love to fight. We've seen them
That
be a bit
addictive
more,
personality,
let's
you know what I'm
say,
saying?
passive this time around compared to their old outings, and I wonder when we'll get a bit of that flame back from the likes of Jackie, from the likes of QQ, especially because we know this is a team that can hold W key as well.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, you can see running the conduit this season, you know, she is a bit of a flexible hero. You do see some teams like Wonton Dumpling running her because of, you know, that
Oh
kind
shit,
of
I should have made my shake in between series chat.
But also her ult, her energy barricade.
I'll have to make it after game one.
A lot of options, so can be used for either scenario, and honestly, that's quite helpful in Apex when, you know, maybe the start of the game you are being quite aggressive, and then once you find a good spot, you want to turn that around and suddenly repel the other teams who aren't.
Like, I have fun doing pick'ems, especially in like Rocket League season and stuff, but even with that, I don't put no money on him, man.
Chasing after outside as much as they can, and LQ, he does have a ring also he can utilize, get that intel moving forward. Boogie Borders though, alongside...
Damn, I even asked if MDY Black would be able to carry over the momentum of that win in Game 6 in the last series, and they're out early too.
I guess that's concern right now here for MDY.
Tough.
How do they position into the next ring, knowing the fact that Boogie Borders sticking around by Orange and is gate
tough for
on
Tins.
the northern side of this ring so far as IBG.
IBG moving on War Monster Fireburn.
Right here, right now. Pull up, as you said. Aegis wants to lead the charge, and here comes Aegis yet again. Beautiful beam. The doorway blocking his final few shots to keep
Oh, brother's getting hit hard by the
alive, but Iron Blood Gaming, they're here for more as
Conduit
a
ult.
beautiful arc start through the door now and is able to keep IBG pinned. One down here for Iron Blood Gaming. It might be dangerous to face off against War Monster at this point, and WMFB, they're answering back.
I say War
with a
Monster
gravity
Firebird have the advantage here. They're just trying to push back on IBG.
Just conduit knowledge and ability usage.
Yeah,
there.
that was a really good ult.
For War Monster Firebird, or at least, you know, won the start of the fight. Looks like they're going to finish it off now. Ziki may
they should be able to wrap this fight up
and stay alive. But so basically, they stuck on one side of the door, popped the conduit ult inside. And then, you know, he couldn't get through, was trying to heal, but was just, as you can see, taking constant damage from the shield jammer.
And I was asking a while ago, can War Monster Firebird contend with the likes of IBG, contend with the likes of Wonton Dumpling? They pass already from the first map, and you gotta give big props to Azu. I believe he used to play in the Golden Stage roster before, one of the veterans really off this squad right now that came from the PSQs. But DNZ, on the other hand, it's a team that can actually play the same way we saw Keith Going Gaming do so a while ago. They do have to deal with outside here on top of the pylon, and for now, they don't want to contend. They do have the Horizon if they need it in a pinch.
I feel like 7 kills is plenty doable for all of them.
Yeah, now it's DNZ all the way over at the pylon.
In 3 maps.
The moment of truth in just a second, and nope, pretty much as I called it. It looks very much like a bamboo circle, and these teams are over at Watson's pylon, who may have been holding on to hope. Well, they're going to have to move it out, but first, going to play a little 3v3 arena game, it looks like it, because they are so close, it feels like surely outside and DNZ have to pull into this. IBG in the meantime.
IBG.
It looks like they did get some kind of res off, but Asia's...
Bro, I thought he was about to turn around and at least take 2.
Right now, who's just been taken out. So, by the way, Asia's is over in Bean.
I say he's able to get banners anyway, so like, or not being banners, but able to get himself meds, keep pushing in.
Gosh, the rest of them they're all popping meds, very much in the zone.
I mean, it's a mistake that they've been making even last week, right? They take the fight outside the ring, but they take way too much damage, and we've seen them even with shields die to that ring in the first place. Luckily for them, though, I think this time around they have a car, so the Trident is something they can rotate with. They have full healed along the way, and they might even catch the last member of IBG by surprise at this point, but most of the rings now trying to head on down. MDY White, I think that's a team that has a bit of that intel, but they still can't find a way in, and they're navigating to where Kakoi is stationed instead.
I mean, it's a fascinating circle, Bamboo, honestly, as we see a little bit of almost oob action there from outside. They're going to pull down Boogie Borders right next to them in that orange.
It is the one that's going to pull towards that island. I'm so smart, chat. I'm so good.
Hiding around.
He's so smart. It's like he watches an absurd amount of Apex.
Fantastic spots, but honestly, I feel like this is a better circle played from outside in. Those spots aren't super defensible. There are a lot of angles, especially within Bamboo, that you can get hurt by. And playing those spots early can be very risky.
Yeah, you have the open sight lines for the pylon to be broken, and you can get overrun from that point on.
I mean, part of it is, I think, where Horizon's at.
They really want an IBG.
In a sense, like Horizon's his baby.
So that's them down, but War wants to Firebird. They're also in trouble. Caught now in the crossfire. Kakui as well as X and Y looking at them. We're also keeping an eye out on T4 right now here with no credit nearby. This ring is closing on in. No credit desperately trying to cross, and they already lose one here as Savior will catch one of the members of T4. No credit, no traded on back. Savior up close. A Watson specialist, but not the best position for it. Mexus on the other one. He's fighting with the PK, just jiggling on around.
Hold on.
72 on the first shot. Looking for another. Gets it there, and no credit. They take down T4, but they're also
Dreamfire with the third party. You dirty, dirty boys.
By DF.
Well, a couple of KP. Well, you certainly take it. DF, sorry, still have obviously some way to work themselves into the ring down there at the Spiders, and they're going to have a lot of sight lines left of them, with a lot of those teams still up in the Barrow buildings. Meanwhile, teams like DNZ actually sending it onto Boogie Borders here in the orange. It's a very... We were talking about playing outside in. This orange is a great place to do this from. Boogie Borders would be livid if they can't hold on to this spot. Yeah, Boogie Borders happy already to get the first snap onto Bolin, but here we go, DNZ. Black hole into play courtesy of the Boogie Borders, and now they're going to try to go to the outside. Digithreat though, doing some damage beyond the smokes. Fussy trying to find opportunity. Eva 8 in his hands. The auto shotty packing quite a punch, but he's the one down instead. AGL takes advantage of all of
Damn, how has AGL kept all three up here?
Also nearby, and Boogie Borders.
Oh, it's because DNZ was the one who was initially pushing him. I'm an idiot. Never mind.
Oh man, this is so unfortunate for them. It felt like Boogie Borders, they tried to back off. They didn't want to actually play too aggressively against DNZ because they were worried about something like this happening. They could see it coming from a mile away. They wait. No one's around, so they actually push out and try and finish the fight off against DNZ. And just as they do, AGL turns up. Incredibly unfortunate timing, I think, personally, for Boogie Borders there.
That has to hurt for Boogie Borders. He said they'd be livid, and with the Raki, the only one probably just banging his table by this point after everything is said and done. DNZ, though, and AGL nearby each other, still full squads. And it's just interesting to think it's really Boogie Borders, the one caught along the way. SWQ, though, gonna be gone. X and Y taking the
Boogie Borders still sitting on a lone point here in game number one, huh?
The setup. But while this happens, MDY White have a really good
and that's just based off of placement.
With MXF and War Monster Firebird nearby.
Because they don't have any KP yet.
Eliminating AGL now, and they're moving into
AGL out in 12.
Outside though,
Dreamfire.
Dreamfire gonna get eliminated too.
Outside of the top 10 again.
Chances of Dreamfire yet again, but you know who's hurting? It's DNZ. X and Y also going for the
DNZ
fight.
out.
We're getting these squads clashing now.
Yeah, full engage. Only one member left alive.
X and Y is trying to pick off along the outside here of the
eating Kraber shot, but that's
zone.
Still not enough by themselves.
Luckily, the two fights that we've seen from them were like isolated like solos.
Now Raki from Boogie Borders still
the one became an isolated solo, obviously, but
some revenge. I mean, he did outlast DNZ in the end, so he's got that to hang his hat on at the very least. VKG have taken up the spot inside Bamboo. And the circle will be just to the northwest of that. So it actually is a little bit more on top of Kill Devil over here at the bridge.
Kill Devil for the time being, but MDY White breaking through the fences that MXF has left behind. Artillery strike though is a go. Rolling
I mean, Liquidpedia
allows MDY White to cross over to the other side, and MXF is taken
stats?
down because
yeah,
of
like
well
on
done by
Liquidpedia.
MDY White, but look who has been playing a good position as well. X and Y trying to recover
breaks down the
after
player
a bad
stats
outing
as well.
in A versus C. Here in BNC, they're doing some good damage so far. 30-30, killing Levy, and X and Y are on the hunt here. BK though, they're the ones in trouble now.
So like this
JR
one here.
Doing some senior damage there.
And you can just change it over in North America.
BKG lose their spot inside. Raki actually coming through, says, hey, maybe I can third this. Unfortunately, taking a little bit of damage from the fences. Can he actually play this around and finish it? It is a 1v1. He's got hide on him.
He's making it happen. It's a possibility here for Boogie
Zero ammo!
Oh, it's so close.
Wow.
Gets the armor swap along the way. Sato tried to just punch him to impunity. No no bullets though in R99. Gets the reload going. Here we go again. Another punch.
They're
Another
just punching it
smoke.
out.
Oh my God.
They're punching it out.
Actually beat up Boogie Borders where they stand. It took so long for Racky to die. And outside has to be hurting.
No way.
Outside, crawling back into the circle. Racky literally got down to 0 bullets, I believe, during that fight, which is why he started that melee action. All right. I don't know how we're gonna top that in this game, but we've got 4 squads left alive, and really it's MDY White versus XNY in this end game.
Yeah, here we go. XD's
Hold on.
beautiful Kraber shot to begin with. Only has 1 bullet left though in the chamber, but he wants to lead the charge. The shot caller moving forward. XNY will follow suit.
It's
JR
too easy.
again, the 30-30 keeps on repeating. It's a tune that XNY love to hear, and they're now in the top 3. Outside though, spots an opportunity. 2 left for this squad, and it truly is chaos here by the
think
bridge.
it's crazy,
Rolling
didn't
Thunder now to play again.
Oh, JR not having time to get the med kit off before he gets sent again. But as you said, yeah, outside actually get an opportunity to take out this fight. Now putting it into a 2v2 here.
Oh my
and
goodness.
outside. Wow, using the height to their advantage will come out on top here in game 1.
Well done by outside. They take
right.
our first win, and it was a long slobber knocker of an approach. We saw them face off against Boogie Borders there. We saw them get that win over XNY, and they'll take that first map.
Exactly, that was exceptional gameplays from all our teams. You know, I feel like Wonton Dumpling were feeling the sting of playing their 7th game, being eliminated quite early. But Dax, the freaking Boogie Borders, being eliminated by the fists of
Oh,
Thanos.
it's J Team and
that
X and
fight
Y.
there was just great for us to watch. You know, but coming up from 7th place, I believe, from last week, outside.
I mean, yeah, they found so much impact right now with 7 KP along the way. This is such a big boost for them. But then again, you also look at the rest of the top 3 right now. War Monster, Firebird, fending off
X and
Iron
Y
Blood
had
Gaming,
just
so
had a very,
immediately,
very
right,
quiet
it's a trial
first
by
series of
fire,
the day,
and
where
they're
they finished
able
in
to come up
20th.
ahead of it. X and Y as well, very impressive.
And they just
second
already
place with
have
8
more
KP
points.
along the way. This is the kind of outing that they've been wanting in Storm Point. We saw it a while ago when the game unfortunately
They got more
didn't
off their
really work out
placement
in their
first
favor,
game
but
than they did the
here
whole
and now
series in the
this
first
game, there are these
series
teams
day.
that are trying to contest right from Group C, but Group B, they're able to handle them. You saw DNC win it out. You saw MDY Black win it out. It's just, it has been the fact of the matter that these teams can face off against each other.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, we saw the very slight clutch of no credit almost being able to, you know, solidify the kill there. But unfortunately, you know, another team's just waiting on the outskirts. I believe, you know, Dreamfire sort of came in and finished off no credit after they just won that. You know, they're really, you know, Dreamfire have competed at land after a rocky start to week 1. It seems like they've kind of taken the time to assess what they've needed to prove on here. But as we're coming up to our replays, I think this is the boxing match of dreams.
Ah, this was a good one. All I have to say is, I know Tekken came out yesterday, but we are getting it here in ALGS today. And Satoko High, he takes that match win there. Look at them go! Racky did such an incredible job to make that so contended to begin with. He made sure it became a 1v1, but as Gino mentioned, they ran out of bullets, and it was the same case for outside for a little bit. But here at the end, just that knock that Gino also said a while ago, when X and Y lost 1, they tried to go for the reset. Outside took that bridge position, and that was enough for them to take the win from.
Exactly right. So, you know, we're inside, but outside is ready to go. You can see that why they placed number 1 there.
Good
Look
little
at that
kill
damage
distribution
and
at the
cohesion
top,
with
though. I mean, War
team.
Monster Firebird with
You
7
know, and also
kills.
taking a couple of kills.
MDY White with 5.
As well with 4 kills. It's just they're doing an exceptional job there, coming in second. You know, X and Y, just watching them from that previous match, Dax, they just seem to really take down anything in their path.
Yeah, it's just them shaking off whatever happened in that A versus C matchup. I believe they were at the very last place of our standings, unfortunately, and this is such a big boon for them. Shark also, as well as LD, being absolute menaces in the server so far. Look at MDY White, 1.7k damage there for the Watson, and because of it, we get our standings with outside in the lead, but X and Y just 2 points behind them.
Yeah, and coming in at 4th place, I want to take a look at MD White. You know, they just played for us in Group A versus C, coming in about 12th. And, you know, I feel like they're just getting warmed up. You know, this is their 7th match of today. So, you know, they're just getting rearing ready to go. And you can see that even though it's been a little bit of time, they are here to be in those top 5 placements.
See, but now I'm ready to stand back up again, chat.
WMFB, you know, coming in as well, showing us what they can do. Boogie Borders, you know, sitting there at 8th. But this is what we saw from Boogie Borders last week, Dax, where their first game of the day, they didn't really perform the way that we know they can. I believe it was 17th. So, you know, they got knocked out quite early. But we just see a rise from them in the coming matches.
I mean, it's always there, the potential of Boogie Borders. And let's not forget, it was one of the worst, unfortunate things that could happen in that third party between DNZ, HL, and Boogie Borders. So I feel like the bounce back, it's always possible for them.
That's it, and it's only time will tell. And we're going to take a little bit of time. We're going to head towards a break.
All right, they're going to take a break. I'm going to go make a shake.
In a moment for match 2.
Twitch, it means y'all are going to catch some ads real quick. Love you guys. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to do 90 seconds just because I know that's how long I'm going to be away. I should make it so we're good until endgame.
Your heart, and then I'll break everything else.
And welcome back, everybody. You are joining us here today to watch Group B versus C go head-to-head. Dax, it was just an exciting match 1 on Storm Point for this lot of groups. I think we had Outside just taking the lead there. We obviously are seeing a fair new group of teams come and battle our original group that just performed for you today. And, you know, you can see the difference in teams that are sort of had today to play a bunch of games, and then, you know, the teams that have, you know, probably just been practicing on the sidelines waiting for these matches to be over. Do you feel like we're going to see some of our, you know, our C teams crash a little bit quicker than, you know, the newly brought in B group?
I mean, you make a really good point there, Lace, because endurance is such a big factor. Where Group C, they had the week off last week, yes, but now they have to put in the work and play 12 maps in a row, basically. And we saw that crash and burn for IBG and Wonton Dumpling. They need to find their footing back, and they want to have those monstrous performances that we saw a while ago.
That's it, you know, stamina is hard to come by. And then we're just taking a look at the Legends picks. You know, we still have Bangalore out in front with 16 picks. It's different from the first lot of matches, though. We saw Catalyst being a larger pick for our first group, and now we're seeing Watson sort of take over Catalyst stacks.
I mean, Watson and Catalyst have always been within that top 3, especially.
Honestly, I feel like that was kind of similar to last.
Goes to show, though, that we're having lesser Valkyrie and Crypto picks right now. They don't want to play that hard zone as much. We've seen teams play Edge and just actually fight each other as much as possible. But then again, when you have that Watson available, you can just park yourselves immediately. Call this your home, put defenses, put immediately out of nowhere, even if they want to play Edge to begin with, or they want to have that zone kind of ideology first and foremost.
Yeah, and right down the bottom, you saw the one Revenant pick. I know that's kind of tickles your fancy when you see a Rev there.
All right, let
at
me
the
put
end
up
of
these
our,
scores here,
last
chat.
matches on Game 6, you know, some teams just want the crutch character with the more health that Revenant can provide, and they seem to like pick it just because they have nothing else. But like having these teams come out the gun and just actually pick Revenant on Storm Point is quite exciting to see. So I wonder if, you know, they're going to
I am not
Bro,
the
what
biggest
is
fan of the
happening?
Revenant in ALGS, and I think what we saw from final start, they were like, okay guys, I got 4 kills in that last game with Revenant. Do you trust me enough to play Revenant again? And they were like, yes, sure, let's go for it. But it really panned out. They got 0 out of it, and I'd love to see final start go back to something a little bit different, because they have been a bit pesky, really, especially with
What the fuck?
few more members to contend with. Dreamfire,
Be
as
back,
I mentioned,
baby.
over onto the fingers as well. So
My fault,
Black,
chat.
they're caught between a rock and a hard place, and they need to stay in a tunnel here just to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent spot, honestly. They've got Watson as well, so once they get the gen and the defenses up, it will become a lot more viable. Of course, we do have a couple of cryptos in the lobby, so, I mean, that'll hurt them in the meantime. Oh, no. AGL actually catching VKG off here. There you go. There's that crypto EMP that I was just talking about, and VKG in the rough spot of having to loot their teammates' bodies.
Oh no! Oh, that has to hurt. Barricaded in front of her face. AGL has taken the inside already. And IBG with that elevation also taking pot shots at any target that
I think
they
IBG
so
just
aiming.
hangs low and plays like
Maybe
an
the
actual
best
game
situation for
from
them
zone.
right now, losing a member this early on, but at least they have the position. So Northpad getting a bit crowded right now. I think elsewhere on the map, I'm really curious. Got final starts. They were waiting by Zeus Station, trying to catch out DNZ in the lightning rod rotation. Here we have it. MDY Black, though, finding Azu to begin with. So WMF Firebird also losing a member here, and they're down to a duo by this point. So 2 duos around the Northpad area already.
They are, but they're reasonably close to the banner, and they also do have a mobile res beacon in their
Alright, I got this ready.
inventory.
Alright.
So I think potential options here for Warmos the Firebird to get back into this game and get the full reset. We'll see. We'll see if it comes off.
DNZ's gonna take
I don't know what it was, man, but it wasn't a fan.
On the outside, SWQ flying as well, and I guess the concern really for any team now trying to get in there, it's not just Northpad where you have to contend with, it's the trenches, it's the buildings, and SWQ flying past MDY White. Still keeping an eye out though for MXF. They're just across MDY Black by this point. Still Dreamfire being a threat from the fingers, and you just can't peek your head out or else you're gonna get whittled down by heavy fire
All
at
right,
this point.
who's get the revive coming in?
Dreamfire actually pretty split. We've got, there we go. A res
VK Gaming getting the res?
A respawn, I should say, I guess, from VKG. They get one of their members back. Not both
Did
of
we just
them.
become best friends? Yep.
Yo, Captain, appreciate the follow,
Dreamfire,
fam.
They're actually quite split at the end of the fingers, so I'll be interested to see if a team pulls up there. They could get caught off guard if they're
Hopefully, you
not
have yourself a fantastic
on their
Friday evening,
toes.
Saturday
2-1
morning,
split, 3 MZs by
maybe even
himself,
Saturday
middle
afternoon,
finger, and
depending
then,
on where you're at. This beautiful
Peter and
sphere we call
Brody
Earth. What up, what
on
up?
the rightmost finger. As you saw, you know, a couple of teams down there in the trenches as well. Warmos the Firebird, as expected, did get their third back up too.
Yeah, but here we go now towards the Orange's final start, taking the fight towards full engage, and the tree cleaner, the shadows are with him, and he wants to lead this charge alongside
Bro, they
Cat.
just like
The
pulled
Bloodhound
up and like
also
we're like,
bringing
wait, where are
down
they
the
at?
tree cleaner, also getting the first knockdown. The R99 up close, packing quite a punch, and final start looking to the end of full engage already. The trade though clear, Bang Fafa 5th, at least downing a target. Catalyst also has to back one away, but the staircase is looking perilous. An overextend there, dangerous now, full engage, making it a 1v1. It's Delca versus the world here, and it won't work out
with
for
like
final
10
start
HP in a
whatsoever. Full engage was
dream.
ready for it.
Damn.
Yeah, but with about
MDY
15
White
health
pulls
left,
up and
it's
says,
the
"We'll take
easiest
that.
cleanup
Ain't no
we've ever
third
seen
party
in
like a
their
third
life
party."
there by MDY White. Full engaged, man. I feel like, honestly, they're on the receiving end of the full engage pretty much every time we've seen them today. They don't seem to be doing a lot of full engaging themselves, which has been a little bit unfortunate. Not their day so far.
Yeah, it's a bit ironic, right? And Final Start also taking the fight, but they are the ones fended off instead. So that's already 2 squads eliminated this early on. The late rotations will come from the likes of Boogie Borders from DNC, Wanton Dumpling also taking their sweet time from being so far off there by Pylon. I think really right now the team I'm interested with in terms of the late rotates is X and Y. They're here by Mill, moving into down Beast. Kill Devil also on the outskirts by the beaches, just using the natural cover to keep them away.
All right, we probably got a minute. I'm gonna go at least
These
rinse
spots
out
on the
my
box, I
shaker.
honestly do rate them. Depends where the circle pulls, and Kill Devil, of course, don't have the information. As you can see there on their mini-map, it's not pulling towards them, or at least not where they are currently situated. They will be able to move forward a little bit closer to there, but also you can see teams like MDY White moving all the way in from the eastern side after cleaning up the remnants of that engagement we saw earlier.
They're gonna stick around to where they got at least a few KP. We got T4 also nearby. And I like that SWQ is that kind of team that loves to play on the outskirts also. We've seen from last week, right? SWQ, when they find the opportunity to just get a single kill and then back off and let another team do the dirty work, they're able to do that really well, and it worked well for the likes of Serenity a while ago in the A versus C matchup. Seems like that can be a cause of consideration here for SWQ. We're watching WMFB, the War Monster Firebird. They got the res up, as you mentioned a while ago, and they're just across the likes of Dreamfire and the rest of these teams waiting on Northpad here.
I mean, sitting pretty at the moment in 3rd spot for this series here with 14 points.
Ironblood Gaming's got the high ground though. Got themselves a good spot.
Because, you know, they had a fantastic week 1, and honestly, who knows? I think they're probably a dark horse to kind of make it to land right now.
They're pretty underrated from what we've seen so far, and as the weeks go on, and if they can continue a performance like this, more eyes will be on them. But IBG, they have been rampaging from that last group outing. Now, they're at the bottom of the scoreboard, a bit of a reset, but they have the high ground to work with, and they have a lot of bullets here with the 30-30. They can keep sniping and trying to pick apart other players along the way. X and Y, though, finally playing into the bunkers, trying to go into the trenches, but Kakoi as well as BK Gaming nearby. Seems like it's
Is it Kakoi or is it Kakoi?
X and Y.
Because I've totally been calling it as Kakoi, but
beyond that, well, that's
it wouldn't be the first time I've completely had a mispronunciation in the region.
Afar, and X and Y notices him already.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Skull Piercer ringing out on that 30-30, and if he gets any closer, he's got a Prowler to back it up. So, sure, looking a little bit scary. I think that said, he's still on white armor, so might want to hit a few more 30-30 shots before they decide to full engage, as it were. X and Y, of course, with the triple purples are pretty happy if they get any hits. You know, you're always calling that out, white armor, blue armor. Your teammates generally have that understanding. Okay, moving on to Wanton Dumpling. They've been doing some zone crafting, and after an absolute killer first series from the Chinese
they went out
team,
early the first game.
they're going to be moving into checkpoint here, where you've got DNZ.
They're just vibing right now. I mean, they got good armor, right? The 2 reds and a purple.
Pretty risky triumvirate of teams over here at checkpoint.
Yeah, a bunch of big dogs ready to fight each other as soon as they see.
Dude, whenever it gets to these like bunker little areas over at like just south of Northpad, these fights get interesting because you can have people hunker down in these little areas where MDY White is. You have people in the actual,
this is their base, no one can touch them.
Whatever you would call those.
God, it's more like a StarCraft base or something. These guys have got set up here on
Divots,
MDY White.
these things, what would you call that? The alleys?
Playing turret.
I feel like there's a better word that I know of that I'm not.
Okay, well, no credit now. Down to
picking
2.
up on
They're
right
just
off the
gonna
top of my head,
be
but
creeping on in the meanwhile, someone coming over the top.
Like
that's T4.
the third party potential is always so
Actually, a fair
heavy
bit of
over
space
here.
there as you see them take that evac tower towards the north side. They're trying to find a
So
spot
I
behind, you
looks
know,
like
one of the
people are going to be
blocks
reading
there,
around this
perhaps
building,
the,
but I think Dreamfire actually have a really
pylons,
good read on this. This might end up
that are up the top.
closer to.
Oh, Kill Devil. They're in danger, low already for the 3, and you talked about
It might end up going a little bit closer to that finger up at the top.
Traps the bow, it's the only thing's keeping them alive. X and Y is on the hunt, and they know they can secure this wipe immediately. Kill Devil is gone. That's points racking up for X and Y as they are in the top spot right now.
And you know what? Once again, that was just the two of the stacks. YC, way far away from his teammates right now.
Anchoring.
In the gazebo. Holding down his spot in the ring. X and Y are so incredible at doing two things at once.
Yeah, I think
they seem very, very disciplined. I think it's probably the best word for it, right?
If everything goes bad, they can just go back to where YC is usually stationed. I've seen JR also be that solo player as well. And it makes sense because XD is your IGL. He's also your catalyst. So if you need the Dark Void to actually get through with the wall, then there are so many escape plans here for X and Y to work with.
Yeah, quite a few for them. The wingman in the hands of JR now, but no credit after going down to 2. Are going to get sent on, found out by Boogie Boarders. But it's only Panna left alive, taking on Nexus here. Somehow they've turned this into a 1v1, and I dare say it's going to work out very well for either team as MDY White pulls up. And you've even got Wonton Dumpling in the area.
Wait a minute, they didn't realize Penny E was there.
To go down, so that'll at least give Boogie Boarders the 1 placement point. Can Panna make it any better than that?
That's a good question.
Is Panna just still tucked in that corner?
It's actually third party, these squads taking their sweet time to fight outside though. Winners of the last game on the outskirts yet again. And they see MDY White, one of their bigger contenders from how this ring has been pulling so far. Boogie Boarders though, they only have a single rat to work with, and it's Panna alive and kicking X and Y now, dealing with Wonton Dumpling who runs into them. X and Y, they lose one already. JRYC, can they escape though inside the smoke? Wonton Dumpling tries to reign supreme. Immediately, it's up close and personal, but X and Y holding their own. Melee strikes yet again, chopping the head of the final member.
Can they stay alive here though, or no?
Gone, but can X and Y survive a little bit longer? JR trying his best to do so.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got 6 kills. They'd love to convert some placements.
Say they gotta find a way to get these teammates back up real quick.
So this should be
the zone's gonna be pushing on them soon. Panna Yee's still chilling.
There's no one else really that close to them. Everyone else is really jockeying for position up in North Pad, where, you know, most of the teams that we saw pull up early are still very happily just awaiting this end game.
Oh, and it's 0 for 2 for Wonton Dumpling. They're usually the team that gets the overrun going, but X and Y made them work for it. We saw a while ago MDY Black do the same thing, and X and Y just still being a factor despite being outside all of these North Pad fortifications. We're watching though Dreamfire. They've been playing the fingers a while ever since.
Chat, I told you guys this thing was going to be ending out more towards the fingers up here. I'm smart.
But we've seen the promise for Dreamfire when they decide.
And why with so many teams shoved into either the canals here or into the building, on top of the building. A couple up north as well. That's where the zone is pulling. It's right on top of Dreamfire, so they have opted straight into God's spot here. Have to keep our eyes on them as this game draws to a close, and one by one squads are falling. T4 haven't managed to find a lot of success so far. Boogie Boarders, there we go, Panna. Oh, that was fall.
Panna does get found.
Holding their own. Yet again though, another game. We're still at double digits in terms of the squads, and the ring is already by the 5th DNZ. There's trouble afoot. Here's Black Hole, gravity lift as well, and Bolin at least trying to find his opportunity. He throws out his Black Hole at the same time, and that's a beautiful break onto the Watson shield. But does he even have an angle to work with? They're trying to climb down.
Wow, it allows Joker to go push up.
Lahim will fall to the floor immediately. It's Kakui in trouble here. Bastion, the only one standing outside, also gonna be gone here. And X and Y, they're moving forward too.
That's actually brilliant on the way to get up there.
Incredible fighting prowess and management here of this space shown from.
So all these teams that thought I was going to end towards this building are going to have to figure out a way to move out towards the finger here.
Teams up there, they
AGL, X and Y, DNZ.
The next zone. A lot of these teams We're gonna have to deal with MDY White, who are out in the water and actually.
Remember, I
have a
told
lot
y'all
of
X
space
and Y
to
were
havoc
one of those
on
teams that could frag out with
making
that.
this next rotation. As you can see, round 5 is closing. The team's in the tunnel. It's their time to go to work.
Yeah, these waterways are so clogged. Look who's so close to XY right now. You got DNC, you got AGL, you also have
Excuse me?
MXF with their fortifications as W.
And then, of course, when you can see him, he misses.
Chip in at the same side. This can be a scuffle of around 5 squads, if ever. But X and Y are in the front line one more time. MXF is in trouble, and they are eliminated along the way. X and Y trying to use the fortifications to defend themselves. AGL is going to be gone as well, as IBG have been playing so responsible from above, and we're down to 7. But DNC fighting chance, ring closing.
Dreamfire just is chilling back while everyone's taking each other out.
Safe for now.
These aggro teams just don't know how to stop sometimes. I mean, God, IBG on the back of Wonton Dumpling, and now
always a potential threat to begin with, but IBG perch from above.
Chad, I'm sorry, man. I'm not sure what's up with their internet tonight.
Spot that they've been working with X and Y next to contend against them, and this is a big test versus Dreamfire. They've been struggling all throughout the split so far. Now they're gonna have to deal with the young guns barreling down on them. X and Y are thinking about it. Can they actually go for Dreamfire now here?
Well, you can see Dreamfire are quite low on meds. They've been playing up here for a long time, and I don't think they've actually had a lot of access to death boxes. So hopefully they've managed that well enough because they have space. They've certainly been doing that job well, but Iron Blood Gaming popped down. The ult there, I think, just gets eaten by the Watson gen, and therefore their plan, complete disarray. IBG go down.
They want to bring in the boom, but instead it was unfortunately their faces flat on the floor. MDY White, though, still with the opportunity, and we've seen them pick their battles so well so far in this game, but this is a showdown we've been waiting for. X and Y on one side, you got MDY White on the other, and Dreamfire a witness here towards the north. X and Y, though, the wingman shots here from JR doing wonders versus Roy.
Wow.
Through the dark veil they go. It's Dreamfire gone already. They've been perched for so long,
no.
but MDY White, can they even stand more of a chance?
Dude, Dreamfire sat down here, just watched that all happen, and then ended up still falling down in 4th.
No
That's
chance
tough.
here for JR and the rest. They are eliminated as well. And who's next?
MDY
It's MDY
White.
taking
Nice.
a win here. Well done, MDY Whites.
A
I gotta go use the restroom real quick. I was
second
wanting to go
game
earlier,
on
but then we started having
Stormpoint.
internet.
We saw MD White placing in about 4th in our first round there, taking out the win. It's just amazing to see these teams sort of go from the bottom to the top, Genome. But, you know, Iron Blood Gaming, you know, they showed their edge dominating skills, having the zone pulled to them. They kind of treated it a bit like a spider web, catching all the flies, rotating in. But, you know, that move, you know, which they usually do, they usually attack any team. They see that move coming from down off height. Maybe didn't go their way. And then having, you know, Dreamfire waiting on the outskirts there. But just MD White, Genome, just taking it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we asked that question at the start of that game. You know, are IBG going to play this out? You know, in a smart manner. I think they did. They held the catwalk. It's a fairly unassailable position once you get up there. It can often be hard to manage your meds and whatnot when you're up the top, but IBG managed to do it well enough. And they held up there until, what was that, about top 5? I think it was. Yeah, they came in 5th with 8 kills, I believe. So, yeah, it ended up being a very solid game for them. And, you know, that's what you need to be one of those top teams. You need to be able to flex between the two styles as necessary.
Yeah, and X and Y placing second in the previous match. They held on by the skin of their teeth when, you know, Wonton Dumpling sent them at full force. You know, X and Y taking over the steam-rolling role from Wonton Dumpling. They're most certainly giving us the energy, Genome.
Yeah, and that's another thing that, you know, one that you'd mentioned as well, Lace, is like, damn, if, you know, did Wonton Dumpling go so hard in that first series that they are flagging a bit now, that they're, you know, losing some of that energy and therefore losing some of their momentum. Having a look at this scoreboard now, MDY White with 11 kills, XMY with 13, Iron Blood Gaming with 8. This has been, wow, a couple of real KP sponges here in this lobby. Dominating most of the fight wins that we see.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice to see Dreamfire there placing up at 4th. You know, last week they didn't live up to our expectations. You know, they showed us a little bit of a rocky start, but Dreamfire, they've competed at land. You know, they have been in the action. So it looks like they've sort of taken the time to assess what they needed to change this week and what they need to improve on, Gino.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing. You know, they do get some placement points out of that game, but considering the spot they had, Laser, I don't know if I'm, you know, necessarily chalking that one up in the win column. Only a single KP for Dreamfire. They were obviously playing it reasonably passive, and the meds and the amount of resources available to them, space was the only one that I think they kind of had on lock, and they potentially... you know, it's hard to say without sort of seeing it all from their POV there, but maybe they needed to be a little bit aggro in some of those situations towards the end of the game to try and net themselves, you know, a few more bats and just be able to be a little bit more aggro when it came down to it.
Yeah, exactly right. Another great performance, though, from Warmonster Firebird. They seem to be consistent over the first 2 matches that they've played, you know, placing in at, I think it was 3rd before. So, you know, just being able to hit that 5th place spot. They're seeming like they're going to be at the top there, hopefully collecting a few more sort of kill points along the way. But, you know, that was our 2nd game on Storm Point for, you know, B versus C. We're going to take a short break now, and right after the break, you're going to have our final match on Storm Point. We'll see you then.
I just got back right when they went to break, huh? Yep. That's all right, though. All right, we got 4 games left. Let's go and sit for one. All right, so we'll one more on Storm Point. Then we got our 3-hour World's Edge. Then we are finito. Ugh. Woo.
welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, we can show you some more passion, more energy, and more footwork as we hit our final games on Stormpoint for today. We are watching B versus C. You know, Stormpoint Genome has to be one of my favorite maps this season. They've added more POIs, so generally teams won't contest each other that much. They get themselves some delicious purple and blue shields, so loot shouldn't matter as much to them.
Those picks seem
are
off,
there any
right?
teams that you're hoping to see a little more from?
Oh, this is match 3.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've seen a lot of teams playing very defensively. I guess you know, that's something, but it's, as you said before, I think the teams playing aggressively, you know, they're some of the ones doing even better. So that's why it's interesting when we look at these legend picks here, Lace, to see that you know, Watson being one of the most picked legends is actually quite interesting, especially with.
I mean, I think we're underestimating how Watson does allow you to kind of be aggressive in the sense of you can take any spot, helps with your reset, helps the third-party nades, right?
That I've been finding with these teams playing today is that you have an aggressive character, but having a Watson on your team, you can essentially have like a safety spot, right? So you have your fences and stuff. You can sort of jump out of the Watson fences and take any teams that are coming by, and then return to that safety zone. So that's why I guess we see Watson being a larger pick on Stormpoint.
Yeah, certainly. You know, a lot of like open areas, I think, where you can, you know, use those fences to sort of cut off area effectively with that. She's certainly better at doing that than Catalyst. Catalyst a little bit more useful, I think, personally, when you're inside a building and you can, you know, use the barricade or block, you know, some entrances with the piercing spikes.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is our final match on Stormpoint. I hope you're rearing and ready to go. Let's have a look at our game number 3.
Let's get it.
It's our final time to be on Stormpoint today, and well, X and Y, they're at the top of the leaderboards, but they haven't won a game yet. We are back here, ladies and gents. Map number 3 out of 6. After this, we're moving over to World's Edge. And Genome, come on, I gotta ask you now, anyone else we have to keep an eye on, because we're really seeing the step up here in this Group B versus C action.
Maybe Boogie Borders. You know, they had a couple of fantastic games last week and a couple of, you know, not so great ones. So maybe we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop for those guys, because they have been struggling a little bit so far.
Yeah, we'll see now as we are going to be getting into a ring towards the center, but it does pull on over nearby to the Launchpad Stormcatcher area. So coming into this kind of setup, right, you got no credit nearby.
So what, we haven't had any southern zones yet?
Of our last round
and our second set?
In this area.
Where were our zones?
The team comps we've had so far too. The Bangalore, of course, still
set
very
1.
prevalent. The Watson there as well, but
we had one that was
the
like
Bloodhounds, the Horizons,
millish, right?
Here in Group B versus C.
Yeah, definitely some composition changes.
I felt like we had another one that was northern, right?
Yeah, it's
Stormcatcher, maybe.
There always seems to be a Revenant sprinkled in there somewhere, but yeah, even those, you know, the Crypto Valkyrie teams seems to be a niche, but you know, not unique playstyle that we're seeing.
And then what, Barometer, the
MDY Whites, they already have a vehicle to utilize, and we're keeping an eye on them right now and how.
Or was the island the one where it restarted?
Engage also a team usually in the fight as soon as possible, and it's no credit running into them as soon as possible. Boogie Borders close by as well, full engage, trying to get out of the Forbidden Zone, but back to where they came. That seems to be the case, as they're gonna look to rotate away from a potential squad fights.
I think that may actually have been the case.
Been that boogeyman for teams who think they're in a great position and think there's no reason for other teams to push them so far. Will that continue to be the case? Tough to see. I mean, you know, they took honestly a pretty even 3v3 versus Dreamfire and took that out last week as well. So they're certainly not a team to be trifled with as far as fighting power is concerned. It's just it's yeah, that decision making that makes them quite unpredictable, I suppose.
Yeah, full engage. They tried to get away from any kind of chaos. It will be Boogie Borders above them on the compound. So as of right now, Boogie Borders.
All right, come on, Boogie Borders. We've had a quiet first 2 games. Only sitting on 8 points. Let's get shit together.
One's on dumping towards Pylon, but Boogie Borders, they see the Dark Veil in front of them.
Don't let that first place on day one make y'all think you can coast yet.
Get the building across them for the time being. Kill Devil also coming nearby, and already seems trying to figure out where this ring's gonna pull later on.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, exactly. Where is it going next? It looks like it's going to be on the hill below Stormcatcher, most likely. Little chance it goes down towards Launchpad and T4 get lucky, but I don't expect it to be that way. But that does mean this little building here, this little collection of buildings, does become a bit of a hotspot. And
where a lot of teams are going to be dropping at. I don't know if I like the spot for MDY Black.
You know, you will be taking a lot of.
I mean, they do got the gen, I guess.
Multiple directions.
EMP coming and do some damage.
That's really not the timing you want, is it? Yeah, you just put the pylon down. You get EMP'd straight away.
Yeah, what a big bother. But MDY Black, this is a team that has been a little bit unsung so far in this whole day. They won that last game in A versus C. They got second place only to MDY White, and they have the intel alongside Boogie Borders. That's why they're setting up in the A station below them. But we're watching for final start. Always looking for conflict. DNC
nice pinch here.
Target as of
they can't go out the door. Good
to
swing.
out in the open there.
Selko's got to finish this up though.
Final start. They're bringing damage. DNC
well done.
eliminated early on, and that's been something DNC's been contending with throughout their run here in Year 4 Split 1, just getting knocked down early from their initial starting points.
Yeah, well, Thunderwatch does seem to be a place where teams can, reliably find fights early on. It doesn't even matter if you're not contesting. It seems like the north side is rife with edge teams, and a couple of them often will converge on Thunderwatch at the same time. So you do get those 3v3s. Sometimes, maybe there's an extra team or two in there, but DNZ, not the team coming out better off this time.
Yeah, final starts. This is a team that is gearing up for early engagements with that Revenant, with that Conduit, and the Bloodhound. You know they've been looking for it, and especially as the map has shrunk the northeast side to allow these clashes to happen earlier on. But we're keeping an eye out, though. MXF moving on forward. You got no credit still, searching for any kind of spot to work with. They don't have the intel for the next ring, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Outside on their left, SWQ on the right, and a few Raptors to contend with nearby too.
This position near the Prowlers can often be a little bit tough to hold. You've got angles from, teams that can swing around the rock up to your north on the hill, and certainly 951 from VKG is looking over there with a 3x Nemi. You can see them pinging some of those shots potentially.
The Prowlers!
Now is... Wow, Chick is even having to worry about the Prowlers taking him on. And then not long after that, teams like SWQ on their east, they're probably going to sit in that house for as long as they can.
I mean, they've got roof. They can kind of see teams rotating from the, what's that, like northeast-ish up the hill?
Nearby as well, and yet again, we see this from Dreamfire. They're trying
like, why wouldn't you chill?
Themselves up in a good spot.
Dreamfire just had good positioning in that last game, but then once ships started breaking down, they couldn't win a team fight.
And why lacking those kind of resources? We've also noticed last week in World's Edge, they take the fight to teams like SWQ, and it wouldn't really be the best outing for them. So I wonder what Dreamfire is going to do next. Watching out for final start as well. They have the Grand Cannon available for them to rotate. MDY Whites coming up close with VK Gaming also nearby. So 3 is a crowd already here by Storm Capture, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to have to get out of there at some point. It looks like it may be coming to pass. We could be getting a launch pad circle here, Dax. It has pulled hard towards that direction. And T4 might be sitting on a gold mine.
Yeah, T4 has been prepared for this. MXF full engage as well with the combat right outside the POI. So overall, it's these teams who are going to have to run into them sooner or later. And I'm really keeping an eye on that, on what SWQ will do for teams rotating their way. But still, the standoff for MDY Whites, MDY Black, same kind of case. And we've seen this multiple times today. We go into 3rd, 4th rings. We're still over 15 squads. You get into the 5th, it's double digits still. It's been the case until these teams start congregating and catching out one another in the rotation.
Let's head that way.
Is there anyone that IBG can catch out coming up here? They're popping an evac tower to further their efforts in that regard. MDY White, they're up towards the north near Stormcatcher, so they're good for the moment, but I can tell you this next ring pull is going to be, it's going to be a fun one. If we get some vision of the circle at some point, you'll kind of see how teams like No Credit, who are clustered around the mountain, are going to be okay. But it'll shift over to one side or the other of the mountain, you know, sooner or later, and then...
See, I kind of wish, like, if he was talking about it here, like, I feel like the map coming up would be such a great addition, right?
One of the squads that does know the next ring will be Kakoi, and they immediately have moved themselves into Launchpad and are trying to take the buildings on the right-hand side. So, well done for Kakoi to get that intel. Looking around, though, for a War Monster Firebird as well, an X and Y nearby, but we move to Pylon 2. Wonton Dumpling versus IBG. The showdown of last series coming to a head yet again, and Wonton Dumpling is trying to hunt for these targets. They still have the black hole here for Gugu. Hasn't really gotten any kills so far in this session. A lot of damage, though, has been dealt by him. Wonton Dumpling now throwing nades.
Ooh.
Oh my god!
Big cracks onto that armor, and the Bloodhound is already
nice
hurting
push
here.
over, too.
Dumpling is on the prowl. Gugu finds Siki.
They got themselves one. They just got to hunt down the last two.
Rest to begin with, and IBG, they need the hold as a duo. Wonton Dumpling with the numbers sliding on in.
Nice
to
push.
Get these takedowns, and IBG hurting so far. The doorway, the only thing keeping Ironblood Gaming alive, and they're caught now by Wonton
IBG
Dumpling.
taken out by Wonton Dumpling.
China aren't generally known for their fast bowlers, but my lord, if those weren't some accurate deliveries coming out of Wonton Dumpling there. I was actually watching it from the view of IBG, and Asia's was literally looking up into the sky. He kept his eye on them, but like they couldn't dodge them. They're just a couple coming in slightly different angles, and IBG could not get away from them, and in the blink of an eye, you know, 150, 200 damage had been done to the team, and it was just too easy after that for Wonton Dumpling to just full send.
They just barreled down on IBG, and this is what we have been fearing for everyone else. Wonton Dumpling, they get there first, and will this be the snowball effect that they can get a second wipe going? X and Y, do they dare challenge this already? YC has the gold armor, gets the scouting information that Wonton Dumpling has his compound already, and X and Y is a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're gonna be kind of stuck.
They do have an evac tower, but knowing Wonton Dumpling, of course they're gonna hold that W key and move forward to try and
It's a good push by Wonton because they know where this ring is.
A ton of them to utilize. They already get a good angle onto one. Pete Godot has to get back into cover as Gugu goes for a bit of a shield reset. But the arc stars fly by, smokes there into play. Here comes the spikes though to try and answer on back, and Wonton Dumpling getting closer and closer. Energy barricade.
Good nade.
X and Y.
Good second nade.
Here. They crack the armor yet again. That's the signal for Wonton Dumpling. The slide on in takes some nades. There's elevation though for X and Y. They take care of XTZ first as Jackie Chance to the floor. A 1-for-1 for the time being, but X and Y hold their own. Can they continue on though? Wonton Dumpling using a bit of that cover.
Is this a 2v2?
Way too low on the HP. Wingman shots do apply, and X and Y, they're still alive for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, both
Why is he
teams
sitting in the
have
storm?
actually swung members into the zone just to try and play with those angles. That's how Wonton Dumpling lost.
I mean, I guess
Jackie
since you got the
Chan.
gold,
Now it's only YC.
he had the ability to stay in the zone longer, right?
And he's actually going to go further into the zone. He's essentially giving up the fight now. So Wonton Dumpling will just be able to take those last 2 kills and run away with that. But thankfully, Jackie manages to get back into the zone.
Get bullied.
Such a tiny little corner there. It felt like there was almost nothing X and Y could do. I think they did pretty well to hold off the aggression from Wonton Dumpling as long as they did. That's it. The circle has shifted even further back towards Launchpad now, and it'll be really fun to see this next rotation.
And you said T4 a while ago had a bit of that gold mine to work with. They are happy to treasure their location right now. MY Black, Kakoi also the same kind of case, but we move towards the north instead, and it's SWQ versus Final Start. Final Start, they have a bit of momentum to work with. The Forge Shadows online for Tree Cleaner as well to play the front line. So much potential shielding for this team already. They're cracking some armor, cracking spaces. Crazy Kong, the first to fall. Final Start are on a rampage right now, and SWQ perhaps will be their victim. them. There is a limited answer though, courtesy of Donut. He's the only one still standing here. Final start, giving chase. They see the target. You gotta hit those shots though, Kang. You have to hit those.
Oh, brother, not like this.
1v1. Eventually, SWQ can get eliminated, but Full Engage has found the opening, and they come to mop that up.
Now Full Engage has got everything that they want to be able to clean up out of these boxes.
We've got a lot of other teams.
Nice shots to hold off the opposition there. Who was that? Bang bang. Bang bang.
This north side is about to get very, very spicy here. This building, sure, they'll be able to easily run down the hill from here, I would imagine. But yeah, you've got teams like Boogie Boarders here right in the middle of outside. They've got Wanton Dumpling below.
All right, come on, Boogie Boarders.
Getting obliterated.
Dreamfire actually putting up such a good fight versus BK.
This is where we start putting things together here.
Here on the launch pad, where we're watching Boogie Brothers with Pana already to the floor, down here by the opposition, and I do believe that will be Wonton Dumpling nearby.
Gotta watch that door.
Outside also getting a
there's
piece
someone
of
at the other one
action.
too.
Third party Bonanza has been the fate of Boogie Boarders.
Rocky's
for
last
so
one
long
alive.
already. MDY Black though, going onto the inside from what we've seen so far, and now they're looking for these wingman shots to ring. Easy pickings here from Wonton Dumpling and the rest though. Here we go again. Raki, can he survive any bit longer? The answer is no, and Wonton Dumpling wipe away Boogie Boarders here.
But the nades ring out, and War Monster Firebird are hot on their heels. Wonton Dumpling, though, with a perfect use of that Radiant transfer here. Juggle the aggro very well as the team...
What is this, a 2v2 now, right?
And ruin their fun. Gugu trying to get
They should have the advantage on shield, I believe.
Is blocking it. It's really hard to just even make this, but he says, well, if I can't get in, they can't get out. So he goes for the gold res.
Wingman trying to hit those shots, and there you have it. Boring will eventually hit those final few targets, eliminate Shark and the rest of War Monster Firebird. But wait, there's more, and MDY White are coming to collect. Here we go yet again. Timing is everything, and that's been the case for MDY Whites.
And they're barely going to get out of this alive. Feiju was on 1 HP, but luckily the route into the next ring is clear. Going through the tunnel here, no credit. They're going to be Jackie from AGL actually following behind them, and then MXF in the position in front. As you can see, that bow Archer's trained on.
Back off a bit though, getting the one shot. No one saw that shot, but MXF might be in trouble here as Full Engage is looking to bear down on them. No credit, same kind of case. Very cheeky indeed. Has a cheeky angle to work with, yes. With only 9 slots left, it's going to be a struggle for all these teams coming in from the north. No credit, surviving for now. MXF
able to get another one back for no credit even, huh?
Has the elevation on them. And while this all happens, look at MDY White. It's really been the case in point so far in this series. Them taking those opportunities after everyone is done fighting. Let them do the
nice shots from range.
Moment to strike, and Full Engage is doing.
They should be able to push up on this, right?
They are finally putting some kills.
I think if one of those
for this team.
Grenades would have hit, they would have.
Mentioned they'd have a couple of rough games earlier on in this series. Maybe this game, maybe World's Edge will be where they can turn it around.
Look at how little room they have, but it's like just the perfect room.
16th spot in this series as well. A little bit rough for them. So MXF, oh, okay, actually go down. That's, I think, at the hands of Full Engage there.
Yep.
Now they were trying to gatekeep no credit, so doesn't really change things for no credit. They've still got someone just pelting bullets into the tiny corner that they're hiding in, and knowing that they're about to come out, whether they like it or not.
Have to head
you know what'd be nice
right
here?
now.
Fuse smiles.
Full Engage still tracking those targets down. No credit though. Given a bit of space to work with, MDY Whites will take the opportunity to move inside the ring while this all happens. But look at Full Engage as well as Kizix. He has a more northern position, and he does some good damage beaming down the opponent's cracking some armor yet again. Rolling Thunder gonna be the play, and no credit now. Just gatekeeping as much as, or rather getting gate kept here. They still need to contend with MDY White. The creeping barrage though does the damage that needs to be done over onto the other side. It's absolute chaos with the black hole. Kakoi got C4, Dreamfire, MDY Black all nearby. No credit eventually eliminated by MDY White. These 30-30 shots still getting value here for Ming Yue.
I mean, I think that was one team literally just like following another team up in the horizon queue. just being like, oh yeah, we'll grab a ride on your gravity lift, no worries. Obviously, you want those kind of gravity lifts to try and engage teams like T4 here, who again had been holding out for the launchpad circle, and their prayers were answered.
These guys, they've been looking at astronomy for quite a while, and they're ready to go for liftoff from above. The last round of X and Y also going to be
So is Roy the only one alive for Dreamfire?
Yeah. Will end here. MDY White though firmly in command. 4-3 points.
Both MDY squads looking good.
That's versus T4. That's bearing down on them, and for the time being, they have the space and the pylon to work with.
So 6 squads left now. MDY White using that Digi-threat to their advantage. They've got to work their way through all these fences. Can't necessarily push it even if they wanted to.
Getting shields back, Kakoyi making them work for it, and as it stands, it's Kakoyi who's actually brought in the damage with MDY White. Spikes are there, Digitret though getting value with the smokes into play, and eventually MDY White will be felled by Kakoyi. They've been needing a game like this, and they're providing it right now on the low ground. It's only a handful of squads remaining here, Dreamfire being one of them. Oh, spoke too soon.
Oh wow, MDY Black actually taking the skyward dive, and they're even oobing as long as they possibly can.
Alright, so full engage pushes down here.
Just to try and wait something.
They get themselves space. Where's
full engage?
MDY Black, bro?
Dropping off. Oh well.
They've been playing the countdown for so very long. Augenstern especially really messing up that timer. But Showman, that's awkward. He lands in front, multiple targets, and MDY Black is caught out by full engage. We are left with 2 spots as T4 is found on out. But Kakoyi has a bit of that high ground to work with. The Dark Veil though into play just to provide cover here for full engage. Looking for a chance to reset the Bastion, taking the fight to them. Gravity Left gonna be there too, and full engage. You said a while ago, Genome, they're getting engaged on one more time. Can they hold Kakoyi off though? Is that gonna be the question? Kakoyi brings the damage, and it's pretty cool for Kakoyi to do all of this already. The dance of death is upon us. The Watson trying to survive.
Wow,
but
and
there's
Kokoi
no
able to pull it off here in the last circle.
They're gonna win our last storm point of the day.
I can't say that like they didn't do much, but they just weren't very active in the end game. I feel like that should still be.
Final game on
What do we think? Probably 7, 8 kills with that?
APAC-South Pro League. We've had teams from last week skyrocket up the leaderboard. Dax, they're showing us exactly why they are here today. You know, Kokoi just taking out that lead there. They performed extremely well last week. You know, in our top 5. So I believe they placed 5th place last week, and they're finally, you know, rising up from the ashes, and you can see it in that game.
Yeah, they really stepped on up, especially with that fight versus MDY White. But checking out some of the replays, we finally get Final start doing some immense damage. And this is why they're playing this Bloodhound and Revenant together. They just want the scout for anyone to kill. Placements be damned. And they actually got 6 KP for that outing. Other teams that got immense KP, we always have to talk about it. Wonton Dumpling. This is the start potentially of something new. And yes, they were shut down by MDY White, but engagements like this is what has made all these players, or rather all these spectators, fall in love with the Wonton Dumpling style. They just full send, and they are
they just push,
unstoppable when they hit all their shots.
Yeah, Wonton Dumpling are definitely back in action, collecting kills like we love to see. But you know, our new
they're only sitting with 15 points though.
MDY White taking the title from them by eliminating them right in the back there when their backs were turned. You know, Dax, I want to know what MDY White had to eat between the matches, because they are fueled up right now.
Yeah, we're seeing that from multiple teams, right? MDY White, we're seeing it from X and Y, who did unfortunately get eliminated there by Wonton Dumpling, and especially full engage. They've been having a bit of a tough series overall throughout the day, getting into 2nd place with all the KP that they also got along the way.
I say full engage has been like at the bottom of the leaderboard most of the day, haven't
they? Got
they?
very close. Kakoyi had to really take the fight to them. They took advantage of that initial damage. They forced out the Dark Veil earlier on, and that's why they take the win.
X and Y was at the bottom.
For Kakoyi, but again, props to full engage, 2.3k and 8 kills for Bang Fafa 5th. Great name, great aim, and full engage.
Yeah, full engage is down 15.
Love to see and say their names even more if this keeps up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And like, I just want to take a look at Wonton
Three
jumping. You know,
games
13
the last,
kills. I believe that's the top there. You
session
know,
where they
not
did
getting
get
that
points.
top 10 position, but
Ooh.
still solidifying. You know, a couple of souls along the way. It's nice to see no credit sort of placing within the top 10 as well. You know, they didn't perform as well as I knew they could last week, but it seems like they're sort of getting amongst all the the hard hitting teams. That was obviously our last match on Storm Point. We do see a lot of these teams sort of change their tactics when they hit World's Edge, but out in front we have MDY White taking 43 total points with 23 kills across the board, Dax.
Yeah, and they take the lead away from X and Y, and as I said a while ago, the podium streak from X and Y ends in that third map. Kakoyu, though, boosting themselves up over full engage, or pretty much they're tied up right now with 26 points. And MDY Black, it's been a relatively quiet approach by them, but making it to the top 5 and
Alright, so
such
Boogie Borders.
But such a pest, really, in
Looking for
multiple
that
games.
turnaround on World's
We gotta
Edge.
commend them. That
Same
last
thing with
outing from
Ironblood.
MDY Black, as Gino mentioned a while ago, playing out of bounds, taking the highest of elevation just to last.
Trying to think, I feel like Ironblood had a better
given MDY Black a few of these bonus points that you'd think that they wouldn't
World's
get
Edge
all
and
the
Storm
way
Point in
just
the first
because of how
lobby,
they
right?
played.
Yeah, and I think we had Boogie Borders there placing about 14th. And I just want to touch on them a little bit. We saw last week when they played their Storm Point matches that, they came in like 17th. There was a third there and a 13th. Like, they weren't placing very high in placement points. But when we flip over to World's Edge, something just sparks within them. And then we see them just absolutely decimate teams in their paths. So I just want to keep a little eye on them. So don't forget them, even though, they're placing on the top 10th, but that was our last game on Storm Point. We're going to take a short
She
break.
knows.
And we'll see
Don't
you on
sleep.
World's Edge.
Love it. Oh man, chat. Woo! 3 games left, man. EMEA's already here in like 7 hours ish.
I see you in the crowd like every single show, and you steady trying to act like y'all don't know.
Hey! Yo, never more thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. What up, what up, what up? Welcome in, Raiders. Yo, what it do, what it do? Welcome in, welcome in. I gotta pee. Yo, you know what? Honestly, it's a vibe. That's usually me and breaks too. Oh shit, I probably gotta actually shout you out and then at you, huh? Playing some Monster Sanctuary, huh? Appreciate you bringing the community through. Welcome on in, Raiders. This is just highlights from last game anyways. I am your boy Q. During esports season, we do a lot of watch parties between ALGS, RLCS, BCT. Right now we're watching the second session of the evening of ALGS out in the APAC-South region. So we still got 3 more games left as far as for that. Over on World's Edge is where we're heading. Hopefully everyone's doing good, feeling good. Having a good start to the weekend. You know what I'm saying? But this is week number 2 for ALGS. Last weekend was our opening weekend. Next weekend, I'll have to figure out which regions will be able to watch party. Just simply because next weekend I'm going to be working over in the Sub-Saharan African region on the RLCS desk, but we'll still be watching some of the regions that we can. But again, appreciate you for bringing your community through. Looks like we got about 75 seconds until they'll be on back. I already updated scores, I think, right? Yeah, we've already got scores updated across the board. Nice, 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 nice. Man. Yeah, I'm even trying to figure out as far as for tomorrow for NA, because NA's tomorrow at 6. EMEA's at 1, so I'll probably wake up around 11:30. That way I can try and be live by like 12:45. I just have a feeling that if I'm going to want to be able to be up for APAC North's double session tomorrow night, I am probably going to need to sleep during North America. Because North America starts at 6.
Surprise.
Which means it's going to run pretty well up.
And welcome back,
Next
everybody,
to,
to a major region for Apex Legends, APAC-South. We've been covering all teams from Australia, Thailand, Singapore, China, and
I'll be
more,
running up right up
showing
into
you
North America, or not
exactly
North America,
what this
APAC
region
North.
is made of, guys. We've just
APAC
been having
North
some
starts at,
exceptional games on Storm Point. Dax, let's see where these dangerous
North starts
teams are
at
landing on World's
10
Edge.
tomorrow night.
We've got 3 matches.
Or I guess technically 2 night. What is this? So this is Apex Legends Global Series. So the Pro Series for Apex Legends. Since your boy does quite a bit of shoutcasting across a couple different titles, and also does like I do I also do like journalistic style content over on my YouTube. We do like a lot of watch parties for like pro leagues. So this is APAC-South. So OCE, Australia, New Zealand,
I mean, MDY
Taiwan, China.
And they get monuments, so like, you know,
That
sometimes
whole
that's
region.
getting split these days, but sometimes you're getting both, and it's a big upgrade, I think, if you've got all that loot to pick around from. MDY White, sorry.
So how
Black,
how
as
was
you
the
can see.
Monster Sanctuary today?
So many MDY teams picking over there in Skyhook, and then AGL with Team Burger not here, able to pick up Trials and Skyhook West.
And of course, Dreamfire back to their usual spots over onto Countdown, Boogie Borders, nearby Lava Fisher. But this is where it gets pretty interesting. MDY Black, they're going for both Skyhook as well as contending War Monster Firebird onto Mirage Etoile. I would love to see how this is gonna work. They're probably gonna talk it over during the break. I think this is a little too risky for MDY Black at DNC. They're getting Harvester too.
Yeah, I think we might see similar to what happened in our previous lobby, where the
No
three
credit.
teams
Kill
do
Devil
decide
going to
to
be
pick
contesting
one
it
each,
safe,
and
and
you
huh?
get, say Boogie Borders will probably end up in Fissure. War Monster Firebird probably ending up in staging, and then who was? Sorry, I've already forgotten. Whoever else it was.
IBG is going stacks.
Have a go at Mirage Etoile.
You gotta watch out for this one though. Kill Devil and no credit. With Legends Gaming away from the action, they'll say, sure, we want it. And they're actually gonna contend for that. I guess the concern right now, after no credit had such a good game a while ago, especially how they played so much well in terms of rotations, having that contest early on really does become a big bother for the teams landing in the same spot.
Yeah, so I think Kill Devil versus
And I'm trying to think, because
like, if you
Wonton
do
Dumpling
get that
did do very
contest
well
outside, that
on
would be a fun one.
World's Edge in the
honestly,
first
where else
lobby
they
today.
land, maybe they could land at Fragment.
And I don't think there were any southern zones, were there?
F tier, to put it nicely.
Yeah, and so X and Y is currently on top of our leaderboard at the moment.
I think
and,
there
you
are
know, we've
two
got
mid-ish.
MDY White and MDY Black coming
Maybe
in the
there's one,
second
like,
and
south
the third. I just want to know
west-ish, or
what's in the water
southeast-ish.
for MDY teams. They just seem to be performing extremely well. You know, we got to see a couple of contests here. Like I touched on before, Boogie Borders was struggling on Storm Point, but this is where they sort of have their claim to fame, is coming over to World's Edge.
The MDY is
they
funny
might
because
even
it's
have
like
a
no
straight
org
contest
wants us
soon.
or something like that is the
But
loose
we're gonna
translation.
find out right now. This is game number 4.
I think it'd be funny if just like all the non-org teams just start doing like MDY Black, MDY Blue. Be hilarious. All right, chat. Game number 4. Let's lock it in.
And with 3 maps in the world,
3 more games.
Can be anyone's game. Welcome back, guys, as APAC-South are taking over the main channel, and we are seeing B and C clash yet again. eyes though. on
Dreamfire's looking at least a little bit better than they did the other day.
One play
IBG
going
struggling a
together.
bit.
Monument of Frag, but
They have
the
2
other
0-point
all the way at
games.
the edge over at launch site. And when we were asking a few
Boogie
questions
Borders,
there in the beacon a
who won
while
the
ago, Gino,
opening
who's
weekend
gonna
in
go
APAC
for
South.
Lava Siphon here.
Down
It's
14th.
Still no credit. Kill Devil having the success early on. Kill Devil with a bit of elevation, but they lose one celebrity as Savior Heaver is ready to fight. No credit. They want to just clash with anyone in their way. Levy, can he survive? He's already got the shields cracked. They also
No credit rocking the
Savior,
triple white tee, but they are still 3
Conduit
standing.
rather than
Conduit's
his
going to be able to help
usual
with the heals a little bit here. They should be able to push upstairs on
This
this.
is one of the most understood contests, Dax. Obviously, there's a very high priority POI. A lot of teams want it. But I think what you also see is, with the Pro League format, when the strongest team who generally holds Siphon isn't in the groups, then a bunch of other teams might sometimes fight for priority here in Lava Siphon. So that's essentially what we're seeing here, with 2 of the teams a little further down the pecking order, Kill Devil and No Credit, both having a crack at it here in Siphon. And so far, No Credit come out on top, but they didn't even get the full kill.
So it looks like this is going Skyhook's Trials.
It looks like his teammates are leaving him behind, so he's just.
This is
gonna be
probably
left
the
to
circle that
go on the
ends.
lava for all of eternity, and who knows? Maybe they'll go for the
Here-ish.
craft. They do have the conduit for that that kind of craft option.
Oh, you gotta make it sound so sad, but DF other plans immediately.
If I had to guess, chat.
Trying to take those trials. Fire says no. And moving over to
What do we think? Any takers? Any takers?
Themselves onto the mountaintop actually. And Dreamfire, they're getting these bins, yes, but AGL on the other hand on the inside. And does Dreamfire actually dare invade as soon as possible?
It can often be quite tricky actually for the team who plays Trials, because you know, if you're playing from Skyhook Western Trials, you are essentially an edge team for, I don't know, 75% of rings, something like that. So you're not generally expecting...
Or does this end in Skyhook? I don't think it does. I think it ends on the other side of this Trials.
Position. And so you're underneath, you're clearing out prowlers, and then all of a sudden the team who's trying to heavy
Like, I don't think it quite ends down towards Fissure Way.
Angles on you, and maybe even occupying positions on either side of the tunnels where you're trying to get out as well. And at that point, sometimes you can get a little bit locked in. So AGL, they're trying to navigate that situation right now. And as you said, yeah, Dreamfire's on top of them, but they haven't come to blows just yet.
Yeah, because they got that ring console intel, and Dreamfire sitting happy on a perch, potential god spot coming their way. But here in Skyhook, as all the other teams already looking to find information, and MDY Black.
Let's say I wouldn't be surprised for our teams that don't have console if they see that ring up that way to more head towards Skyhook.
On the other side, it's the rampage
Like if we're being real.
Dumpling that we always wait to heat on up. Outside is the first one closest to them, and as Wonton Dumpling used the balloon to actually fly on by, immediately outside already evacuate. They've had enough. They don't want to contend with this, and they're hurting because of Wonton Dumpling and their antics.
Yeah, okay. Interesting how, you know, the
No
teams
credit out here early.
affect each other around them like that.
Out
So
early
No
once
Credit got
again.
eliminated. That was by T4. Okay, right. So that happened all the way down in Lava Siphon. I guess T4, you know, maybe just playing the map, playing the drop spots.
No Credit
to
was in
understand there's
17th
contest
heading
down
into
there, so
this.
the teams can be locked into those POIs for a little longer, and they just decide to do a quick little drive-by and grab some KP on their way to the ring. I mean, obviously T4, they are playing Dome, been down there for a very, very, very long time. And when you've got, I mean, this is literally the longest rotation in the game, right? A Dome to like a trial zone.
It's basically a whole flight path you're watching out for here, and MDY Black are watching for them too. They've decided to move their talents into another building, set up the interception pylon as well, and look to poke from afar. So you already have SWQ filling in a few of those slots. Boogie Borders, on the other hand, also nearby. But just because Dreamfire has that initial spot, they can't climb this whole mountain. And I kind of want to talk about what Lace was mentioning a while ago for Boogie Borders. It's been a tough day in Storm Point, especially because they've been always the victim of a third, even a fourth party, especially in that last game.
Yeah, it can be really tough, but I don't know, like, just sometimes you can read that that's gonna happen, and sometimes
I need to
teams
stand up for the
make
next game, man.
decisions, and, you know, it doesn't
Feeling
quite
it, bro.
seem to be
Feeling
up
it.
to you. Hard to say which of those is the case here. But One Wants to Firebird is certainly someone who managed to, you know, make that RNG sort of go in their favor. AGL just playing it from the inside.
Or is this the one that we saw APAC North finish on during regional finals in Split 2?
Instead of putting themselves at risk.
I think it was Split 2, right? The one that ended all the way, like, where it was, like, here?
Now know at least War Monster Firebird is on the outskirts of their position. Here we go, though.
I feel like probably not, right?
Sniping as much as they can.
Right?
It's been pretty much commonplace here for rings 1 to 3 in APAC-South, right? These teams that play the 30-30, they have a longbow sometimes, the Sentinel in other cases. Anything that they can snipe with, even with the G7 Scout, they use this time to just keep the other opponent in check. They're happy to play for that Evo Shield, try to make the other team run out of meds as soon as possible.
War of attrition, their weapon of choice, their method of engagement, fair enough. There's a lot of different ways you can play it out in Apex. It's one of the beauties of the game.
I just realized that circle's still at top. My bad, chap.
Engaged team, they really performed well in that last outing. Let's see if they can continue on with that momentum. BK over onto the train tracks as well, and they're going to be ones looking to find a northern slice of Skyhook here. But besides that initial take onto Lava Siphon, no one really getting caught out as of yet. War Monster Firebird repositioning right now, trying to use that to just get the hell into Skyhook here. BK Gaming sees it coming, so does BK dare push? It seems to be consideration for Casa, but no, stays in the building. War Monster Firebird will get the rotation that they wanted.
So they get to sit in market. You know, we've seen a lot of end games end, you know, funnily enough, a lot of end games finish in market over the years, so wouldn't be surprised if War Monster Firebird.
So it does look like it's an end more Skyhook side.
With one of those.
Good news for both your MDY teams.
Up in 7th place as it stands.
Wonton Dumpling gonna be pulling up the rear on the late rotate.
Might be that for a little bit longer, Dax, because Skyhook does tend to hold a large amount of teams for, you know, further into the game than other circles generally.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit of SimCity, what's going on here. VK Gaming, though, they tried to take the fight towards the market, but War Monster Firebird happy to stay in their location, and VK decides to call it off as soon as they see the initial smokes come into play. I guess really right now, we have a little bit of time to talk about these unique compositions yet again. Many of the team, Crypto Valkyrie, yes, but the rate still available for MDY Black, and it's been such a good pick for them in terms of the rotation. They use the portal to keep themselves safe when many other squads are looking upward, right, for Skyward Dives, for evac towers. MDY Black has been relatively unnoticed throughout these World Edge games just because of what they bring to this map right now.
It's interesting how they've managed to fly under the radar, but I mean, that actually doesn't surprise me. I know Lace was talking about cockroaches before and saying how, like, you know, they never die. I always thought MDY were cockroaches, but in a different way, in the way that they just kind of like slink from one position to another unnoticed a lot of the time. And they're very good at finding their way into final circles in a very sort of non-confrontational manner. But of course, when push comes to shove.
All right, here we go. These two ain't sharing real estate no more.
Quite either, as we see one kicking up here.
Good entry by Final Start. Good tracking there by Selka too. My goodness, that was quick work at T4.
Squad by for Final Start. That's pretty much all their points right now. And this is what the Revenant brings to the table. Just some extra committal approach here with the Bloodhound too. The Conduit bringing in the shielding. And that's just case in point for Final Start. Check marks all the spots that Final Start wanted there.
Yeah, I mean, that is one hell of a composition. Revenant, Bloodhound,
Full send, man!
That is full send. Yeah. My lordy. I mean, even, you know, like we actually saw this a little bit earlier on when you had a Bloodhound pinging away in a final circle. Beast Gun activated, right? And you got a 30-30 on your side. Now, a Digi-Threat often wouldn't be able to see that far at that kind of distance.
I'm wondering for tomorrow.
You can see people as far away in smokes. You know, it doesn't matter how far away they are. You get that.
No, because I don't even really want to. I think we're just gonna skip NA, man. I just think it's the move.
At a meta where there's a lot of Bangalores, and yeah, just one of the things I think that goes a little bit unnoticed sometimes. It can really give you the edge in those fights.
Yeah, those are the things that APAC-South has been working on between week 1 and week 2.
So NA starts at 6, and it's going to get done right around the time
yes, having more of the Bloodhounds.
APAC North starts.
Scrims, people willing to play Gibraltar.
And APAC North is going to be like APAC South tonight, where it's the double session.
But as these ring now,
all right, here's IBG.
Skyhook West here. IBG flying on in, spotted. 5 final starts on their approach. Beyond that, I'm still watching out for Wonton Dumpling and how they're gonna look to push into the ring. The teams nearby them, outside, yes, MXF, they're also
because we're gonna get done with this probably around what?
Straight in front. Oh, I love that shot too.
Around
It's
6,
like, you know,
probably.
The jail that Skyhook is at the moment. Are we stuck in here with you, or are you stuck in here?
Still
with
probably got
us?
about another hour, you know.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. Probably depends on which.
Maybe
team
closer
you
to
are,
45 minutes, depending on the downtime in between.
We saw a lot of
As soon as we have scoreboards after game 6, we're out.
Push up now, and actually a successful EMP onto Wonton Dumpling down here. You're seeing Boogie Borders potentially being the beneficiaries of that with the first 30-30 shot going down, and I don't know if any of the rest of these guys are going to get out of this one alive. They seem like they are absolutely stuffed. The Dreamfire looking right, like directly down on top of them here. And of course AGL on the inside. They use that EMP to try and make sure that they wouldn't have any power as they pushed in towards
I feel like Boogie Borders have been a little bit more passive today than we saw them last week.
Towards AGL. And Boogie Borders thinking about the push, but they
So I think it's a smart idea not to push there.
They move away, and let's listen in to Boogie Borders as they find other spots.
Ooh, Boogie Border, listen in.
Yeah, I can bang out.
I'm always keen.
Yeah, do it.
Bang outing them. Yeah, 1 for 50.
40 flash.
Arcing there.
Waiting for shot from far. I need to bang out here.
I'm going back to racking.
Right here.
Safe on racking.
Oh, fucking crack. I didn't hit any of them. Hit 1, hit 2. Hit 3, hit all 3.
I'm going back, Fussy. On me.
I hit all 3 behind.
They can't do it altered.
100, 130.
That's got a digi flatline. Hello.
130 on the cat.
Yeah, I can't see anything. I can swing hard right. This condo ult's fucked.
Behind you, Fussy! Behind you, Fussy!
Okay, I'm running. Nice, run back.
Yes, you're getting injured. Up here.
We're good.
Keep running.
Come to me. Come to me.
I'm getting naded here. Yeah.
Nice. So able to read the third party coming in.
See if we can slide down for a...
Who's that, Wonton coming in?
All my kills back there. That's so retarded.
Yeah.
We are safe here.
Guy there.
Yeah, I know.
We can't go down. We need a wall.
They fighting out there?
Doesn't sound like it. No ulti XLs.
No, I have 1 cell too.
Slamming the building.
They went far. Is there anyone on the bins on our left, and can we play it? I don't know what's
They're going to have to find a way to rotate in here. They know they got 2 teams behind them.
Have to drop down the height team.
And so they either have to make the decision that they turn around and focus on the teams and clean that up before they pick up this fight, or they need to get to the zone.
We either go to the bins, or we just have to go down here in this fucking shit.
Ah, but X and Y's in front of them.
Up here,
They don't know that.
60. Hopping a cell.
X and Y will know that now.
I'm batting.
Still on the fucking platform.
I got shit on. I'm out of heals.
Get to me. 2 cells. Still a team on high. We're just gonna have to slide down to the fucking under bit.
Yeah, do we do it now?
They're just so fucked here, though.
I dropped you 2 cells. We got wall down.
Yeah.
Should we do it? We go down? What are we doing?
Yes, we have to. Getting fucked in the back.
Holy fuck, this group has fucking no brain power. It actually hurts.
Hard safe on me here.
Yeah, height's not looking. We're good for now.
Hey, this is actually a good spot for them.
Get the cells I
don't have to play here. Yeah, I got them.
Going for under.
Yeah.
130.
Chill. Hang on me.
Safe on me.
Safe on me. Hard safe on me.
Hide.
40.
Hide is on the bin.
Okay. I know. One's not up there, by the way. There's a team above them.
They got to worry about all these teams in this building, though.
Best on Fussy. We might on Fussy out here.
Pushing me, kill.
Nice.
My die.
On fence.
Yeah.
Chill, I'm on.
Chill.
I'm no meds.
There's a nade. Go left.
Bang low.
Burning.
Oh, bro, they are so... This has been fucked since Jump Street, y'all. It's unfortunate.
Damn. Borders cannot survive whatsoever. They've been marking Dreamfire well, and Dreamfire eliminated as well, but here comes X and Y. They've been looking for this contact for so long already. Wonton Dumpling also within the vicinity. X and Y, though, they know drones nearby, making sure that there, though, isn't going to be the biggest threat here overall to the corner. The energy barricades giving them a little bit of space.
I don't
to
feel like
work
it's an
with,
issue with
but
the
here
group
we go
playing
again.
weird, though. I
Launch
just think
on
that they're
top,
late and
ready
in
to
an
hunt for them.
unfortunate spot.
Capoe also from above, and X and Y is feeling the pain here.
And so
They're
many people
gone
have
as well.
rotated over
Launch on
towards this
something.
side here. There's
Who
so
will
many
be next?
teams.
The
X and
string
Y's
of
out
closing
too.
in, forcing these squads to come together.
It feels like it. Jackie Chan, the only one left alive. Somehow they managed a full reset after that nonsense that we saw up at Trials, by the way. As you know, we heard Fossey talking about it there for a second. He's like, I got 4 knocks. Where are my kills? Because he knocked a lot of them. But yeah, somehow just couldn't get those finishes. Kakoi, yeah, on the top level here, really getting a lot of free damage. And
Still, what, 2-3 teams left over by this building? They're going to have to finish up this fight before Ring starts closing in the next 10 seconds?
Is pulling up further north.
Yeah, this is risky though from Lahim. He actually drops down. In the meantime though, we're watching Full Engage on the other approach. And Full Engage surviving still with 2. SWQ and Kakoi gone. Full Engage gonna be the same case. And it's utter bedlam here on the
Bro,
Sky
we're going to have
Hawk
us a
with
nice
half
tight lobby going
elevation.
into the last
You don't
game.
wanna drop down like that. VK though, on the other hand, they're playing distance. And the 30 shots are ringing through well versus WMFP.
Yeah, Woman's Firebird, they actually
I don't think
gave
any
up
of these
willingly.
guys
Deliberately, they gave up
at this
market and went
point.
for a smaller building down south. I don't know if they were trying to hedge their bets. Either
Oh, I
way,
guess MDY
maybe
is still
not
in this,
gonna work out
aren't
for
they?
them because VK
No?
Gaming
It's
did
MDY
not
Black.
take up their place in market. Now, as we can see, getting a couple of knocks and honestly have a fantastic spot in this next circle. DNZ, the only team who got out of that last fight here, are moving up into this next 3-story building where they will be sharing it with MDY Black as well as outside.
Yeah, the squad has been very low-key as War Monster Firebird will be eliminated and make it 5 squads. Kakuyi, they gave up that high ground by dropping down one of their members and just allows all these other teams to take this building instead. But in the chaos of the 3 playing this 3-story building, you got VK Gaming all the way in the market where we had War Monster Firebird a while ago. You have AGL as well as staying away and just scouting with the crypto drone. So I'm watching outside. They're playing onto the rooftop right now and just looking to find an opening against these other squads here.
So AGL, as you can see, are hard chilling. They are being chilling here on the outside. Very
Yeah, they're
far
gonna have
away
to
from
move
all
first,
of these
though.
Other teams. I'm sure they don't have a Watson. So, no pylon to keep grenades away if their positions do get revealed because they are hiding behind.
Bro, I gotta
small
piss so bad.
amounts of cover. But they've got a lot of space to themselves and they've got their ultimates ready to go as well. They've been sitting inside Trials for a long time, and they've just slowly moved their way out here into these last couple of teams left alive. Only 5 now.
Yeah, Darkveil though into play, and HL is actually gonna go for the push versus BK Gaming. QQ in the front line. Missile Swarm is the play, but the black hole is the call from the horizon.
Damn.
Unfortunately for him, as soon as he shows up, he will be knocked down to the ground. AGL now in trouble as they lose QQ immediately. Banner's taken, sure, look for the armor swap. That's XX wants here right now, but Jackie has other plans. Into the front line we go.
BKG versus
AGL.
AGL.
Sale, but who will get the better deal? DNZ chipping in. What a shot there from Bolin. And
Oh,
BK
dude, Bolin
left
just
to 2 now. Even
picking.
odds. The pylon's there, but there's just no escaping the wrath of AGL. Damage being done. It's not enough.
All right, so
BK's
AGL's
gone
able
from
to at
this
least fight and get themselves in the top
They
4.
survive it with 2 members
Now
left
DNZ is
alive.
gonna have to
Let's
move
see
from
if
their
that's
cover.
enough
They've
to
got
get
some
further
decent
damage
weaponry though.
in
You got the
this
Bochick, and I think
lobby.
one's got the.
DNZ are pulling out with the triple reds. They're trying to chase MDY Black up the back, who take out outside. And
Yeah, I thought they had a
DNZ
Kraber, but I
will
guess
be off
not.
the back of them. The duo from AGL goes
DNZ
coming
wins
off the
this,
back.
right?
Here we go again.
They got
Third
triple
party,
red.
third party
They have the high
DNZ
ground.
having
They should be
the
fine
field
here.
With AGL,
Yep.
but the advantage is in DNZ's hands. They see the veil, they push through it, and they're looking to control this ring already. Immediately though, Rolling Thunder is a go.
There it
giving a
is,
chance to
DNZ
AGL,
wins.
But it's not enough. DNZ will take this one.
All right,
And
I gotta
what
pee.
a scuffle in Skyhook with fisticuffs everywhere.
The first taste of the tantalizing action on World's Edge. Guys, that was game number 4. Dax, teams were struggling to get their rental applications approved for the building in Skyhook. Like, teams were just dropping like flies around the fence, you know, the thirds and the fourths and the fifth parties. You know, you really have to have these teams sort of rotating early, especially when you're heading into Skyhook and it pulls on that outer zone. But it was crazy to see how many teams just sort of perished right around that first building in Skyhook.
Look, Lace, real estate is expensive in this economy, right? And all I have to say is, what a turn of events did we see from those 5 remaining squads? How did it start with AGL going on BK, getting knocked, making it pretty 50-50? And who chips in out of nowhere? It's just a Kraber shot from a different squad, giving the advantage back to AGL. And then that's when Outside wanted to go for the third party onto them. And then that's when NDY Black wanted to go the third party onto them. And it just piles on until DNZ eventually with the win. But they were the ones, I think, who actually hit that nutty shot to begin with from Bolin, if I remember correctly. It was such a chain of events really here on Skyhook, and we also watched some of the struggles for the likes of Boogie Borders, the likes of Dreamfire, Wonton Dumpling, X and Wire. They were caught on the outskirts, and the teams that had the high ground, especially here for Kissans and the rest, right? It allowed them to just pick them apart bit by bit.
Yeah, exactly right. Boogie Boys was the first to go down for that crazy real estate there. But, you know, it was really nice to see some of the teams on the lower of the leaderboard, such as DNZ. They were waiting so patiently around that building while everyone was just getting taken down. And you can see that they collect a couple of kills along the way, but then take it out. So it's really showing us that, you know, it's anybody's game at this point, Dax.
This has been such a wild ride. We can hear from the choice words of Boogie Borders also. This is a lobby that can get very interesting, to say the least. And DNZ, they get the 8 kills to their name. I do feel like down there the leaderboard, you still have to respect what Wonton Dumpling, Full Engage, as well as War Monster Firebird can really do right now. 5 for Wonton Dumpling, still struggling to get those placement points. War Monster Firebird, as having an incredible outing as well onto the Conduit. But when it went to that last ring there, Lace, it was just that Kraber shot that really started the beginning of the end for all the other teams.
That's it. I call that a little bit of a haircut when you get your head taken off by the Kraber. But, you know, another team sneaking up from the bottom of the leaderboard is AGL, you know, hitting in that second position there. So it's excellent to see these teams sort of rising the ranks. But speaking of the top of the top dogs, the top of the leaderboard, MDY White still taking the lead against all these teams. And of course, X and Y as well. You know, they're kind of just swapping positions at this point, X and Y, MDY White and MDY Black. But, you know, who's coming in clutch after that, Dax?
Yeah, exactly, right? I feel like since it's such a wild ride here in BNC, that low-key, MDY Black...
Look how stacked the top of that lobby is, man. It's still anyone's game going into the final game. This is what you love to see in Apex, man.
With how the rate is really low-key compared to everything else. And what we've seen so far from MDY Black is they get kills, yes, they get on the board, but it isn't as, I'd say,
oh, we still have 2 more maps left.
IBG does, from what...
I thought we were going into the last game.
There is a case to be made for consistency for today.
That's it. And about from 3rd to about 7th place, you know, across the leaderboard there, they're only like 1 point difference from each other. So, you know, as we've seen in the previous weeks of teams having, you know, a gross lead where there's no chance in catching them, or, you know, the top 3 squads are sort of just interchanging in those top positions, it can still go any way for all these teams. So, you know what? We still have another 2 matches to go on World's Edge. We're going to head over for a short break. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you shortly.
All right, chat. Well, damn. I took out my contacts thinking this is the last game. We actually got 2 more. Honestly, though, I should probably be wearing these glasses more like late at night anyways. I might let my eyes rest. But yeah, we got games at 1 and then 6 tomorrow. What more than likely I'm going to end up doing is we'll watch all of EMEA. And I'm probably going to nap after EMEA. That way I can come in and be good to go for the double session on APAC North. Otherwise, I'm probably completely zombified for APAC North. I'd rather have 2 great sessions of 6 than 2 very bleh sessions of 6. Plus, we'll get to watch NA on Sunday as well. Because Sunday I'll be able to watch NA and then just go to bed afterwards. And honestly, what I might need to do is go to the gym Monday after I drop little man at school. Just so I can sleep. But we'll see. Because something tells me since NA starts at 6, it's probably going to get done around 10. And I don't know if I want to do a 4-hour downtime for the gym, you know what I'm saying? Also, speaking of, before Monday, I need to remember to put my new BCAA powder in my gym bag. Since my amino blend ran out at my workout yesterday, or I guess technically this morning. Well, yesterday morning, because it's technically Saturday morning now, but you know what I mean.
And welcome back, everyone. You're watching Groups B vs C battle it out for the APAC-South region. We've seen top fragging teams take the stage, and then
all right, so we got 2 games and still what 6-7 teams all within
teams such as
one another here.
White and XNY. Dax, right at the start, you know, I wanted to touch on this too. We saw no credit contest with Kill Devil. Obviously, we don't have too many contests on World's Edge at the moment, but you know, Kill Devil getting 2 members taken down, but managing to get the full reset. Do you have a feeling that maybe no credit might take a little bit
ended
of a
up
different
calling it a day
tactic going into Game 5?
I feel like No Credit's pretty happy about how that initial contest worked out versus Kill Devil. We were talking about it a while ago, where you have that conduit instead of Savior's signature Watson that they always love to run, and just because they want to win that initial contest as soon as possible, fending off Kill Devil was one thing. Though I guess the concern really was for the other squads rotating towards them, and that's why they were wiped out early.
Yeah, so, you know, let's have a look at one of our top fragging teams at the moment, MDY Black. You know, across today, they've just seemed to be placing quite well in these last couple of matches here. You know, starting out not so fantastic in the first one, 18th place, but, you know, hitting into top 5 placement stacks. So second, fourth, third.
I guess it's really interesting, right? The first game for MDY Black, if I remember correctly, yes, they were caught out early, but those 3 kill points were against Wonton Dumpling, and that really set the pace for them moving forward, picking their fights a bit better, not having to commit into big engagements, and it allows them to get
their first round games?
4th place over the next 3 maps. 9, 5, 7 placement points. That's 21 in total, and we've seen them take the opportunity to play inside the ring, play with a safer angle compared to everyone else, and it's giving them the chance to really contend for the top spot of today.
Yeah, you know, our top spots were sort of given to Wonton Dumpling and Iron Blood Gaming in the previous matches that we had, and it's just, like I said, nice to make room
they're
for
probably over
these
by now.
other teams such as MDY White and XNY. So another sort of team that's performing quite well is Kukoi. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of them in the next coming matches, Dax.
Yeah, very excited too, because we can see their potential when they play out their angles well. They took that map into Storm Point, but I really want to bring out something that happened in that last game, right? Map number 4, just falling down from the building. It was unfortunate, but we are getting into the game here, folks. Thank you so much to Lace for everything so far. We'll see her later on. It's time now to get the contest going yet again. Kill Devil versus Full Engage round 2.
Here we go as they drop in straight on top of Siphon. Kill Devil, no credit up the top. Conduits play a huge part in this with, you can see Levy already taking damage, but he's got 20 seconds to reach Hull now. That he's got that Radiant transfer. I mean, interesting that they're actually even popping the cells at this point, Dax, because And the way this works, you really don't get a lot of meds with this contest, and you need to use those windows where the conduit queue is up to maximize the resources you have available.
Yeah, they're taking their time, but that is a beautiful shot with the Sentinel kill.
I just realized I gotta
Devil
get
trying to
volume
at
back
very
up from
least
in
keep
between
the
games. My
time
bad,
in
chat.
favor, but no credit taking the fight. Two of them. Kill Devil now hurting Levy, the first to fall. You get the range of transfer going through Hey Watch, sure, but that's already two
Damn,
down here.
Kill
for
Devil
Kill
struggling in
No
this
credit yet
contest,
again,
huh?
Taking the advantage now, but here comes the damage. Kill Devil eliminated, and no credit wins the contest yet again, but this time they wipe out the other squad.
And they do it so much faster as well. So hopefully this time that means no credit can avoid their fate from game number 4 there. And, you know, not go down to a marauding team such as T4, who might head up once again from the dome all the way down the bottom of the screen. So far south we can barely see it. And it does look like, as they just pop that beacon, as you can hear there, we're actually going to be heading over to maybe staging, but potentially even Mirage Trois.
Yeah, this is very interesting because there's a lot of...
Was X and Y also fragging in that game?
Rings and DNC, they're moving forward towards staging. And
I got reset.
War Monster Firebird at a moment's notice, winning that last game with opportunity. Bolin, of course, one to watch out for with those shots from afar. But Papa's the one with a 30-30, cracking that shield immediately. Shark has to hide yet again to get those shields back. Gets the range of transfer, but WFFB, they have one section of staging to work with. They're keeping DNC elsewhere.
So the team that lands at staging, they of course do have choice of where they want to fight this from. Most teams tend to do that from Dorito, from this house up near Monster Firebird, as we can see. But they've actually given it up. So DNZ are going to take that away from them as we have a look at some of the other teams here. There you go, DNZ. You know, they leave for 1 second, boom, another team is just going to fly straight in, and that's potentially a very costly decision from War Monster Firebird there. You know, maybe they could learn something from X and Y, leaving someone in the house to anchor that position, fire shots and show presence so that when another team does evac in, they don't consider it an open position and don't play for it.
Well, they're keeping Shark at least on the train tracks. You saw SWQ also fly by, but refuse to actually get involved and stay inside that still opening instead. But here comes MDY White, and down they go to the hands of outside. This is fortuitous for all the other teams because MDY Whites, they were at the top of the scoreboard now. It's open season for the likes of X and Y and the rest to really pile on those points.
Yeah, I mean, depending on where these circles end up, I thought that they took the Mirage Trois zones out, actually. So it'll be very interesting to see if this does end up anywhere near there because, you know, just looking at the ring, it kind of indicates that it should be pulling in that direction, but maybe it won't go that far. Maybe it'll end up, you know, a little bit closer on the train tracks or something like that to the east and to the north of staging. Because obviously before Mirage Trois decided to park itself on top of Lower Fissure, we did get quite a few zones that ended here.
Look, we've got some wild ring pulls all throughout the day already, especially last time around in the last group on Storm Point. But WMFB, they're gonna get scanned by the survey beacon. They still stick around on staging while DNC has that little house to work with. So overall, most of these teams are really banking on the fact that Mirage Trois is the place to be outside in one building. And we got Kappa Yi on the other, Boogie Borders. This is their draw spot, and they're happy to play on top of the ship itself. So overall, I think for Boogie Borders, really the win condition right now is to just stay away from all these rotating teams, play the elevated angle as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, if it remains in for a while, then exactly, you get some pretty unbeatable sight lines on the side of Mirage Trois. So can Boogie Borders take advantage of that? We'll see. Oof, MDY Black. Actually, have they been taken down literally off that back right now? Dreamfire even picking up the angles there just through the edge of that train cart. MDY White, Black are not in a good position right now.
Yeah, Dreamfire on the hunt. They see exactly where they're going. And it's PP here finding one more target on the floor. No escape really here for MDY Black. They're trying to survive as much as they can. And they still have one member with 1 HP. The Crypto of Augenstern looking to survive as much as possible. I guess really for MDY Black, my concern here is they're swapping away from their raid composition, moving over to the Val Crypto instead. And it doesn't feel like they're that attuned to it right now, getting caught mid-rotation like that.
Yep, and not only that, he's just been spotted out by War Monster Firebird, who might have a frag to finish him off. Nope, a Havoc headshot's gonna do it first.
Both MDY squads are gone now. Both MDY Whites, MDY Black, 2 teams in our top 3, eliminated early on. And we've seen, Genome, so far that there are other teams that have made a case for themselves. You got AGL in the scoreboard right now. You got Kakoi, X and Y gonna be very happy of what's happened so far. But Wonton Dumpling is a different case. Their placement points have been a little bit subpar in this group, but their kill points, of course, exquisite as always. Facing off against the pilot right now. Jackie Chan, though, in trouble here. XDZ trying to get the hell away, but Wonton Dumpling dropping down to try and do some damage still. MXF, can they handle the pressure? It's only NBX trying to fight back. They're gone too. Pete got himself. It's Gugu bringing in all those kills, and Wonton Dumpling, they survive for now, but can they handle the next squad on the list? Apparently not. It's MXF who gets the job done alongside SWQ here, who wiped the slate clean.
SWQ actually pulling in there with the help from the drone scans. It was Donut who had that perfect information and just allowed him to jiggle peek to perfection and finish off Wonton Dumpling there. So good effort from them. I mean, 2 of them had white armors, so this has been an incredibly nice loot donation there from the other teams. And SWQ go from being, you know,
we're still relatively early in this map, right? What, ring 3 maybe?
For fear of getting full sent after the teams realized that they had 2 whites, to all of a sudden being in a formidable position, not only in resources but also in their position.
Yeah, not even. Let's get it.
Screen says all they can be trouble if they choose to, and SWQ are the team that have picked up the reign along the way. But full engage now, having to take a fight versus X and Y right outside thermal station. Full engage though, played their namesake, looking for opportunity towards XD and JR, especially. Smokes are out, and it's Bang Papa 5th looking to lead the charge. Have though the Digi threat to utilize. Here comes the Rolling Thunder into play as well, and full engage. They're in cover for the time being. X and Y, on the other hand, they have a partition for themselves, but wait, there's more. DNZ, it's Joker coming up closer and closer to try and third party. X and Y though.
X and Y is recovering pretty good from that first series today.
Damage, but X and Y
looking really good right now.
I
mean, they've been looking good. I mean, all series, to be fair.
Standing for both of these squads. A reset yet again. No region transfer as of yet. Full engage. They have a pilot to utilize. They want to go for the resurrection, but they decide to go for the fences instead. Panic sets in. Jump, Jib, putting down everything he can. X and Y though, taking the fight to them. YC on the board. X and Y know that they can take this one if they hit these shots, and that they do.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna keep them in good stead anymore though, because DNZ called for reinforcements as soon as they saw those 2 teams trading knocks there. Dax, the other DNZ members just crawled in closer and closer, and as you can see, one of the easiest third parties that you ever will see for DNZ there. Not only that, with the timing of these ring pulls, they will actually, I think, potentially be able to swing up through the western choke here to their north, and at that point, they're going to have a good position in the circle, as it does pull further towards Mirage Etoile.
I mean, they have a spot to work with if ever, but they have to be careful because the crypto of SWQ, you got Crazy Kong still scouting around towards the south side, and DNZ decided to forgo that and move back to their building and use that initial rotation path that they were thinking of earlier on. So 13 squads still remaining.
I mean, there's some more kill potential from Dorito, right? So you can also understand.
I didn't happen to see where this zone was going because I'm an idiot.
Here, of course, they can't see the next.
Going up Fissure Way, is that right?
Which you know, might have changed their decision.
No, Fissure's already out of zone.
Ooh, AGL, are they going for the rat play here?
Or Mirage Etoile.
I mean, they've got the Tripto drone flying around, so they'll be able to tell the Dreamfires above them, and you can see Peter's actually looking for this, considering that there's someone down there.
Yeah. And I'm also watching for Roy, actually having an angle towards the bridge. We check out what final start is up to this time around, so no more Revenant. They go back to the Bangalore, they go back to the Conduit, and they get another KP to their name. But Dreamfire really needs a big game if they want to stake a claim here in APAC-South. We know how good Dreamfire can be. We know how much their fans love them. But the performance itself hasn't been up to par from what we've seen from them. The scan, though, MVP, they knows what's up.
Boogie Borders got a good read. They're already here.
Maybe they didn't move the circles from Mirage Etoile, because it looks like Boogie Borders should be about to have an absolutely nuts game. Once this gets a little bit closer, they will have unrivaled dominion over this lobby, essentially. They barely
This is the game that they needed too, because I mean, what, we're sitting down at 15, 11 points through 4.
We'll play out the next 2 circles after this one, but for the moment, we've got the other teams definitely thinking about it. I mean, we're down to 12 already, right? They've got the tension between Dreamfire and AGL sitting next to each other here.
We're down to 12. Funny enough, this is a lot less from what we've seen so far by this ring state. You usually have 15 or more coming into the game. I guess for Boogie Borders, this is so fortuitous just because they've been stuck between 4, 5 squads in every single engagement they have to deal with. We're watching WMFB though, still around staging. They know DNC's to their south, trying to mark wherever they can. They also spot out T4 along the way, trying to cut the rotation. Here we go, though. Evac Towers, beautiful
nice
shooting
shots
from LK. God, finding a little bit of flesh to work with. Now up in the air, trying to swat away these mosquitoes, but T4, they're gonna land so far, but VK Gaming is the ones ready to greet them. Oh, this is gonna be painful.
Trying to hide in the smoke here. The Bloodhound scan will reveal them. Not only that, they're all drawn in by the black hole. Grenades on top of them. One of them down already. The other 2 somehow have actually managed to stay healthy during this.
Like a bond to the flame with the black hole, but VK Gaming still sticking in the position. T4 on the other hand.
Nice nade.
Member. Final start also chipping in. So T4, it's really sad to see them be bullied like this, just stuck in the middle of all these squads with elevation. It also seems like Final Start, they know what WM Firebird's position. DNZ creeping on closer and closer. And look at DNZ right now. They have the position.
Oh my god, what a nade.
This Final Start though, still cracking those shields, bringing it damage and bringing the pain.
That poor fella down there. Oh.
Not a bad little position here for Final Start.
There's a bunch of bullies.
Serve its usefulness for not all that much longer. They've got a minute further before everyone essentially has to get in or underneath Mirage Etoile. People who are in the buildings below, teams like Detroit or outside, they'll be okay for now, but gosh, everyone else who has to pull in. Ironblood Gaming, wow, they've actually moved up into SWQ, who obviously were in a good position right from the start, and they've put aces on the floor already.
You know, they were prepared for it. IBG is the one with a numbers disadvantage right now. Donut gets the shields back online. The Prowler with the JG threat is going to be a big nuisance to begin with. DNC though, an APC for them too. It's IBG now getting confirmed along the way. SWQ just shooting from above, and they call now the drop to try and catch IBG as soon as possible. A slide by
IBG is going to be in trouble.
At a moment though, this Sticky survives with a sliver of HP, but this was the moment DNZ's been waiting for. They now go for the third party.
Now DNZ moves in. They're going to use the redeploy here.
SWQ right now trying to keep up this pressure, or trying to survive.
Take high ground. Nice play.
Evac Tower gives them the elevation now. Iron Blood
IBG out in 12.
but DNC takes this
IBG has had a struggle in the second line. Like, that's the problem when you have the back-to-backs, bro.
Well to take out IBG there, but
so hard for 12 games.
Lose their attention on the backside for
to keep that
moment, and DNZ
focus, man.
That said, they're back, they're fine. SWQ are okay right now, but they do have to worry about DNZ being on top of them, which of course isn't ideal, sharing space with someone so close.
And watching the BK game here struggle to make any kind of space for themselves. You got Boogie Borders on one side, you got Dreamfire on the other, and DNZ, sure, they have this mountaintop to work with, but can they actually drop down as this ring closes on in? VK though, inside alive with the smoke. DNC on the other hand, having to deal with Crazy Kong and the rest. There is just no stopping SWQ. They are a powerhouse here in the
They're
south.
moving themselves up the leaderboard here.
This is really their game, isn't it? 7 kills already, and as the ring shifts, we see it is essentially Godspot. They will have that little platform to play on. It's so hard to move up there, even if you've got Gravity Lift, you know, which often can even things out for teams who do play Horizon. It's such a vertical and clear space underneath that platform. It's very, very hard for anything to happen there. Boogie Boarders, they were playing the building below, but they decide that they need to take this higher position in order to start maximizing that.
I say that means what? Dreamfire should be up here too.
Dreamfire full sending it as well.
Dreamfire also going to be in trouble now. You got WFP nearby as well, but Boogie Board is flying high.
Nice nade.
Beautiful PK shot there from Racky, cracking under their face along the way, and PK Gaming's gone this time around. This is one party that Boogie Boarders wants to keep exclusive, and they're fending off anyone else who wants to stay here.
All right, big game for them here. Could put them up into contention of at least finishing like a good top 5 and saving their day after a really rough day.
Endless hordes here coming towards Boogie Boarders. And AGL, they're going to get the first knock onto Racky, then onto Fussy. They follow it up, and Boogie Boarders, unfortunately, cannot handle the pressure against that many teams in a row.
Genome, they just can't catch a break. There's always another squad going after Boogie Boarders. And case in point, they only make it to the top 6. But SWQ has been kings of the hill for so very long. Who wants to contend? It's War Monster Firebird breaking the barricade though with the wingman. War Monster Firebird, on the other hand, getting their shields back up and using the cliffside for cover. It does feel like, though, this ring will force these teams to drop down sooner or later, and SWQ is the happy one with the perch here.
Very happy up on that platform.
And War Monster Firebird here.
Might be left in. We'll see what kind of.
Even cool. I mean, really, the top 6, any of them.
War Monster
Can still slide up a decent amount, give themselves 1 or 2 more wipes, or just 1 more wipe, I should say, in like a second, third, or second, first.
SWQ are basically the gods right now, watching these little ants fight on the floor. AGL, as you mentioned, looking to
so much for War Monster Firebird.
Heavily fortified. War Monster Firebird gonna be gone from this bout already, and outside looking to still play inside as much as they can. AGL though, here we go. Black Hole is afoot, courtesy of Kyuku, and Kakoi just trying to get the hell out of that engagement zone. Here comes the push yet again. AGL is forcing their way in, but Kakoi has gotten the distance, so they're sharing the building for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it was a completely blind ult there from the horizon, basically just trying to buy space. It wasn't really necessarily going for the kills, and yeah, sure, now that they can coexist on one side of this house with Kakoi on the other. Meanwhile, outside have been very happily on that side by themselves. SWQ now thinking about pulling down a little bit. They obviously they have that spot up the top, but yeah, I mean, now's the time to change it up.
I mean, they're looking for the angle here with Donut to just shoot through those windows. That's why they're playing into this path moving down. AGL, though, to get their shields reset. Kakoi are considering, do they dare pushes or not?
Is it
Here we go
Kakoi?
again with defenses.
I guess that's what everyone on this is called. I for sure thought it was Kakoi.
Kakoi here. Damage still done by Lahim. Lahim with a second one, and Lahim is going ham here until XX will shoot him down. Kakoi still in the fight. No longer says XX FPS as AGL win the fight for the house here.
And they got the gold revive too.
Outside,
does AGL win off this? Because the other 2 teams fight one another?
A little bit closer, but they're only taking up position underneath the house right now. I thought they might think about swinging inside, but no. In fact, it is AGL who will get the full reset. Gold knocks on the ready, and all of them just trying to make sure that they are ready for this final fight. SWQ portaling to the door. That's to try and block off some of the exits here, so when the teams, you know, eventually do try and come out of their door, they'll be very sad to find
that's
probably
smart.
Take them outside the ring to take further damage.
Whisked away basically, and it's good to see a portal in the spec, but here we go again with trouble. SWQ on one
Does that mean
side,
SWQ has the superior advantage here?
Distance and a single wall to separate them, but Yulin getting a
Because now they're gonna have the pylon. Oh yeah, this is SWQ's game.
It's a 1-for-1 though, and SWQ is the one being invaded. Here comes the fight, courtesy of outside. SWQ gonna be in trouble as AGL do get portaled all the way, as you mentioned. Outside
They still make it back in though.
AGL get their foot
No
back.
way.
They want to get this final
Wow.
kill. They do so, and AGL a win again.
Thought you were slick. Able to pull it off though is AGL. Damn.
We are getting closer to the end of our matches, as that was game number 5. And I have to say, it's was as fueled as I am with caffeine right now. Genome, that was exceptional from our teams.
That was a hilarious finish. I mean, so by the way, I'm not sure if we caught this on the main channel there. Maybe you guys on multi-view who are you know, having those final few POVs up might have seen this. AGL actually took that final portal, by the way. They all went out. Of course, SWQ had set it up with the fences as well. So as you came out of the portal on the other side, you walked through the Watson fence. They all took ring damage. They all took perimeter fence damage. Then they came back through and they still won.
Yeah, like, you know, I saw Boogie Boarders having the zone pull in their favor. You know, that team's known to do the edge, but, you know, sometimes they get the zone plays. You know, if you can solidify Mirage Voyage, generally your chances of winning are increased. But what was absolutely crazy is they, you know, Boogie Boarders gave it up to the likes of AGL. So they took the top. They then literally dropped off the ship and they took the building. I thought it was all over Red
All right, one more
them,
game,
but,
chat.
You know, managing to get a clutch with that gold res as well. They placed second in our previous round, but you know, AGL they wanted to come first.
And our leaderboard is packed going into game 6. I love it.
They deserve that first place.
Yes, I mean, like, SWQ's position was phenomenal, and I guess they kind of deserved it after, you know, taking a smart third party to start with, and then being able to fight off DNZ and all those other teams to really challenge them up the top. And, you know, it wasn't quite the same for Boogie Boarders. They did manage to stave off a few teams, but unfortunately not all of them. And that final loss to AGL, you know, who knows, that very well could have been Boogie Boarders, who finished off and ran out the game had they won that one last fight.
All right, Chad, so since this is running like super late tonight, once we get scoreboards after game 6,
they're at the end.
I gotta go to bed. That way I can be up and ready to go for EMEA.
As fruitful for them here in week 2.
That's it. It's good to see some different contenders placing up in the top there. But like you said, they took the portal into zone and then came out. But, you know, that didn't matter. Their decision to block that door didn't matter for AGL. So, you know, they solidified that win. And as we take a look at the damage that they've put out as well, quite crisp. But, you know,
5,000 damage.
You know, SWQ still, you know, putting out immense damage in a second place.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably no surprise when we consider how strong their position was. They had, you know, plenty of guns to choose from in the 6 deaths, at least the 6 death boxes that they had up on that platform. So it was really free firing all game long, just absolutely farming the numbers there for SWQ, and then finishing it off with 9 placement points and 11 kills for a 20-point game is pretty damn solid from them. Dreamfire coming in at 7th there, picking up 3 KP. Boogie Boarders, they got 4 KP from all those fights they took. So again, you know, what's that? 3 placement points and 4 kills. 7 points is it's an okay game, but it's not going to.
It's an okay game if it's been what you've been doing all night, but that's not what they've been doing all night. They were at 11 points before that.
Way off the pace, considering we're 5 games through the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we've seen a couple of teams sort of dancing around first, second, third position. X and Y have been at the top of the leaderboard for quite some time. And, you know, moving on with MDY White. You know, MDY White, we didn't really see too much in the, you know, final zone just there, I believe. But for them to still sort of have that top position is crazy. But then, you know, AGL just swimming from the bottom to the top, putting them in third at the moment, you know, tailing behind, you know, MDY White and X and Y. But you know, outside still performing well there at 42 points. So, you know, any sort of team at the moment could take this last match and sort of push their way to the top.
I mean, look at that. It's between, what was it, first to like 9th or something. It's a 12-point difference. This is actually an incredibly low-scoring lobby as far as
no one's like jumped out and taken a bunch of points.
Which actually makes for a very exciting game 6, Lace, because that means we've got about 10 teams.
I mean, X and Y has been the most consistent. They're in first despite
we can't guess it, so
not having a win.
Take a break.
They're actually the only team in the top 6 that doesn't.
See who takes the lead.
All right, chat. Go use the restroom here one more time. I gotta pee again. Got a little break. I'm gonna run a quick ad on Twitch. That way we hopefully don't have to catch any more ads through the end of the games. All right. hate that I had to walk by the water and realize I should.
They know where you are.
I gotta admit, I may have tricked you. Whew, glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I feel
Made it back in time.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, I can't talk for the teams, but my brain is sure frazzled as we finally make it to the last of our games of the day. Genome, we've watched groups A versus C compete in the first half of the week 2, and then we're coming to the end of group B and C right now. They're having a little bit of a tango together, but before the break, we spoke about not having a team, too far in the lead, and that this could be anybody's game.
Yeah, it's insanely close between these teams right now, partly because it feels like there hasn't really been an overperforming team. You're not seeing... I mean, Wonton Dumpling got, what was it, like...
90-something points, right?
Win,
78
points.
points.
They got almost...
74 points.
The entire team, like any team's entire score in these 5 matches in one match in our first series today. So yeah, I mean, it's partly that, and it's partly just, I guess this lobby.
He's talking about the game where Wonton Dumpling had the 23
but
points.
No one is really able to, sort of come in on either side of it.
Yeah, exactly right. We still have like the true overboard leader for the series, but let's take a look at our damage reports here. JR just out in lead with the cool 6,402 damage, Genome.
Oh my god, finally. Is that the first time we haven't seen a Bangalore on one of these graphics today?
Actually, I think you're right.
Let's go JR on the conduit. I mean, obviously he's using it, in a very aggressive
look at all. That's a lot of
like
fucking
most of
frags,
the
man.
Bangalore's
That's
that
crazy.
I've seen. But yeah, interesting to see Lahim from Kukoi up there, and Bang Fafa, one of our newest entries to Pro League, also showing what they're made of.
Yeah, so, we do have a couple of teams tied for first and second. And like I said, a few more teams trickling behind. Everybody sort of wants to hit these high damage boards that we have here. They really want to work for their team. And as you can see, these players are definitely working hard for their teams as we take ourselves back and having a look at today. A few teams performing that I just didn't really see too much of last week. Kukoi are finally moving on up the ranks, so that's exciting to see them do a little bit better this week. Having a look at coming to our 5th match, AGL, a team that I didn't see too much of, Genome, just absolutely obliterating that last match.
Yeah, I mean,
Get
AGL,
us into
I
game
really
6.
enjoyed how
Get
they
us into
played,
game 6.
Out their games in
Come
year
on.
3, and they would have made it to land if we'd have
Let's get it going.
had as many spots as we do this year. So, does that mean there's a chance that they can pull through and finally get that experience on the big stage under the lights here in 2024? Well, I guess we'll find that out soon enough.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We're sending more teams through. We've kind of doubled our prize pool, and we're getting more spots. I believe it's up to 8 spots, and our prize pool is doubled. So teams can take home $125,000, 20K just for first place.
Yeah, exactly. USD as well, which the exchange rate's looking pretty juicy right now. If you're on the other side of that, actually, so add some extra on top of that. Not too bad. And then, yeah, obviously, once you get to LAN, the split playoffs generally, I think it's going to be the same this year, are going to have, a $1 million prize pool. So it's not only the money you get, it's also that shot at the extra big money.
Yeah, it's always great, achievement for our players to be here in Pro League at least, but then it's always exciting that they could be walking away with some stardom and money in their pockets. But as we take a look at a bit of our team compositions, on Storm Point, we see a few catalysts. We have a changes to a couple of Watson, but Gino, take us through some of these compositions that we see on World's Edge.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to see that the highest played composition here does not have a control controller character on it. So you've got no ring scans for the Bang Conduit Horizon composition. But it also makes a bit more sense, right? I mean, you know, we saw 12 teams in, you know, what was that, like Zone 3 or something?
Get us into Game 6. Come on, bro. We've had 13 games with the restart. Let's fucking get it going.
Differently to say what we saw AVB, for instance, where it was a lot more conservative.
Don't get me wrong, man. It's not that I don't want to listen to like stuff getting broken down, but it's been a long night, dog.
Rotating and, you know, World's Edge is quite difficult.
We started
to
this shit 7 hours ago.
Especially when there's more buildings at stake. You know, you really want to get to those spots quickly, and to see teams not being able to like pull those ring scans is a little bit different. But you know, still having Bangalore as a very high pick is insane to me. But I wonder if teams might be going into this last match changing their tactics, because like we said, there's not a lot of points far and few between our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll find that out soon enough, I reckon, Lace. There will be a couple of changes, I think. I'm already seeing a Wraith come through, which MDY Black had tried out a little bit earlier. Final start have gone back to the Horizon instead of the Conduit.
All right, so they are in Agent Select. Not Agent Select. Oh my God, what is this, Valorant?
It's nice to see the Wraith sort of come back into
They are in
play.
Legend
I know
Select.
We've been watching Apex since it came out, and you had the Wraith, the Pathfinder, and the Gibraltars, and having see these teams use such an OG character to sort of block doors. I know one of the teams trying to block AGL there in our last match. Just seeing these plays come back into fruition is just an exciting time for us viewers and casters, I bet. So I'm hoping to see more of these picks in future.
You know what? You know what I miss though, Lace. I miss the kidnaps. That's what I miss most about the Wraith gameplay. I mean, I don't think anyone misses the insta queue back when the days where Into the Void, you could like as soon as you press the button, basically you were invincible. And then you know they added the 1 second delay to that. Eventually, they took away her Naruto run, which made her a little bit easier to hit, and then you know fattened up her hitbox. So it's been an interesting path for Wraith in terms of balance, especially in competitive play throughout the years. But yeah, Kidnaps Raw is one of my favorite.
I know, I'd be playing a ranked match and then all of a sudden I'm somewhere else and just a slight scream comes out and, you know, the panic sets in. But, you know, quickly jumping back into the, you know, the portal, it's fine. You can return to your team. You might be half health, but it's totally fine. But, you know, seeing a lot of teams sort of play those compositions where they're more bunkering characters, you know, Catalyst being able to sort of fortify the doors and walls. But then having Wraith sort of use that portal as a barrier as well is just the brains we love seeing from these teams. You know, there's been quite a few teams that are sort of just steamrolling through the competition and just taking kills out.
Let me guess.
We do see a little bit more of, you know, I guess smart plays on World's Edge.
Yeah, lobby restart.
Yeah, it definitely plays a little bit differently to Storm Point. But yeah, even I guess as we've seen there, kind of depending on the ring, it can quite change quite drastically. You know how many teams we see alive towards the end as well. I mean, the fact that MDY White are currently sitting second on our leaderboard with 44 points at the moment, and they're playing Watson, Crypto, Valkyrie, right? That's again, that was. I think, as we just saw before, it was.
All right, so as you can see here, 7 teams within 10,
so
9 teams within 12.
Teams bringing back Valkyrie is honestly something I didn't have on my 20.
So really,
bingo card. I mean,
just about anybody in that top 10.
It's a pick that we've seen a
other
lot
than
less
Wonton Dumpling. Although you can't even say that about Wonton Dumpling because we know what their pop-off potential is. Imagine Wonton Dumpling had a pop-off game in Game 6.
You know,
to win the
two,
sessions back to back.
having
That'd
Valk
be
sort of take up the
insane,
team,
dog.
and, you know, they can only kind of shoot at one player. You know, sometimes it's a risk taking the evac towers players sort of, you know, go up one by one, and it's, you know, just a straight line to beam. So having Valk still within the meta is quite interesting, especially in these smaller maps like World's Edge. You know, we do need to see rotates happen a lot quicker because, you know, it's a smaller of a map. It's harder to harder to sort of move, moving quickly.
Yeah, I think it felt like when when Valkyrie was introduced, you know, she was very impactful because she had the VTOL jets, and you could gain, all of a sudden you could get high ground, just I guess maybe like you could with Pathfinder in the past. But then Horizon came in, and all of a sudden your entire
All right, they brought Dax in, so I'm guessing that means we have a lobby reset.
And then all of a sudden, you know, apart from her previous ring scanning abilities, and her skyward dive. You know, it felt like she really moved out of favor compared to Horizon just because of that, you know, that team battle dynamic that you had with that height advantage that the characters allowed you.
Yeah, exactly right. So we're just sort of patiently waiting for our last match of the day. So just sit tight, everybody. The action will be on your screens shortly. But Dax, can you take us through any of the teams that, you know, may have shocked you today, that may not have sort of showed you what they were made of in the previous week?
I think we have to talk about the big dogs that we expected to perform, and they haven't done so far. In 13th place, Dreamfire. Their woes continue despite swapping over to the Bloodhound and looking to use that scan legend just to find a few more targets. Boogie Borders, on the other hand, how has this really gone wrong for Boogie Borders? They've always been a victim of a third party. Even when we saw them have Mirage Joie for themselves, right, they were still getting third. They were still getting chased after by other teams, and it really feels like for Boogie Borders, they can't catch a break whatsoever. Another team also within the same sphere, basically, IBG, all the way in 15th place. So really the names we expected to perform today in this matchup, they're struggling to get even past or even into the top 10.
Yeah, exactly right. You know,
Take
I had
us
high hopes for Boogie Borders
to
coming into World's Edge, and
the
I'm
map.
sure that they're feeling a little bit upset that they just can't seem
Please.
to, you know, get in on a fight.
We've been
without
at this for
being
7 hours,
absolutely
man.
obliterated from a team rotating in. They had that high position we saw in the
Dog,
last
Genome
match
just
on,
looks like the same
Raj,
way I feel.
But, you know, teams
Like,
were
bro, can we just
rotating
get into
in
this
and
lobby,
taking that
please?
position too. I saw Dreamfire fly in and take that God spot. Then we obviously had AGL come in on that God spot. It seems like they're sort of just giving up, you know, their area for free, Genome.
Oh man, I mean, I don't wait. You mean Boogie Borders? I don't know if they were giving it up for free, man. That was like, it was like they barely have a second to breathe, and then another team would be Valcoling in, and be evacing in, and be right on top of them. You know, I think they gave their all for that one, but honestly, it was a bit of a slog out there in the end. I think.
Bro, Gino wants to be in this
One
match,
of the interesting things about looking at the leaderboard there and Dreamfire, as Dax was just talking about, is that they're in 13th right now on 22 points. And now we said it was a very tight lobby, but it's a very tight lobby for the top 9 teams.
Yeah.
If you actually have a look at where Dreamfire is sitting there with 22 points, it's really hard for them to get more points in this lobby. Like, they need to get, you know, say 13 plus points and have full engage in MDY Black do nothing to even just get up a couple of spots here. So it's not...
yeah, they would need to absolutely pop the fuck off, and especially, and essentially
quite hard to obtain with a
hope
couple of
that
outliers there.
the rest of your homies
But
down,
one big game at the end
you
of
know,
the day can actually jump
Boogie
you
Borders,
up from
Iron Blood, like
15th
they
to 5th,
kind
something
of
like
frag
that.
out with you
It's
and take
almost
a
the
lot some
opposite
more
of that
points.
today.
Maybe
Yeah,
not so much
exactly right.
Dreamfire.
You know, we've seen AGL sort of jump from that lower position up, and then
Or
they just
not
you know,
Dreamfire, Boogie
outperformed
Borders.
a fair few teams. So it is
Iron
definitely
Blood, maybe.
possible for teams, you know, like Dreamfire that do have LAN experience. Dax, you know, we've seen this team, you know, in compete on the stage. I'm sure that you know they could do something like this coming into our game number 6.
I mean, I'm doing a little bit of the math in the meantime, right? Top 9, it's still viable to make it the first place. But Genome said it himself. Dreamfire, they need a monster game, and most of the other teams can barely do anything except be taken down by Dreamfire. I really have to ask right now, because this is the second week straight, do Dreamfire still have it in them, right? It is a spicy question to ask, but it's something to really consider.
I think the interesting take behind the whole Dreamfire thing, right, is we saw so many other rosters make changes because they knew they couldn't get over the hump of hitting the level of play that we've been seeing DZ and TSM be able to play at consistently the last like 3 or 4 splits, 3 splits.
Right now, tough days. You can still kind of get away with it, given we have a few more land slots, but this is the second day straight, or the second outing straight.
They're one of the most tenured squads together.
So far has been
have we seen the peak of Dreamfire is the real question.
Yeah, sorry, Genome, take it away.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's such an odd thing to see from Dreamfire, right? We know in the past, they've experimented with both styles. Typically, you know, historically, they were very much an edge team. And then a little bit last year, we saw them start switching towards being more of a zone team. And then I feel like it was really when they were playing a little bit more hybrid that they sort of came back into their own. But here, with most of their points coming from placements, it's a bit unusual and, frankly, a bit concerning from Dreamfire.
Yeah, and at the start of the the day, I sort of had my sights set on Iron Blood Gaming, and god damn did they perform in the first couple of matches, but slowly slipping down once we hit this second round of groups. So
it's the tough part about the back-to-back, man.
Game in that sense, but after a really long day, I know us as casters, we can feel it too. Imagine the teams, they're sitting there trying to do absolutely everything and anything just to win, or make sure that they're not getting third party or taken from a different angle there. So we could only imagine the passion and some of these teams are feeling. But we are coming to the end of the day, guys. This is World's Edge. We're going to take you to our game number 6, the last
Let's go.
game of the
6,
day.
baby.
Take it away.
Let's get it.
We are coming into our final map of APAC-South for today. And B and C has been so exciting. The score says it all.
Let's watch the contest.
And we'll watch Lava Siphon because we're gonna get the
I think
contest.
No Credit has
Round 3,
2-0'd this, right?
Between Kill Devil as well as No Credits.
It feels like the jump mastery was a little bit different between the teams there this time. I think No Credit were a little bit quicker in game number 5, which helped them get the win there. This time, a little bit more even. Do we have a difference in the team compositions between the two? Yeah, we've got a Catalyst over on the side of No Credit versus the Bangalore for Kill Devil in Levy. So.
And if you spot out how they drop early on, Kill Devil always love to hold their butts towards the staircase and get a bit of that elevation going. So No Credit right below them right now. Kill Devil playing on top of the roof. But the problem is they're all on white armor right now, and perhaps this can be the moment that No Credit can strike. Savior's looking for it. They're climbing up now towards the rooftops here, Genome, and they're getting
if they get to the read that they're on full whites, they'll push.
You have to make. A team often will take the roof early, and it's a better position. Easy to get a headshot damage, all that kind of stuff. But you do trade it off generally for less loot, less shield cells, less resources with a team who can take their time looting below while you are up there on the roof.
The fact that there's no armors laying around should let No Credit know they aren't sitting on anything but white, though.
And not only that, it's also the second ring pulling their way. So teams like DNC, they're already rotating towards the junior siphon area from up top. I wonder if DNC's actually get a third party this after they hear a bit of noise, because it seems like No Credit will finally do the battle that they need to versus Kill Devil. 2 down on the KD side. Nexus
they tried to be slick and just drop down. Hit him with the Mozam.
Mozambique putting in some work here for Savior. Push coming to shove yet again. No Credit finding a few more KPs along the way. To confirm the 2, a single survivor of Kill Devil. It's Levy trying to get the hell out.
Levy does get out, and No Credit, none of them drop.
And now Levy's gonna have to worry about everyone that's gonna start moving their way this way.
Towards Siphon, so teams are pulling up left, right, and center here. And if that had have gone on any longer, most likely it would have seen some third-party action. So just in the nick of time there, No Credit coming out on top, and I think that was a. What was that, a 2 out of 3 for them in the win-loss columns today?
I think they're 3 out of 3, actually.
3 out of 3, yeah.
Themselves, yeah. They just didn't get the wipe for the first and third games. And if you notice a while ago, T4, they've already left the dome, and they take the geyser and narrowly miss the final member of Kill Devil. So Levy still gets to play a bit more of this game. I guess the concern right now is because IBG stares by stacks. He got full engage over near Big Mod as well. And all of these teams will start to funnel in towards Lava Siphon.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Levy down the bottom. He'll be able to see their crafting, so he's just going to...
All right, I'm going to run a quick minute ad chat while I go pee. I should make it for sure where we don't get anything by the end.
It doesn't spot the tracks, because otherwise you'll definitely be popping some scans. Obviously, that's one of the not very often used parts of Bloodhound's kit in pro play, but in this instance, it actually could come in handy. And I guess that's the other part about using Conduit in these early content stacks, is that you do give yourself the option to run away and craft your team later, right? Because apart from Conduit, there's not a lot of support players played in comp at the moment.
Pretty much, right? We're getting less controller players going. We get more of the support instead with that extra perk. But I was watching Dreamfire because we had a bunch of questions about them during the panel. And right now, they pop the Beast of the Hunt. They go for the evap tower and are looking to stake a claim. But they wanted to go into the building where SWQ was stationed. SWQ had the pylon, and Dreamfire calls it off for the time being.
Okay, Levy. Not able to hide the exact legend you don't want to come up against in Dexter's hands there if you are trying to rat it out. So IBG say, yep, look, thanks for that. Not that there'd be much loot in his box, but hey, it's still another point in their column.
I want to say though, this is one of the closest leaderboards we've had in so very long, and just a few teams falling early can really turn the tides of a team within that top 10 to suddenly jump up that scoreboard. But at the very tippy top right now, of course, is X and Y. They've been playing a very smart game all throughout. It was a heartbreaker in A versus C, and I heard even in the downtime they needed a heavy mental reset, getting 0 points from that A versus C matchup. Right now, they're putting themselves in a good spot to take it all here in this group.
That's a fair point. Someone who's not really put themselves in that great position is a Boogie Borders, as we can see. How will they go in this game? Well,
Who was that they were talking about? X and Y?
I mean, this spot isn't going to be particularly good for them, but they're a little bit scared of Dreamfire, who are currently holding the zip above them in the house, and honestly, that's a very hard fight to take. Open sight lines on the way in. Kind of tough. Anyway, VK Gaming, they're a little bit further up. They do not have zone knowledge, so they're just, you know, choosing a pretty central choke to hold and hoping for some KP one way or the other.
Hasn't that been the statement of the day, basically? They don't have zone knowledge, but they're just sticking around anyway, right? Just with the diversity in terms of the comps we've got. And what interested me even in that leaderboard a while ago was you have the Bangalore comp at the very start, at the very top, right? And then you suddenly have Crypto and Valkyrie without Bangalore whatsoever. And then you have the Bloodhound. There's so much variety that we're getting here in this lobby. I guess right now, cause for concern, MDY Black, a team that has headed back to the Wraith and are looking to make their way in.
I mean, they're looking at... I mean, why the Wraith? I guess you want to...
MDY Black sitting in 9th spot, but as
play a
we
little bit
know,
more aggressive?
9th spot is actually pretty close to 1st spot right now. So
have a way to bail out?
Potentially this off.
Oh, you know what?
Wraith
Maybe just gives you a little bit more survivability late game. If you're the last one alive.
Close the gap there and pick up even more split points in the overall standings.
I mean, two of the teams have the Wraith right now. We saw how effective Donut was, and even as he put that portal to good use to get in the way of eventual winners AGL. And speaking of AGL, another unique winner here for this group. If you notice, Gino, though, is something I always point out in the A versus C, B versus C.
Because remember,
endurance, and because of this endurance run for all these teams,
oh, hold on.
4 out of the 5 winners so far have been from Group B. Interesting.
Yep, fair.
Yeah, there you go. Perhaps perhaps a little bit stacked up on that side. I mean, there's no team stacked on this building or any of the Siphon buildings actually at the moment. That's interesting.
Genome's at the point he's done. Yeah, maybe it's because they're stacked, or maybe it's because of the fact that C just played 12 games. The point your co-caster was trying to make.
Actually, there is no credit and T4 in the middle one, I suppose.
Yeah, T4, they have the crypto drone just checking out the setup of no credit, but look at Wanton Dumpling, and they're in top 10 just because they have 80% of their points as KP. I think it's what, 21 to 4 by this point, so a little higher than that. But speaking of height right now, MDY Black flying away from Boogie Borders. They don't want to deal with that area whatsoever. It does seem like they're taking a position Dreamfire had a while ago, and speaking of, Dreamfire heard it coming and are just nearby.
Feels like a lot of teams are actually reading this as a budget Siphon ring when I think it's actually going to be more but Wanton Dumpling a little bit closer.
I've never eaten last game, chat, but I'm hungry, dog.
Yep. And Wanton Dumpling just across no credit right now. Savior and the rest is backing on away for the time being. Given some time, It's Wanton Dumpling getting their shields back up, but no credit. They have fortifications. We have here the catalyst, so the barricades are what no credit want to ban on right now. It's really their style when they usually have that Watson, right? But since they're playing that conduit instead, they stick around with the spikes, with those barricade doorways. Eventually, the action gonna be away from this area, and we go to VK Gaming, spotting out final start. Here we go again. Final start with the Bang and the Bloodhound. They move over, so it's a cliff side.
All right, so VK Gaming,
they still want
both
to
of
go
these
for
teams
push,
in a
even
position where they
5-5-1.
can't really gain much on this
Barely
game.
any HP, and
I guess
Kasa
probably
trying
more
to do a
so.
bit of damage. Scan online, the smokes are there as well, and Kasa already has a digi threat, so the advantage will go in
I mean, I guess
VK
technically they
Gaming's
both
favor.
move up maybe a
For now,
couple
the damage
spots,
has
but that's
been
the
done,
most.
and Final start is being
Final
swept
start could
away.
probably move up at
They're
least
all
until low
flushed here.
teens.
VK Gaming will take that win, and it
Not if they do that,
got
though.
very testy, but they survive for now.
Because what they were talking about earlier, right? Like VKMDY just to have to get up to
They
9,
actually had the head glitches,
but still have to get
on
another
them,
additional like
but,
10 points or some shit.
Yeah, I think they just played the digis and the smokes really well, but how long does that last? Not sure. Looks like AGL is going to come in with an EMP push here. Will they be able to get into the other choke? Will this be far enough away? I don't know.
Well, they have to move because the ring is consuming them. VK Gaming, on the other hand, moving to the other spot of the cliffside. So eventually, VK has some cover to work with. AGL getting peppered here by a Kakoi from what I see. And just overall, it's really AGL and
So
VK
Kakoi,
Gaming
you remember they
close to one
finished
another, but
in
they
5th
cannot
place
engage as of yet.
last week. They're currently sitting 5th, so they were like showing some consistency
If I'm being
for a
honest.
team that's
There's
pretty
not,
new.
obviously There's not a lot of space to get through in the ring. That's probably the biggest part of this. They don't want to get pushed too much, but there's just a little bit of space.
Hold on, who are
You
their
can
players?
See AGL thinking about it.
Oh, I
VK
mean, to be
thinking
fair,
about going
is the
further.
DWI United squad, right?
The guys out there we go. Okay, they popped the EMP, and that's the key to engage.
And not only that, Black Hole into play, and AGL makes their markers count. Dreamfire, on the other hand, Tough Day yet again eliminated early on, but we're watching AGL hunt down the rest of VK Gaming and shut down as many as they can. It's still...
All right, so
Kasa
AGL is still
alive
trying
and
to pick up
kicking.
last couple of
Can't actually
KP
go
here.
for the res. Revive here onto the Watson, but I spoke too soon as IBC will take a bit away as well. Full engage nearby, and I think they're the team that can clean up Casa.
I was gonna say, they could come down here and 3P this.
Inside the smoke, still engaging. It's full engage, searching and seeking for a target. They've had a relatively good day so far. They want to add one more KP, but they can't find VK Gaming that easily, and they decide to get the hell out instead.
Dude, there is no way that Kasa has just scared them off with 7 bullets left in his vault. I mean,
just did.
He's playing behind the smokes, right? Pretending like he's this big scary Bangalore that's going to be able to out-digi-threat them when his digi-threat gun has 7 bullets left.
Digi-threat differential, and now he has the car in hand, and still the Digi-threat.
Sometimes you just
Same
gotta
with the nurse on the
fake it
SMG,
till you
as
make it,
long
you
as
know?
the
He ain't got
Digi-threat
bullets,
is
you act like you
important,
got 'em.
That's gonna be a class of guns you'd love to play. Another one perhaps for consideration. We've seen throughout the day shotguns really here, Gino. A few Mozambiques nearby, a few Mastiffs as well. Wants a dumpling though, getting elevation. They know an EMP is coming their way, but here we go again. AGL is on the prowl.
Oh,
Next one on the
QQ.
top of the block will be full engaged. They're gone with AGL. They're hurting quite a lot here. QQ now getting into the ring, but I spoke too soon. MXF, where did that shot with a 30-30 come from? One more hit can be good to wipe them out, but AGL getting the cover.
Well, means AGL's gonna have to play this out as a solo now.
Quite a few teams taking pot shots at AGL as they try and exit the ring. Unsuccessfully. C4, here we go. Engage yet again. They're getting knocked down though, and it's just Wonton Dumpling doing what they do best, kill. There's still another threat though, a squad nearby that will be Savior and the rest. No credit now, trying to make a play with the black hole. Mexico to the floor. It's Bossy actually getting involved as well, and there's gonna be a lot of players right now moving here into the lava siphon area. Boogie Borders getting involved. Anna also bringing the aggression, and this is what we want to see. Boogie Borders, they are taking the
Boogie
fight
Borders.
against all these other
This is what we
squads
saw from them last week, man. It's like really late to see them turning it on.
in the vicinity. They barely
But you know
have
what? Better
a
late than
chance.
never, I
Dumpling
guess.
actually
They're at
goes for
21
the
points
res
right
up
now.
the top now, so they could be
I mean,
back
they could at
into
least
it,
move up in
whereas
the top
Cheeky, for
10 by
no
passing up
credit, I
Wonton Dumpling, who started the game with 25.
afforded the luxury of getting his teammates back. It looks like Boogie Borders has spotted out this respawn. Do they go for it? Surely they do, otherwise it's only going to make their next rotation a lot harder, considering they already
Wonton
need
dumpling
to
back
push
to a
through
3
X and Y to get there.
with the revive.
He brings
Damn.
back the guy with red armor from the dropship. That is
Bruv.
just insane. And not only that, Wonton Dumpling, they're ready to take the fight against any other team, any other day as per usual. Boogie Borders are wary of X and Y in the single
Wonton Dumpling now gets his rotation pretty well for free to move over to the next building. And I think there's a fight going on over here, right? Yeah, so they just get to take this route for free.
Wonton Dumpling, they have another set of fights.
You've got Kakoi over here. Or Kakoi.
Alright, so from 0 to hero for Wonton Dumpling here. The second
That was an interesting cue. Outside out in 15th.
For them, but maybe this is their time to shine. A good position on the top of this building. I mean, even a turbo here on the Havoc. That's a lot of kill potential for these guys.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more popularity nearby, but speaking of, Kakoi will be felled too. So 14 squads, or rather 13 squads now remaining. IBG still on the high ground with MXF lying in wait. So while this happens, Boogie Borders actually getting a good read of the ring so far. They're into the next zone where they need to be. VK finally has been slain by a nade from Aegis, and IBG also looks to make a warp at it's still going. They know they have that elevated angle, and now they're just peppering this pylon setup. Struggles continue here from
IBG's gonna get to the sky, but he's got to. They gotta worry about something up here, don't they? No. Aegis got all the way up there. Got the bat off. Now hitting the med kit.
So swiftly and so cleanly. Dexter here into cover, re-engages alongside Aegis. Sicky's gonna be there as well, and it's classic.
Nice
IBG.
finish on the MXF.
All day, it's time for them to hunt the squad down.
MXF,
But now they got to worry about X and Y. I'm guessing who's the one that was looking at them right there, right?
Good, but take them out of that comfort zone, and all of a sudden they look like a fish out of water. You can see in these kind of situations where things are a little bit trickier, where they don't necessarily can just, you know, have some cover to just peek up and behind and refresh their shields and repeat. They really struggle. So teams that thrive in the chaos, like IBG, very much able to take them out right there.
Watch for the portal, and this is why we're getting more raids into the lobby. Safe rotation. Name is Donut, and into the container they go, but they have been spotted by all these other players, and a frag grenade is going to be a threat. SWQ desperate to try and find a way to keep themselves alive. IBG, on the other hand, sees another target down below. The lip is there yet again, but IBG,
Dexter, stay alive.
The elevated angle, hunting down whoever they can. It will be, of
Good
course,
angle
the
from
squad of
Zicky.
X and Y, wiped out by IBG.
Nice. Now they've got that side of the zone to themselves, I'm pretty sure, right?
For the kill leader,
Yeah, I think SWQ is the next closest team to them.
his friends. Now Wonton Dumpling again. It's great position up the top.
And SWQ is going to be busy with Wonton Dumpling over here.
Any longer, so they do drop down as they push up into 10th space. Can they go any further? From
IBG
here?
been able to pick up another knock
And IBG having 10
on a
kills.
DNZ.
Dumpling, they have 7 right now, and we're getting these hunting squads finally online near the tail end of the B versus C matchup. The smokes will be there, set on up yet again. MDY Whites and MDY Black. The
Oh,
teams
bro,
themselves so similar right beside each
IBG.
other. Boogie
Oh,
Borders, so
dude.
having to deal with IBG, who runs into them, and the Boogie Borders handle the pressure well.
Boogie Borders, they're looking for one big game to push them up. I mean, last week, the same thing happened. Game 6, they absolutely popped off. And that pushed them to the top of the leaderboard. Maybe they can salvage a few split points here in Game 6 once again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they take the top spot here, but I mean, they're now, what, top 4?
This is classic Boogie Borders, and they want to end it on a high note. Panda here with
If
the
you were to
G7,
pick
you
up
got
some of the
Plus, you
KP
got
here,
Racky, and you know how consistent they can be with
they could
those
probably
shots.
get, what, top
Keep an eye on
7?
TNT also nearby,
Maybe?
looking to be the only repeat winner of today here. The L-Star, very strong up close and personal. Fussy now is into flesh as here comes Wonton Dumpling pushing forward into them. A big test in front of Boogie Borders right now. They have a bit of a reprieve here.
Hold up, Wonton Dumpling are back to 3 members. Is that like the second time they've managed to
Brezd
get a
again.
respawn
Holy
in this one
shnikes.
game? These guys
Ain't got no quitting, no
their
boys.
usage of mobile respawn beacons seems to be more prolific than all of the other teams put together at this point, and certainly helping them out when you get into these late game situations and they're back up to a full 3.
And no, they can't move up that high. They can't move up in the top 10, though.
And DNZ.
It's almost squads here.
But
come on,
Wonton Dumpling is 9 points ahead of them and in 7.
As they drop from the sky, DNZ, so they have an elevated
Can
angle to work
DNZ
with.
win
They're
it in
going
game
for the
number
dark void too,
6?
but
So that's the
Boogie
real
Borders
question.
can make a
They're
case
low
that they can
on
rotate along the way.
health here, and
Boogie
Boogie Borders probably
now
push forward and
gets
take them
stung off
out.
a little bit. The spikes are there too. Raki actually pop into the 4. So DNZ down already. Thermal 1. Wonton Dumpling hunting them
So
down.
DNZ
but
down.
this is the moment for Boogie Borders.
Wow, let's
Third
go,
party no more.
BGB.
They're the ones who take advantage of the chaos, and they will take the final win of the set. Game 6s really are for Boogie Borders.
Man, for real though. So it should be a good salvage on the day.
The passion was real in our final match for APAC-South Pro League Week 2. That was Group B vs C. You know, we've
Did they
had
pass
6
Wonton
games
Dumpling
of
and get into
pure
top
talent
10 is a
go
real
head-to-head
question.
From places such as Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, and more. You know, we saw the scoreboard coming out of match 5 and couldn't really tell who was going to take the victory. So before we tell you the victors of
I'm cheating,
today's
champ.
groups, Dax, why don't you take us through the replay as Boogie Borders finally paving a way to be one of the final squads there? They weren't going down.
Look, just as I said right
Huh.
now, it's Boogie Borders.
MDY,
doesn't
White,
get
X,
third
and
party.
Y.
They can win
Wonton
these kinds of
Dumpling
games,
able to
and
get up
case
to
in point,
4th.
They played that rotation well. It got very dangerous when Wonton Dumpling was breathing on their necks towards Lava Siphon.
So a first
towards
and a
that
4th
final
finish for
ring,
Wonton
but they
Dumpling.
played the
Should have
guardrail
them in
so well,
first.
They moved into the other side,
On
let the last 2 teams fight each other, and that was the game. But we
the
saw
overall
a lot
board
of different
then.
things happen here, Gino, especially
Which is
where
crazy
Saul
to
has
think
been
about, the new
EVs
Chinese
have
team.
been playing well today. The Horizon Qs have been a
Well, I mean,
factor,
like, the
and
players have
overall,
some experience, but
one
not
of the
much.
best for some of these teams finally waking up in the last game.
Yeah, I think even how their ultimates were used in that last fight was really important. So as you said here, you know, we saw the wall come out early, and actually the Boogie Borders were the first to use their ultimates out of these 3 teams. And going into the end game, they had none of them left. Whereas, you know, we saw Wonton Dumpling, they still had the Horizon ultimate up, but I guess pushing those other teams into each other with their ultimates.
I guess not really a newer team. Okay, so I didn't realize that Wonton Dumpling just simply changed their name from World Not Fair
Right,
to
it's kind of
Wonton
nice to see
Dumpling. That
Ironblood
makes more
Gaming
sense.
as well, flipping back to what we know they can do, cutting the fat around the edges. You know, they just sort of mowed down X and Y and MXF there in their way. You know, this aggressive edge hunting squad finally sort of pushed themselves a little to the top, and then, you know, the other aggressive squad that we've been watching all day, Wonton Dumpling, 4,201 damage. Is that our top damage? I'm just skimming through everybody, and it seems like they just, you know, had a little bit of caffeine and just wanted to take second place with a fair few kills there. But, you know, Boogie Borders just still leading the pack. You know, it's exciting to see them finally come back into play after, you know, not having the best performance today, Gino. But Gino, we're going to take a look at the scoreboard.
All right, let's do it.
Here. We're going to see which teams are out on top.
MDY White come out on top with 54. It was a close one, as we expected.
And they had a
Boogie
quiet
Borders,
day just in the
they
sense
pushed
of, like,
themselves up
did they
into
even win a
8th
game?
with that win, but as we
Or were they just
noted,
consistent?
It was a long way to the top for them.
Oh, they won game 2.
One wants the
Okay.
Firebird. Keeping it cool, 7th spot. I mean, if they continue to get 7th every week, they
Bro,
very
X and
right
Y was
should
close.
Make it to land.
Yo, let me point this one out real quick. Look who's in the top 4 spot. Wonton Dumpling.
Wait,
How
is
do
Wonton
you even do this?
Wonton
What
Dumpling is technically
this
5th.
KP, the placement point ratio I'm seeing, 33 kills. Who cares about placement?
Or
to
is
make
it?
to the top 5? And the recovery game, yes, Lace, we saw from Boogie Borders.
I
It
think
didn't happen,
Wonton
but the
technically
kills
gets
racked up
4th,
for Wonton Dumpling.
because they had a highest-
I guess I'm
Ah,
really
but it was a
impressed by MDY White's performance today, and
No,
it's
'cause
a
it-
little bit akin to how
team
they
above 'em,
qualified
DNZ had a
for
first place
last year as
finish.
well. They're so clutch in making those placement points matter. It was something that they did back in the split 2 playoffs, or rather the split 2 finals, to make it into the split 2 playoffs, and it's also why they were able to take the LCQ.
Are they gonna show
and
us
APAC-South at the same time? They're just that kind of
standings?
team that takes many opportunities in these closer lobbies, and they come out ahead because of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know, even just seeing X and Y there, they were still sort of sitting in that top position. We didn't see too much of them, but, you know, they just skyrocketed to the top there, pushing some of these incredible teams out of their way, you know, and upon taking that, we basically, you know, have our ALGS scoring there. But, you know, overall, we've got our series points. If we want to have and check them out to see who's leading the pack, we've had several groups sort of battle it out. And look who
All
is
right,
still
so
ahead,
Boogie Border's
Gino.
still up on top.
Wow, so grabbing those extra
Legend
couple of
top
points
5,
there
despite,
has
I would
made,
say,
all the
two
difference for Boogie Borders, as you
underperforming
say,
days for them.
sitting on top with Wonton Dumpling at 37. I'm excited to see Wonton Dumpling up there. I'd be very excited to see them at LAN because, you know, it feels like they've matured and they've really refined that aggressive playstyle. Last year, they were a scary, aggressive team. This year, they are a problem.
Yeah, exactly right. And one of your favorites there, Dax, the Lightning Unicorn, the best logo we've seen. How are you feeling about Lightning Unicorn's performance?
Yo, Lightning Unicorn, it was pretty decent for them to make it to the top 5, if I remember correctly, from their outing. Good to still see
6
them
today.
in the top 3. They've always been a consistent team, even back in the Borderham side. And they're like Wonton Dumpling, getting a little bit better as the years go on. But I think really the teams to talk about in terms of recovery, Serenity, they're making waves, playing as a duo before finally making it to the top 6 spot right now. And even though X and Y is all the way in 18th, I do have to point out them getting to the 2nd spot are their only real points from this session. They had 0 in that A versus C outing, making at least into the top 20 after such a honestly, I'll have to say it was a horrible performance.
I'd even say here, Divine,
but at least they have some
kind of a
points to work with
surprise.
moving forward.
I think
It's
this is
really
as
all
a surprise,
eyes into that bottom 10.
but
It
not
still
so
is
much when you
pretty
take into
far.
account
That's
that
all we
they're
have to
like
talk about.
on a back-to-back
You're
for
actually
IBG,
right. From our
right?
week 1, you know, we saw, you know, Lightning Unicorn and Boogie Borders sort of come
All
out
right,
in
chat,
front
that's our
of the
standings.
pack, and then, you know, reaching our week 2.
They're about to
we
sign
sort of
off. I'm
saw
gonna
them
sign
take
off.
more of a back seat
All
in
right.
a couple of games. You know, still enough to sort of push them to the top. You know, we go into week 3.
Chat, we're gonna be live here in 6 hours and like 10 minutes. All right, so I'm gonna go take me a little nap. We'll be live for EMEA, and then I will probably end up sleeping through NA. That way I can be live again for APAC North for the double session, take a nap, do EMEA, and then I will probably also skip NA tomorrow or on Sunday, just because I think I'm gonna start working on the TLDR video to like make sure that we can give it our best shot of trying to get the TLDR video up on Monday and see if that causes that video to perform a little bit better. Like, again, I don't want Monday to be like a rush through either, you know what I mean? So I would like to essentially have the script done before, just about before NA is done, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I could probably even record up until the NA and the close and start pulling together clips during games like 5 and 6 maybe, depending. So we'll see. Maybe I'll be watching it in Discord potentially, but I don't want to make any promises, honestly, because there's probably a good chance I'm just going to want to stay focused and, like, you know, do what I got to do. You know what I'm saying? But we will be back live here again, like I was just saying, for EMEA in a little over 6 hours. So I'm going to go grab me a nap. Appreciate those of y'all who came in and hung out with your boy. Till we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, everything crazy going on in the world today. Be true. You. Be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q. Signing out.